everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
We knew you would be coming. A voice spoke. Alexander wasn't much surprised. The fifth-dimensional beings could harness time easily, so they probably already knew what was going to happen. Oh, is that so? Then you must also know why I am here. Yes, we will give you our knowledge. That is the best-case scenario. But you must learn everything on your own. That is all the help we can give. The weird faceless being said. It had now somehow taken a humanoid shape with clothes. Two more beings like him had also appeared behind him. Alexander wasn't against it. He had a million times comprehension, so he didn't think it would be hard for him to learn. Okay, that will be enough. So, how will you give me this knowledge? He asked. Then suddenly a tentacle-like thing came out of the figure and touched Alexander's head. He felt a lot of information pouring in, but he couldn't make heads or tails of it for now. Well, thank you for that. I guess I should be leaving now, he said, and just as he entered he returned to the dark black space. The vacuum wasn't something that could harm him, so he just looked around. It seemed he was left behind near the same gargantua black hole, and Cooper was transported back to Milky Way. Alexander had sent Dobby into Fahim when he entered the new dimension, so he called him back out. So, to the next world now, boss? Dobby asked. Yes, but before that, let's help the humanity. I could have healed Earth with a flick of my finger, but I waited all this time. Let's go back, but also bring that Dr. Bran. She must be on Edmund's planet. He proposed. It was his nature to help others, so he couldn't just ignore people. He went to Edmund's planet. It surprisingly had a breathable atmosphere. Gravity was a bit less than Earth, but still good. He flew down onto the planet. A few years had gone by for Dr. Brand because of the time dilation when he was inside the black hole. Dr. Brand, he called out. She had already worked to incubate 10 test tube babies for the initial population boom. These 10 were all diverse and would pave the path for the future. But they were all children currently. Dr. Brand had gotten used to her life there by now, though she still missed a bit more adult human contact. Dr. Edmund, who had initially come to the planet, had already died due to a rock slide on the ship when he was in hypersleep. Alexander and Dobby stood in front of her smilingly. Dr. Brand was confused, shocked, and happy at the same time. But being a scientist, the first question she asked was, "How did you fly?" "Oh, I am not a normal human, Dr. Brand. I will not tell you more, or else you will probably start worshipping me. I came to take you back." Cooper was successful. We fell into the black hole, but there was a fifth-dimensional space. From where we sent the quantum data back to Earth. Humans were able to survive, he revealed. She fell and started crying at that point. Her mental state was strained all this time. Being on a strange planet knowing you are alone was scary. "How will we go back?" she asked. "Magic. Just gather your stuff," Dobby said, and walked to the camp. They heard the giggles of the children there. They belonged to all kinds of ethnicities. Alexander walked forward and took out chocolate. "Hey kiddies, I'm sure you have never tasted this. Come, it's very tasty." They were very small and unreserved and flocked to the old man like a bunch of kittens. A few hours later, Alexander simply used his anywhere door to return to Milky Galaxy, mainly inside the O'Neill cylinder that was called Cooper Station. They appeared directly in the house/museum that used to belong to Cooper. Cooper was rescued a day ago and was living in the house. He was surely surprised when he saw people coming out of a pink door into his house. Alexander didn't give them a chance to ask him anything. He soon left for Earth. There he reversed the time of the planet to a few thousand years ago. Now that humans had already built much more efficient ways to fulfill their energy needs and they were much more advanced, he didn't think they would spoil the planet again. After that, he returned to Cooper Station and found Cooper. The man was about to go to the hospital to meet his daughter with Dr. Brand. "Cooper, I assume you would have a say in the workings of whatever administration is here. I have repaired the Earth. You all can go back and repopulate it, hopefully, this time better than before," Alexander informed them. "What are you?" Cooper confusedly asked. All this time he asked this question to himself many times but never got an answer. The air around Alexander was entirely different, like he was a totally different being. "That's not important. What's important is that my work here is complete. Take care, boy. You did well." Alexander started to fly away after saying that. Cooper kept on looking at everything with shock. After a while, a white light appeared and took Alexander away. "I think I am turning into a believer now," Cooper muttered. Dr. Brand nodded at his words as she had the same expressions on her face. The lights disappeared. Alexander and Dobby found themselves standing on an empty street in a modern city. He looked around and most of the place looked like a storm went through there. The various signboards were in Japanese, so he understood where he was. He couldn't see any human activities nearby, but then he sensed some movement. A man was walking towards him with a polybag in hand. He was also totally bald. He instantly checked the purity of the world and it was at 60%. Then he looked at his phone. "So, we too are registered heroes here? Nice," Alexander stated. Soon the bald man came close to them. "Oh, are you lost, old man?" Alexander couldn't help but look at his shining bald head. "Yes, I am a bit lost. Can you tell me where this is? Can you not look at my head, and you are in Z City? This is a very dangerous place for an old man like you. Do you want me to help you get somewhere?" The bald man asked. Haha, what a good kid. What is your name? Alexander asked. I am Saitama, a hero for fun. He replied. Oh, good. Saitama, why is this place so deserted? He asked. You don't know that? Well, a lot of monsters live here so people left this place. Saitama explained. Then what about you? Aren't you scared of them? Alexander inquired. Then he noticed Saitama's face growing gloomy. No one can withstand more than one punch from me. I am too strong, Saitama stated as he looked at his fist. Haha, then how about we spar? No one can withstand more than one punch from me either. Alexander proposed. Saitama looked at him skeptically. Are you joking? Alexander suddenly appeared in front of Saitama. I'm not. Are you? Hope grew in Saitama's heart. Okay, let's do this then. Saitama got into position and Alexander did the same a small distance away. Then suddenly the two moved towards each other with super fast speed. Boom. Their punch was so strong that a big cloud of dust formed around them. When the dist settled, the view became clear. Alexander and Saitama were in a stalemate. Their fists connected but nothing happened. You are pretty strong, kid. But I am just starting. Alexander remarked. Saitama was very happy at that moment. He had not used his full strength but it was still a lot. Let's take this to somewhere secluded. I don't want to destroy your home. Alexander suggested. Saitama then looked around and many buildings around them had disappeared. He agreed and they both jumped to a mountain range. It was now round 2. Saitama decided to go all out from now on. Alexander did the same. Boom. Another punch collided. The two were continuously increasing their powers. But no winner came out of the match. Saitama's face looked like he was having an orgasm. After so long he had finally found a worthy opponent. Alexander was also enjoying fighting him. It was unbelievable to him that a human can get so strong. He was also utilizing this opportunity to grow stronger because his flesh body was meant to grow stronger the more he fought. Haha, you're pretty strong, kid, he praised. You aren't bad either, old man, Saitama replied. Soon their punches became so strong that the mountains started to dissipate each time they clashed. Sensing that they might end up destroying the planet, Alexander decided to use a bit more power. He channeled his power into his fish and prepared to punch. This is going to be my serious punch, kid, block it if you can. He warned. Saitama excitedly smiled, come on ahead. Then their fists collided. This time, unlike before, Alexander's punch was too strong. The punch broke Saitama's fist and he was sent flying away out of the Earth's atmosphere and struck the moon. But it didn't end there. Saitama was thrown with so much force that his body destroyed the moon and still kept on going. Damn it. Alexander cursed and quickly repaired the moon with his magic and then caught Saitama, who was on his way to Jupiter. He came back and put injured Saitama on the ground. Alexander knew he overused his power, but he was more shocked by the fact that Saitama only had a broken fist. He decided to make this kid his ally, because if he can grow stronger then he may be helpful later in the war. You are pretty strong, kid. Show me your fist, I will heal it, he offered. Saitama was lying on the ground with a smile on his face. He showed him his fist. Alexander just reversed the time of his fist and it returned to being as it was. Saitama was still smiling and crying. Was being this strong so frustrating? Alexander asked himself. Saitama, let's go and beat some monsters. I will give you some training tips to grow stronger and then we will have another match in a few years. Alexander proposed. Saitama instantly agreed. Yes, teacher. Let's go. After that, he, Dabi, and Saitama traveled the whole world killing monsters and bonding in general. Alexander learned the whole story of Saitama. He could honestly feel his pain. Being so strong that no one can give you competition. It would surely be a pain in the ass. He imagined this would be his case when he reaches the pinnacle. He also taught Saitama a few breathing techniques to strengthen his internal organs. He also taught him Haki and Rokushiki. It turns out, Saitama also had Conqueror Haki. But it was dormant because he never felt a need to use it. In their travels, they saw many different creatures. There was even a gorilla that had grown too sentient and ran away from the zoo. He was always mistaken for being a monster and was hunted. So Alexander taught him how to fight and cleared up the misunderstanding. Now, the gorilla was an S-class hero. Saitama also opened up with him and started calling him old man. They currently sat on the roof of the Hero Association Tower. The Hero Association's World Division had already ranked them as the strongest beings on the planet and both were awarded SSS Plus class. SSS was already the highest in the World Division, but because their power was unquantifiable they just added a plus. Old man, when are you leaving? Saitama asked. Alexander had told him that he was a demigod and was on the job, but he also asked him if he would like to join him in the War of Gods in the future. Saitama instantly agreed to it. Alexander looked at world purity. In about 15 minutes. We have already defeated most of the monsters. Saitama, I have a proposal. You will not be able to grow strong as long as you stay here. So I was planning to send you to a place where the universe is filled with bad strong people who can even destroy the universe. After you conquer that you can go to other worlds. Whoa, that's strong? I would love to go there. Saitama exclaimed. Haha, okay, get ready then. You have my expansion pouch. It has lots of gold we earned in all this time. There are some other helpful things in it too. Have a look after you reach the place. Take care, kid. Alexander patted his back. Saitama stood up in his yellow suit and gave a big smile. See you later, old man. Then a golden light fell and took him away. Alexander had sent him to Marvel Universe, which was filled with overpowered universe-destroying beings. All right, Dobby, go back into Fahame. I should be leaving soon, he told him. Then just like Saitama, he also disappeared but in white light. White light disappeared and Alexander appeared in space near a planet. Soon Dobby and Ragnarok also came out of Fahame. I was expecting a nice city but it's the cold dark space, Dobby exclaimed. This was the first time they appeared like this directly in space. Ragnarok smirked. Ha, just like a woman's heart for you, Dobby. I'm still better than you though. You are a lot older than me. Dobby jabbed back. Alexander laughed. Ha ha ha, you two should stop talking like you are an expert in women. Dobby and Ragnarok looked at him with shrunken eyes, says the man who's been simping on a woman for thousands of years. Cough cough. Simping is allowed if it is your beautiful wife. Now, let's go and see where we are. Alexander flew towards the planet leaving the two behind to laugh. While going down to the planet, Alexander checked the phone to see his identity. It just vaguely said, Master of Force and showed the galactic purity at 50%. What does this mean? He asked himself. They landed on the planet. They looked for any sign of civilization but all they saw was ruins upon ruins of buildings and a deserted planet. It was literally all deserts and mountains. It seems we are too late, Ragnarok exclaimed. Dobby raised his hand to tell them to stop speaking. Dobby was always sensitive to life. No, I sense a lot of people in that direction. Let's go then, Alexander stated, and they flew towards the direction. Soon they came upon a huge dome. This looks like a biodome. There must be people inside as this planet's environment doesn't seem very suitable. Alexander pondered. The three walked up to it without any thought and knocked on something that looked like a door. Soon a camera-like thing moved on top of it and a voice came from a speaker. Alexander had no idea what they were saying and he had no way of letting Ghost leer. Boss, do you want their language pack? Ghost suddenly voiced. Yes, but how? Alexander exclaimed. I hacked into their system. They aren't very advanced. I learned their language. Look, he projected everything for him. Alexander's million times comprehension gave him instant learning of it. He then passed it on to Dobby and Ragnarok in the form of memory. Then finally they understood what the speaker was saying. Who are you? I will only ask one more time. Alexander quickly spoke. Oh, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. This is Dobby and that is Ragnarok. We are lost. Oh, you're lost. What? How are you out there? The voice asked. The planet was surely breathable but it was inhospitable. Suddenly Ragnarok moved forward and plastered his face on camera. We ain't normal people, kid. Just open the door and let us in. We need to meet your leader. The guard on the other side panicked because they had not sensed any aircraft landing on their planet. So how did these humans appear? Oh, let me ask the Duchess. Please wait. The man was about to leave when Alexander asked where they were. You are outside Sundari, the domed capital city of the planet Mandalore. I will go and inform the Duchess. The voice left. Outside, Alexander and Dobby had sudden enlightenment about where they were. We are in Star Wars. Okay boys, change your clothes to Jedi robes like old times and tie lightsabers on your waists. Alexander advised them. Boss, are you able to feel the Force? Dobby asked while pointing his hand towards the mountains in the distance. Boom. A huge chunk of it broke off and started flying. Alexander also tried and just pointed his hand towards the desert and willed the sand grains to move. In an instant, a 1 kilometer tall and 800 meters wide pyramid was formed. Yeah, I think I can use it, but it kinda tickles all over my body, Alexander said, looking at his hand. Then Ragnarok tried. Yeah, I also felt ticklish. Let's try this. Ragnarok was not able to make it as big as the pyramid but he was able to make a female dragon sculpture from the sand. Dobby nearly choked in laughter. Are you in heat, you old dragon? Ragnarok embarrassingly stopped controlling the sand and let it fall down. Ah, that was just a mistake. Ha ha ha. Your focus determines your reality, Raggy. Alexander quoted. Boss, don't steal other people's quotes. Dobby retorted. He surely recognized Ki-Gonjin's quote. Alex, my sculpture fell but why is your pyramid still not falling? Ragnarok inquired. Ha, that's strange. I'm not even using the Force. Well, maybe I'm just too good. Alexander shrugged smugly. While they were goofing around, the guard had brought Duchess Satin Cries to the surveillance area. The Duchess herself saw all the madness happening outside and nearly died of a heart attack seeing the inhuman powers. She could already see from their clothing and powers that they were Jedi but even Jedi Grandmasters didn't have the powers they displayed. Call them in, respectfully, she ordered. 21 BBY. Jedi Temple, Coruscant. Yoda was meditating on a meditation balcony when suddenly his eyes shook open. Jedi Master Mace Windu was nearby him and noticed the movement. What happened, Grandmaster? He asked. Yoda looked out of the balcony at the sky. A change in Force I sense. Imminent it is. Alexander and the two noticed the gates lifting up. Ha, let's go in boys. Alexander nonchalantly walked in. First, they were allowed in a depressurization and decontamination chamber. After that, they entered the main building. Welcoming him were a few humans with blasters in their hands. Then there was a woman that he recognized. She spoke. Welcome to Mandalore, respected Jedi. I am Duchess Satin Cries. What may be the reason for your visit? Ah, we were just lost in space. What year is this? Alexander asked. Then you must be stranded for a very long time to not even know the year. It is year 7954 in CRC, she replied. And I have no idea what that means, he thought. Who is the Queen of Naboo right now? He asked. It is Queen Rialata. Are you from the Jedi Temple of Coruscant? She asked back. Alexander now had an idea of which timeline he was in. He was probably somewhere near the Clone Wars. I am Alexander Maxim Universe. No, we are not from there. We are a different order called the Neutral Ones. We are mainly focused on bringing justice no matter what. We don't believe in the light or dark side, he explained. So like the Grey Jedi, she stated. No. We believe in openly using the Force to do whatever we want. There is no need to worry about the light and dark side, something that the Grey Jedi do. Well, anyway, I believe you have a few problems, he asked, knowing that she was currently facing danger from Death Watch, who wished to return Mandalore to the ways of its ancestors. He was just going to help them and earn some goodwill. She had just seen him performing amazing feats a moment ago and understood that it could be detrimental if they helped her. And what would be the price for your help? She asked. What price are you willing to give if I were to not only deal with the Death Watch but also bring this planet back to its habitable state? He offered. Everyone's eyes widened at his claims. It was unprecedented that any Jedi could do something like this. There weren't even legends like this. If you can really do what you say, then you can ask whatever you want and we will agree, she replied, totally not believing him. Haha, don't go back on those words, pretty lady. Ragnarok chimed in. He's really in heat, Dobby whispered. Alexander held his laughter and spoke. Okay then, Dobby and Ragnarok here will go to Concordia, Mundlary's moon, and deal with all the troublemakers. Meanwhile, I will work on the planet. Now, open the doors. He went out and hovered in the air. The planet had breathable air, but due to war most of its ecosystem was destroyed. Not many plants grow on the surface now and animal life was non-existent. Repairing the planet was easy. With the limited power of the reality stone that he had eaten and his magic, combining it with the ever-present force was a good cocktail. He made the soil richer in minerals and also less dry. The deserts were slowly converted into normal fields and a few more minutes later small grass grew on it. Then Alexander looked at the sky and pointed his hand at it. Soon it started to rain. In some designated places it was raining like crazy so that new lakes can be made. He even transported some water from Fihaim. For animals, he didn't bring any land species but filled the huge lakes and new rivers with different fish species. He also made a few glaciers in the poles and high-altitude areas so that constant freshwater sources can be maintained. Then finally, a few veins of various metals were added. The early Mundlarians had nearly sucked their planet to death, not just exploiting its natural resources but also further damaging it with their constant wars. Duchess Satin Cries was possibly the best thing that could happen to them as she promoted peace. After his work was done he satisfyingly came back to the ground. Duchess Satin Cries and many of her advisors had gathered to see what the Jedi was going to do. They had no hopes but still decided to look. From the moment Alexander flew in the air to the end, their facial expressions changed from shock, happiness to reverence. No Jedi was this strong, no being in the known galaxy could do this. This was the work of a higher being for them. Duchess, he did it. Look, it is grass and rain. An advisor exclaimed with tear-filled eyes. Satin Cries came out of her shock and nodded. Let's go out. It was certainly a day of surprise for her. Dobby and Ragnarok had reached the moon of Mandalore and were wreaking havoc there. They hunted down most of the Death Watch and caught their leader, Previsla. They brought him back to the planet at the same time when Satin Cries came out. Alexander saw people swarming out of the biodome and coming towards him. Haha, I kept my promises. Look, they even brought Visla. Alexander stated, throwing the leader of the terrorists at the guards. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise. Alexander said. The Duchess was a bit worried now. She had foolishly agreed to give whatever they wanted. But she could also not deny it now, because even if she wanted, her or her soldiers could never repel the powerful Jedi. What can we do for you, Grandmaster? She asked, assuming that Alexander was of the Grandmaster level. I want this planet, he replied. The people started murmuring after hearing that. Alexander realized his wording didn't sound nice. I meant to say that I am going to use this planet as my base. You can run your government as you want but you cannot interfere in my work. You mean you want to open a Jedi temple here? Satin Cries asked. Alexander nodded. Yeah, you can say that. I will open a huge temple here. The Duchess was okay with it. With their newly healed planet, they would require some kind of protection until they got back on their feet as a major power. I accept. You will be allowed to choose the location wherever you want on the planet and we will also not meddle in your work. She agreed. Haha, good. Now, can you give me a star map? I need to go somewhere, he asked. After that, he was given the highest honors there. The people respected him to the point that they even saw him as the ruler of the planet, even though it was the Duchess. Alexander made sure to tell her that she didn't need to be afraid that he'd someday overthrow her. He had no interest in ruling the planet. After getting a star map, he simply erected a new city from scratch and a huge building in the middle as his temple. It was officially going to be the first open city on Mandalore now. Then he decided to leave and head towards the center of the galaxy where all the fun was. He flew out to space with Dobby and Ragnarok and took out a superstar destroyer. It was already the strongest warship in the galaxy. They entered it and set the destination to Coruscant. Boss, isn't this the time when Shami Skywalker dies? Should we save her? Dobby asked. Alexander didn't say anything and just changed the destination to Tatooine. Well, now that you have mentioned it, we can't just leave her to die, Alexander said and pressed the button to start their space jump. Normally all the ships in the galaxy he was in used hyperdrives to travel the hyperspace. Hyperspace was an alternate dimension that could only be reached by traveling at or faster than the speed of light. Hyperdrives enabled starships to travel through hyperspace lanes across great distances, enabling travel and exploration throughout the galaxy. This was a dangerous method of traveling which required hyperspace lanes, and without them, you could collide with some planet or celestial object at light speed. Alexander's method was just what it was called. It was like teleportation, jumping from one point in space to another by folding the space. Alexander, Dobby and Ragnarok reached Tatooine in their huge ship. Tatooine was a lawless planet where nobody cared for anybody and they didn't have anyone who would spot them in the sky, and even if they did spot them they would not ask why they came there. Okay, let's leave the ship here and take a small aircraft down. That's what normal people do, Dobby suggested. Why waste time? Let's just fly down, Alexander said and straight away jumped out of the hatch. Soon the three were having a race on who reaches the ground first. Of course, after reaching terminal velocity, Alexander used his powers to move faster and reached the surface first. But when he fell to the ground a huge shockwave spanned out. He noticed a sand crawler falling to its side due to the shockwaves. Haha, serves the thieves right. Alexander ignored the Jawas as they didn't have high enough sins to deserve death, but they did deserve time torture. So, he put them all in one day time torture in which they would repeatedly come across a big loot but will never be successful in stealing it and die painfully while trying. At the same time never steal words will be sounding on loudspeakers in a loop. Then Alexander spawned 3 dirt bikes from the GTA 4 cheats and they started to travel the desert plains. Ragnarok was new to riding bikes so he fell a lot the whole way. Soon they reached the spaceport settlement called Mos Espa. He quickly found the previous slave owner of Anakin and asked him about the whereabouts of Shmi. He already knew they were on a moisture farm but not the exact location. Watto was the ex-slave master of Shmi and Anakin. He was also a junk dealer / human trafficker and Alexander despised slavery. Watto tried to ask for money in return for information but Alexander just lifted him with force and choked him. To Alexander, the force felt like he had his arms spread around everywhere. It was like an extension of his body and could do anything with it. Tell me her exact location and I may let you go, he threatened him. Watto got scared when he realized that he was a force user. I sold her. She lives in. Alexander just looked into his head. Hearing the address was the same as not knowing it. Once knowing about the location, he just threw him away at a very high speed, which most likely killed him. They soon reached the moisture farm and found it was being attacked by Tusken Raiders. Boys, take out the toys, Alexander ordered. Dobby and Ragnarok took out their lightsaber made by Alexander. Alexander's lightsaber was golden in color with golden sparks of lightning coming from it, making it look even more dangerous. Dobby's was green and Ragnarok's red, but it also had fire texture around it and looked unstable. They jumped in the ongoing fight between the farmers and the Tusken Raiders. They started to cut them like butter. Alexander had no mercy for them. Their culture was too brutal. Not to mention they liked torturing, like what would have happened to Shmi. She would have probably gotten tortured for a month or so in their camp. Alexander knew that the Star Wars movies didn't show it, but those tortures surely included all kinds of mental and sexual harm as well, which was probably why Anakin got so angry that he even killed women and children in the Tusken camp. As soon as they saw Alexander and his party, the Tusken Raiders got scared and tried to flee. But Ragnarok just forces choked all 10 fleeing ones, but for some reason, their bodies were also burned to ashes. So you can make a fire? Well, I'm not surprised, Alexander exclaimed. Ragnarok was a dragon, so it was normal if his manipulation of the Force also included his inherent affinity for fire. They put their lightsabers back and walked up to the farmer that Alexander recognized as Cliegg Lars. You must be hiding a hell of a treasure for them to come here with so many raiders, Alexander said. Cliegg Lars looked at him gratefully. Thank you for your help, Jedi. No, we don't have anything except our meager lives. Before Alexander could say anything, a woman from behind Cliegg Lars ran up to him. Is this about Anakin? Did something happen to him? Actually, I saved something from happening to him, he thought. Hello, Shmi Skywalker. No, your son is absolutely fine. He has become a Jedi Padawan, very strong at that. But I am not from the same temple as him. I only came here to save you. You see, I have an ability with which I can see the future. You would have died after getting tortured by those raiders, but it would have started a chain reaction which would have caused chaos across the galaxy. He blabbered. Shmi was confused and shocked. But she had just seen that Alexander was a Jedi and thought that he couldn't have lied. Some people saw the Jedi with just too much respect. Then, thank you. Can you pass my words to Anakin? Tell him that I still think about him and I hope he is doing good. Tell him to eat well and take care of his health. She nearly cried. Ah, mothers. Yes, I will pass the words when I see him. Though he's likely to come here himself in a few days. Okay, I will be leaving then. Come to Mos Espa in a few days, I will be giving an announcement. He told them and left. Shmi and Cliegg Lars were confused but didn't ask anything more. On their way back, Dobby asked, Boss, what are you planning? Dobby, I am going to liberate this planet. Slavery is bad and the Hutt clan is one of its biggest contributors. Let's just destroy them and bring this planet under us. Blue Fang and Brian had a very good experience running 4 galaxies in Marvel Universe, so running one should be a piece of cake for them. He proposed. Yeah, that seems like a plan. Let's go to their base and kick some asses. Ragnarok agreed and sped up. Alexander also sent instructions to Ghost, point the orbital cannons at the Jabba's palace here. When I say, you fire. Understood, sir. Ghost affirmed. Alexander did a bit of research about the crime lord of Tatooine first. He lived in Jabba's palace and was called Jabba Desilligictier, more commonly referred to as Jabba the Hutt or simply Jabba. He was a Hutt gangster and crime lord, as well as a member of the Grand Hutt Council, who operated and led a criminal empire from his palace from the outer rim world of Tatooine. Jabba was a major figure on Tatooine, where he controlled the bulk of the trafficking in illegal goods, piracy, and slavery that generated most of the planet's wealth. He was also highly influential in the entire Outer Rim as one of its most powerful crime lords. The guy had such strong influence that he was even sought after by both the Galactic Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Knowing all that, Alexander openly entered Jabba's palace. But when he reached the place, an auction was going on. A slave auction to be precise. He noticed aliens from various species were on sale. Most of them were female good-looking species. He looked at Ragnarok and Dobby. Okay boys, stand at the exits. I've already sent you data of all the sinners. Most of the people here are scum, so there is no need to be reserved. Alexander then moved into the crowd. He could see Jabba the Hutt sitting on a big seat, looking like an ugly worm. He didn't wait long and instantly took out his lightsaber and started cutting all the slave buyers and sellers near him. After seeing the commotion, many tried to run but were caught by Dobby and Ragnarok. Soon the guards came and sacrificed themselves to lightsabers. After a few minutes of slaughter, only the slaves, Jabba, Dobby and Ragnarok remained. Jabba looked at Alexander and groaned in his heavy voice, Jedi, what do you want? Are you trying to cause a war between the Republic and the Hutt clan? Alexander smirked. Ha, what war when there will be no Hutt clan left? My next destination is Nal Hutta, your headquarters. Now, it's time to sleep for forever. He checked his sins. Jabba Desilligictier, Category 4. Murder, 123,123,456. Indirect murder, 1,789,654,963. R*P, 1,112,193. Enslaved, 1,456,852,753. Tortured, 456,785,125. Robbery, 2,782,963,741. Sin percentage, 87%. Alexander had no idea what time torture to give him. Everything seemed less. So he just threw slow-burning poison on him and increased his pain senses by 1,000 times and made it so that after each session of torture his mind would reset so that he can never get used to the pain. Jabba kept on shrieking in pain. Alexander just helped all the slaves get out and decided to leave. But on his way, he saw a small white hovering pod. It was locked inside a cage. Alexander even sensed that the force was getting sucked into the pod for some reason. He didn't know what it was, so he brought it along. After coming a good distance away, he gave the command, Ghost, do it. In an instant, a few big missile-like things came down from space and fell on the Jabba's palace. It was like hell raining down. Boom! The blast was so big that the whole mountain disappeared and in its place was a few 100 meters wide crater. Alexander took out water from Fihame and filled it up. It was going to become the center of the biggest city on the planet in a few years. Unknown to Alexander, he would be hailed as a god on the planet from now on. But Alexander had something totally different in his mind. God damn it, I should have decreased the power of bombs. This ain't Marvel Universe where people can stop these missiles with hands. Alexander left 50 Terminator droids on the planet to run it and told Brian and Blue Fang to start setting up a galactic federal empire. Then he left to Hutt Space, an autonomous region of the galaxy on the border between the Mid-Rim and the Outer Rim territories that was located to the galactic east of the core worlds, and was under the control of the Hutt clan. Largely noted as being a haven to the disreputable denizens of the galaxy, Alexander had stopped any emergency transmission from getting out of Tatooine. He had instead used Jabba's identity to call for an emergency meeting of the Grand Hutt Council, which ruled the Hutt crime family. Boss, look. The pod is moving. Dobby pointed. Alexander went to the small white pod he brought with him. Let's open it and see what's inside. Alexander used the force to open it. For some reason, he had a feeling that it would open that way. As expected, it opened with a hush. Some smoke came out of it. Once it was fully opened, they saw what was inside. Alexander instantly recognized it. Baby Yoda. You mean Yoda's baby? Dobby asked. Could be, I only know him and Yoda to belong to the same species. This kid looks very young. Let's take him to Yoda, he'll know what to do. Alexander decided. Oh. The baby woke up. Sigh. Alexander picked him up. Hey there, little goblin. You're gonna be traveling with us now. Baby Yoda must have felt the connection of the Force in Alexander, so he suddenly hugged him with his tiny body. Haha, you like me? Well, I like you too. Now, I gotta work. You sleep. He put him back in his now half-open pod. He called Barry and Hats to babysit the child while they went to Nal Hutta and deal with the council. Keep an eye on him. He can be very sneaky sometimes. Alexander warned the two nannies. Yes boss, Barry will not disappoint you. Barry firmly saluted. Hutz on the other hand just lazily lay on the side. Ghost, keep your eyes on the planet. I want you to stop any hostile ship from leaving this planet. He instructed and again flew down to the planet Tatooine. After Alexander left and organized the planet, things started to look better. The Terminator droids were too good and had nearly wiped out the whole Tusken Raider population who tried to take advantage and take over the planet's various cities. But then a ship landed on the planet and a young man came out of it. He went to find his mother. He was also very shocked by the ongoing changes on the planet. He couldn't find Watto, who owned his mother as a slave. After a long time of gathering some info, he found out that Watto died at the hands of an unknown Force user. But he also found out about his mother through there. He went to the moisture farm where she was supposed to be living. Anakin. The boy heard the voice he had been craving for so long. He looked back and saw his mother standing with a basket full of various vegetables and other things. Anakin ran up to her and hugged her. He was happy that the vision he had seen didn't come true. I have come to take you, mother, Anakin said. Oh, my Anakin. Look at you, you've grown so big and handsome. Shmi caressed his face. Then Shmi told him about how she was sold and thankfully a good man bought her and freed her. Initially, Anakin was a bit angry about her marrying someone but understood that things could have been much worse if she was bought by someone bad. I will pay them back for their kindness, mother. But you must come with me. Anakin insisted. Shmi denied. You are a Jedi, Anakin. I know about your oaths. Even your coming here goes against it. And I can't leave this place. I have a family here and recently this place had started to become much better thanks to the new government under Grand Master Universe. To hell with being a Jedi. What's the point if I can't even help my mother? I was naive to believe in Jedi ways for this long. He blurted and unknowingly affected the force around him. Shmi sensed him being in distress. Easy, my child. My living here doesn't mean I don't love you. Maybe you also have someone you like. What if you were asked to leave them? Anakin instantly thought about Padme, the woman he loved and was thinking of marrying. Shmi caressed his face. If you don't like the Jedi Order then go and find the ones who freed this planet from its misery. They are not like other Jedi. They seemed freer. Anakin got interested in knowing who the mysterious Jedi were. It was his dream when he was small to free all the slaves on the planet but as he grew he forgot his dream. Do you know where they went? Yes, Grand Master had announced before leaving that he was going to destroy the Hutt clan in Hutt space. He should be there right now, she revealed. Anakin's eyes widened in shock. He knew how powerful the Hutt crime family was and going to attack them all alone was like courting death. But he needed to go and meet them. He had already seen the dark and light side of the Force. He wanted to see this one too. Thank you, mother. I will return here after meeting them. And maybe get you to meet my Padme. He got up and left for Hutt's space. Boom. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok were wreaking havoc on the planet. It was a den of all the bad people in the galaxy. Ghost was also busy dealing with any fleeing criminals in the space. It was amazing what one superstar destroyer could do. Alexander couldn't imagine the dread his whole fleet and Ironheim would bring. Let's go and kill the Grand Hutt Council. They are the big boss of this whole crime syndicate. Alexander ordered. So they ran straight into their headquarters. It was filled with soldiers but passing through them was very easy. Soon they reached the place all the council members were hiding. But when he entered he found Hats and Barry already sitting on a high chair in the room. Baby Yoda was strapped into a baby carrier on the back of Hats. All the big fat Hutts were kneeling in front of him. Hats, why? Alexander asked. Because this little guy was screaming non-stop. We had no option but to bring him here. So I decided I might as well just help you. These are the big crime lords, right? So I just made your work easier. Hats clarified. Alexander just shook his head. That's just how Hats was. Unpredictable and very powerful. Alexander looked at the Hutts and lifted all of them with the Force. He looked into their minds for all the information about their businesses and how they ran them. It would later be sent to Brian and Blue Fang so they could take over the economy of the Hutt space and their whole businesses. Okay, you all are nearly the same. Each of you deserves to die for destroying so many lives and also playing with them like nothing. He threw them towards a corner where Ragnarok would deal with them with his Fire Force ability. Alexander clapped his hands clean and went to help all the locked slaves get out. But then he heard a message from Ghost. Sir, there seems to be a new ship that just appeared in the space nearby. Let it come in. I'll see if it's friendly or hostile. He ordered. Then he went to the underground prison where he freed everyone. Then his eyes fell on a woman he knew. It was a Togruta and he knew her. He freed her and asked, I really want to know how a Jedi got caught here. She was surprised that he saw through her but then she also felt him being soaked in force like he was made from it. Who are you? She questioned. Ha ha ha. I am, just an old man, Alexander said. He was still deciding on what to permanently call himself, and that's why he paused mid-sentence. But his laughter sounded evil at that moment. Ahsoka stepped back a few feet. Don't fear me, girl. I am just here to kill the Hutt clan. They are too problematic. Now, care to tell me your name? I am Ahsoka. You came alone? She asked with a raised eyebrow. No, my 2 friends and my cat also came. Let's go. I've already freed all the slaves. He said and started walking away. Wait, what about reinforcements? she inquired. What reinforcements? He asked back. From the Jedi Order. You are from the Order, aren't you? She questioned. She had been framed for and charged with the bombing of the Jedi Temple hangar and the murder of Letta Turmund and several troopers. She had left the Order behind and didn't know much about its new members and thought he was probably some unknown one. Haha, I am not from the Jedi Order of Coruscant. My order is something called the Neutral Ones, and I am its Grand Master. And I have already taken the planet under control. The Grand Hutt Council is already dead. He revealed. She herself was a Grey Jedi now, so she understood what kind of Jedi he was. Someone who didn't choose strictly a light or dark side. How did you do it? She asked. I am very strong, little girl, Alexander replied. He then waved his hand and dead bodies upon dead bodies of criminals and Hutt Council members were thrown into a pit. Then suddenly it caught fire. The whole place was a mess because of the fight. So he used his magic and fixed the whole place. But for Ahsoka, it was a force ability in action. She looked at everything going in reverse and fixing themselves in shock. She had never seen such an ability, and even that on such a large scale. Alexander glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. He saw her interest in his abilities. She had been kicked out when she was just a Padawan, so she still had a lot to learn. Do you want to learn from me? He asked. What would I have to do? She asked. She was not going to take any weird vows like in the Jedi Order. Haha, nothing. I just ask you to use your powers for good. That's it. I don't care about your personal life or what you do in your free time. He blurted. She liked this. What will you teach me? How to use force properly and how to fight, Alexander replied. Although he had no idea how to teach using force because it came naturally to him. Sweet, I want to join. Then Ahsoka cheered. With a new disciple, Alexander came out of the underground prisons. Just when he had come under the open sky, a starfighter landed in front of him. Anakin came down from it and walked up to him. Ahsoka recognized him. Anakin, what are you doing here? Anakin was surprised to see her here and unknowingly smiled. Ahsoka, what are you doing here? I was infiltrating this place to save the slaves. She proudly announced. Then she got caught and was imprisoned. Alexander finished her words. Ahsoka ignored his revealing the info and asked Anakin, what about you? What are you doing here, Sky Guy? I told you I won't return to the Order. I'm not here for you, but for him. Anakin said and turned to Alexander. Thank you for saving my mother. I will not forget this help. He deeply thanked. Alexander, out of habit, went ahead and patted his back. It's all right, kid. I like helping people. You've got a lot of potential in you. Your connection with the Force is much better than anyone else I've met. I am Grandmaster Universe. Yeah, Universe is my last name. He introduced himself, deciding to go with the Grandmaster prefix. Anakin gave proper respect to him as he knew that Grandmaster status was only for those true masters in the ways of the Force, and he was just a Padawan, unofficially a master. Yes, he's pretty strong. He's taken over Hutt's space. Ahsoka flaunted her new master. And Tatooine as well, Anakin added, causing Ahsoka to shut up in surprise this time. Then Anakin got to the business. Why do you have that ship in the orbit? Those models are only seen under the service of the Republic's military. My ship is way different from any other, kid. It's the best. Alexander proudly boasted. Just say it, kid. What do you want? You surely didn't come here to say thank you, he asked. Anakin firmly held his lightsaber in his hand. I want to have a duel with you. Anakin wanted to see firsthand how strong Alexander was. Alexander agreed in a blink. Sure. In just a second he readied himself with his golden lightsaber in his hand. I recommend you use your full power from the start. Anakin didn't dare to take him lightly and started the fight. In the beginning, everything went smoothly for the young Padawan, but soon Alexander started to gradually increase his power behind every lightsaber strike. Anakin used a combination of force skills with his fighting, but they were all thwarted by a simple strike from his opponent. I'm gonna get a bit serious now, Alexander said and just held his lightsaber in one hand now. This confused Anakin, but he proceeded with caution. However, Alexander suddenly appeared in front of him and made a powerful downward slash. Anakin was only able to defend using his lightsaber, but his lightsaber was also being slowly cut by Alexander's. This is the limitation of being a normal Jedi. You have no motivation. Alexander increased his strength and pressed Anakin more. Anakin fell to his knees while still blocking with his sword. Boy, there is no dark or light side in Force, it was made by us. It's just about how you use it. If you were to use the power of the dark side to save people, then would that make you a bad man? And if you used the power of the light side for good, would you still be a good man? He asked. That question stuck with Anakin in his mind. Force is just a means of power. People choose light and dark paths because it takes a lot more mental training to be able to use the powers of both sides and yet not let it corrupt you. You will need to become stronger than the power trying to change you to become a true Master Jedi. Just because you are Force sensitive doesn't mean you need to lose your individuality. You liked pod racing and building stuff, right? Why not still do it? You like a girl? Go ahead and marry her, live with her on a planet with a nice view. Do what brings you happiness. But if murder and chaos are what brings you happiness, then you were not a good man to begin with. Now, I want you to think of the most loved person in your life. Think about how much they love you, care about you. What if something were to happen to you? How would they feel? Use the Force to not only protect them but yourself too. A man must respect himself before forwarding it to others. Alexander decided to end the lesson there as Anakin was in deep thoughts and retracted his lightsaber. But when Anakin got up, Alexander suddenly attacked him with the lightsaber. But this time Anakin couldn't take out his lightsaber in time. Anakin's mind was thinking about Padme and his mother just a moment ago, and now this crisis came. He really didn't want to die right now. He wanted to meet them again. Alexander's sword was about to touch his body, but suddenly a bluish bubble formed around him. It was a protection bubble. A difficult ability to learn, and Anakin knew he was not a master of it. But just to drive the lesson in, Alexander still hit the protection bubble, cutting it in half. See that? You don't even know how to make a protection bubble, and yet you were able to do it. All because your will to live was strong, and hence it molded the force accordingly. However, you are still not strong enough, which is why I was able to cut it. Alexander explained. Anakin was exhausted at this point, realizing that he was not attacked but was just being taught a lesson. He fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Ahsoka came to Anakin and gave him some water. Why did you even challenge a Grandmaster? Anakin didn't say anything. He didn't drink the water either and just firmly looked at Alexander. He knew the lesson he learned today. The progress he made just by a little spar with Alexander gave him a better understanding of his power than many months of his previous training. He then loudly spoke, "Grandmaster, please teach me." Alexander accepted him to become his student. If he could stop him from becoming Darth Vader, then there was no harm in it. Palpatine wasn't going to be successful anyway. "Boss, take him now." He keeps on shouting. Hats came to hand over the baby Yoda. Alexander sighed and picked up the 20 years or so old baby. Ahsoka and Anakin were surprised to see the familiar-looking creature. Wait, is that from the same species as Grandmaster Yoda? Ahsoka came to the child as he looked very cute and started pulling his cheeks. "I can't believe Grandmaster Yoda used to look like this once. So cute," she exclaimed, much to the annoyance of the baby. "That is why we are going to Coruscant next. I'm gonna hand him to Yoda. He probably knows best what to do with him. Or maybe he knows about his parents," Alexander said. "Or maybe he is the father." Anakin walked up to Yoda Jr. That's the name Alexander gave him for now. Anakin and Yoda Jr. touched each other's hands for some reason. "He is force sensitive," Anakin claimed. "Of course he is. He's also most likely much older than he looks. His species is known to live up to 900 years. He informed them. It was a surprise to both of them. They knew that Yoda was old, but not this old. "Okay, you two go and wait near Anakin's starfighter. I will be there in a while. I've got some work to do," he said and left to find Ragnarok and Dobby. Ahsoka looked back at Anakin. "So, how is it going with Padme?" Anakin acted oblivious. "What do you mean?" Ahsoka rolled her eyes. "Did you really think nobody ever noticed how you two looked at each other? I'm not that dumb." Anakin didn't say anything and just left, but Ahsoka followed him. Alexander was having a talk with Ragnarok and Dobby on how to go about taking over the galaxy so they could set up a new and better government. It was obvious that the Galactic Republic was corrupt, incompetent, and also compromised. Not to mention, they were very bad at truly managing the galaxy. The Mid-Rim and Outer Rim were left on their own devices while all the big shots lived in luxury, if not on Coruscant, then on some other core worlds. "So, who's gonna be heading my army?" Alexander asked his two buddies. "I will. I am always up for a good fight." Ragnarok jumped at the opportunity. But Dobby quickly put him down. "No, it should be me. We are not trying to destroy the galaxy but take it over in a friendly way. I have expertise in being friendly." Alexander nodded. It was best to keep Ragnarok away from this. "Okay, you can take my 50,000 Superstar Destroyer fleet and Ironheim. I have also ordered Alfred to start the production of 10 million universe droids. Arnold will be heading them under you. Hijack the already established Confederacy of Independent Systems, which is a ploy by Darth Sidious, and then start expanding." "Hey, what will I do then?" Ragnarok asked. "You will be coming with me. We got to take care of the whole Dark and Light Force user fiasco," he said and walked out. Dobby left alone with Hats. Yoda Jr. made noise. He was currently sitting in his hovering pod and following him. "What is it, kid?" Alexander asked. Suddenly Yoda Jr.'s stomach made noise. "Haha, you are hungry? Well, I can give you food. Although you are pretty old, I think baby food will still be best for you." He took out a bowl of milk and added some baby formula to it. Yoda Jr. first licked it. He liked it and quickly started eating. "Haha, what a cute kid. Let's go, Raggy." They came to the starfighter of Anakin. He and Ahsoka were bickering about something. But it looked more like Ahsoka was teasing him about something. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "Hehe, Anakin wants to marry," she revealed. Anakin didn't know that having a wife or family was allowed in his new school of training and angrily looked at Ahsoka. "Haha, that's good. This means you've got someone to protect and who loves you back. Okay, now give me a good pose for the picture of my two disciples. I'm gonna frame it to show others my protégés in the future." He took out a camera. Anakin was still in a bad mood with her bickering, so he crossed his arms and haughtily stood. But Ahsoka was the cheerful one and did what she did best. She lifted her hand behind his head just as the photo was being taken. "Okay, good photo, let's go now," he said and flew up towards his Superstar Destroyer in space. "Wait, how will I come?" Ahsoka shouted. "Starfighter has 2 seats," he replied. "But I also want to fly. Take me with you, Master," she asked him, trying to persuade him with her big eyes. Haha, it won't work, child. Besides, if I take you, you will die because of the vacuum. You still got a lot to learn. He warned her. Coruscant. Chancellor Palpatine sat in his office all alone, angry because of the recent news he just received that Jabba was killed by a mysterious Jedi and the planet is under control of some foreign power. This was a huge problem for him because his plan to use the Hutt hyperspace lanes to transport his clone troopers to fight the separatist droid army that was slowly snatching away planets under the Galactic Republic would not be possible. Now everything was in danger, as he could not show a full plan to the Senate to get their votes to have the official full power over the clone troopers and gain emergency powers. To pour salt to his wounds, his plan to sway the greatest Force-sensitive man, Anakin, also failed. The Tusken Raiders he had hired to kill Anakin's mother were killed by the mysterious Jedi, but he had come too far already and wouldn't allow his plans to go to waste. I need to find alternatives. Alexander brought everyone to the command room of the Superstar Destroyer. The place looked less like a command room and more like a place to chill. There was a bar, sofas, TVs, and even a fireplace. Ghost, set destination to Coruscant. He commanded. Sure, sir. Ghost acknowledged. The voice spooked Anakin and Ahsoka. They were well versed with A.I.S, but no one used them on such big ships because of the probability of them getting hacked. Wait, how can you trust your ship on an A.I? Ahsoka asked. Child, my boy Ghost is the strongest A.I in the universe. He would rip you apart if you attacked him. No matter if you are some hostile A.I or a living being. He revealed. Anakin, boy, where is your master right now? Alexander asked. I don't know. The last thing I remember, he went to some non-existent planet called Kamino to check something. Anakin informed. Alexander remembered the clone army and had the idea to bamboozle a certain Dark Lord in the future. Okay, change of plans. We are going to Kamino. I will be training you here in the meantime, he said, and changed the destination. He walked up to the bar and poured everyone drinks. Here, let's cheers to my 2 new students. Yoda Jr. voiced. Alexander picked him up and put him on the counter and gave him a bottle of milk. And Yoda Jr. too. He added and clanked glasses with everyone's glasses and the milk bottle. Warning, warning. Suddenly the security system of the ship got activated. What happened, Ghost? Alexander asked without any worry. Sir, it seems a planet is being attacked by the droid army. What action would you like to take? Ghost asked. Attack the droids then. Wait, can't you just hack them and stop them? Alexander asked. Sure, sir, but there are some bandits on the ground too. Ghost said. Okay, you deal with droids, I deal with the bandits, he ordered. He then looked back and spoke, boys and girl. Let's go on our first mission. Alexander and his party went into a small transporter craft and landed on the ground. It wasn't a very advanced planet. It was probably not even a majorly civilized planet, as he could only see a settlement-like structure, as if the humans had recently arrived there. What he saw on the ground was chaotic. People were running here and there to save themselves from the fire. Number 1 rule of being a neutral one. Save people without asking or hoping for benefits. Use all force necessary. Alexander ordered them and they dispersed. Just as they started, the droids stopped shooting all of a sudden. They were now all under the control of Ghost. So he concentrated on the bandits who had tried their luck to steal or kidnap amid the whole chaos. People had now stopped running too and looked at him and his group with surprise. At the speed they were dealing with the bandits, their efficiency was too high. Soon the bandits started to run away, but he noticed one of them running with a big bag on his back, and the bag was moving from time to time. He understood they had kidnapped someone, so he just used the force and pulled the bag towards him. Ragnarok, Anakin, go and finish them. He ordered them. Then he looked at the bag. A kid no older than 8 or 9 came out of it. He was breathing heavily. Easy, kid. You are safe now. He tried to ease him and also gave him some water. Here, drink this. What's your name? He asked further. The kid first drank all he could. My name is Dinjarin. Thank you for saving me. Haha, it's good you're fine. Where are your parents? He asked while recognizing that the kid was the Mandalorian who originally saves Yoda Jr. in the future, but it seems he would never become a Mandalorian now because 1. He had stopped the droids, and 2. He was supposed to be saved by the Death Watch, which was the terrorist organization from the Mandalore, and Alexander had stopped them too. Din looked around at the mention of parents. Then suddenly a loud female shout came. Din, thank God you're safe. I thought I'd lost you. She looked up at Alexander. Thank you so much. Alexander just shrugged the praise off with a laugh. Why are you people living on this planet? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem you've been here for very long. No, we have been here for more than 300 years. But because all the trade routes are so far away from here that we are still not able to advance ourselves. She explained. Why are you all even here in the first place? He asked. Our home planet got destroyed due to local wars, so we had to find another planet to repopulate. She added. Alexander understood it. You don't need to worry now. I am going to set up a new business route in the whole Outer Rim soon. You will be able to use it then. He then sent a small summary to Dobby to add this planet to their new republic. In it, most of the positions except his would be elected into office. Seeing his work done there and the planet saved, he decided to get back on his way to Kamino. Okay, everyone. These droid armies won't trouble anymore. All the best for your future. Some help will also be arriving here soon. He told them and walked back to the transporter. Anakin and Ragnarok had come back and were already waiting for him. Alexander looked at Anakin and Ahsoka. So, how do you feel now? Helping without any particular motive. Alexander then turned around and looked at Din. Look at that boy. His and his family's smiles. That kid will never forget us now and would probably aspire to become like us someday. So we not only saved these people but also influenced many of them to do good. If you do something hateful then hate gets passed on. You do good and that goodness gets passed on. What could be a better reward than that? This is the way of the neutral ones, so remember it, he stated. Soon they returned to their ship in space. He also brought all the droids for himself. When they appeared back on the ship and started their journey to Kamino, Alexander noticed that Yoda Jr. was nowhere to be found. He looked around for a while and finally saw him going through the refrigerator in his quest to find his favorite baby food. Haha, kid, I never thought you'd be a heavy eater like this, Alexander commented and picked him up. He made him some food and went to train Anakin and Ahsoka. Dobby, meanwhile, was busy taking over the vast Outer Rim. Every time he would come to confront a separatist droid army he would just hijack the droids and make them point guns at their own people. He kept violence to a bare minimum no matter what. He had already taken over nearly 50 minor and major systems. Hats, stop eating and go to the next target. Just take over the government as we practiced. Dobby said. Hats was very good at blending in and generally influencing the people around him with his mind tricks. He was continuously being used to make the separatists make mistakes so that Dobby can gain an advantage without too much loss of life. Okie dokie, Dobby. Keep my catnip pie ready. Hats responded and disappeared with a poof. Planet Kamino. Kamino was a remote water planet outside the main galaxy. It was inhabited by the Kaminoans, a race of tall, elegant beings with long necks who were regarded as a mysterious species that tended to keep to themselves. Kamino was renowned for its science and production of clone armies and often contracted with private security forces and other clients. Receiving minimal trade, Kamino's imports were only enough to support the planet's population of 1 billion. There were many cities scattered across the surface that were built on stilts and many of them were devoted to cloning. Alexander's appearance over their planet's space was most likely known by the Kaminoans, so he didn't even try to hide and simply went to their base with the group. This time even Yoda Jr. came along. When their transporter landed on the platform of the base they saw an ongoing fight between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Jango Fett. Alexander waved his hand and both the fighters were restrained in midair by his force. He brought them in front of himself. He needed to keep up the charade that he didn't know anyone, so he asked, "Which one of you is Obi-Wan Kenobi?" Obi-Wan was really surprised and shocked by the force-induced restraints he was in. No matter how much he tried he couldn't get out of it. It did not even budge, not to mention that Jango Fett was also caught. This only meant that the other force user was leagues above him. Seeing no other way, I am. Until now he had not looked up, but now that he did he noticed two known faces. No, it was three. Anakin? Ahsoka? Grandmaster Yoda? He confusedly asked. Yeah. Yoda Jr. raised his hand like he was giving his blessings to this new individual. Obi-Wan instantly fell to the ground then. Well, Obi-Wan Kenobi, I have news to give you. Your disciple has decided to leave your order and join me and learn from me. Obi-Wan didn't say anything to him but looked at Anakin. Really? I thought you liked being in the Jedi Order. I don't. I felt restrained all the time. Anakin truthfully answered. But Obi-Wan tried to explain, but that is what being a Jedi means. You need to learn to keep calm and suppress that emotion. Ragnarok got impatient and grunted, "Arg, blah blah blah, you and your whining. I don't suppress my desires, I eat what I want, sleep whenever I want and I can use the Force just fine." "Excuse me, what do you want from me?" Jango Fett interrupted them. "Knowledge," Alexander replied with a grin. The Kaminoans weren't hostile people. As long as he didn't attack them they would happily serve. So he took Jango Fett and his child-cloned self that he called his son into a room for questioning. Obi-Wan had already told them about what he found, though he still wanted to know more about Alexander, but he didn't get any answers. "Say it, Fett. Even if you keep everything a secret they would still kill you because you're a liability for them now," Alexander said. Jango couldn't see a way out of this without spilling the beans. "I was initially hired by the Jedi Master Sifo-Dyas. The pay was good so I saw no harm. But then something happened to him and my employer changed to someone by the name Tyrannus. Still, they paid me well so I didn't ask. But I had my ways of gathering intel. I later found out that this Tyrannus is none other than Count Dooku, who is also the head of state of the Confederacy of Independent Systems." Obi-Wan was confused. "Does that mean that this army of clones is for the separatists now?" Jango denied. "I don't think so. I may not know too much but I at least know that these clones are programmed to only serve the Republic. I don't know about any other conspiracies. It's not good for business to put your noses where they don't belong." Alexander released him but also confined him to a room. He was going to deal with him later. "So, Jedi Master Obi-Wan, what are you going to do now?" Alexander asked. "I must go back to Coruscant now. I can smell a major plot here. Anakin, let's go." He instinctively called for him. Then he remembered that Anakin was leaving the Order. He looked at Alexander with suspicion and said, "I know you are leaving the Order but you still have to be present in front of the Jedi Council to officially resign." "Ah, you can go, Obi-Wan. I will be coming to Coruscant to meet the Council myself. Don't worry," Alexander assured him. Obi-Wan didn't bicker anymore and silently left. Alexander then looked back at his group. You guys go back to the ship. Master Ragnarok will teach you something there. Anakin and Ahsoka realized that he must have something important to do, so they silently left. It was a rule of neutral ones not to meddle in each other's business as long as it was not a danger to you. Alexander alone went to the Prime Minister of Kamino, Lama Se, and talked to him. I hope you were happy with the inspection of our merchandise. Prime Minister Lama said. Lama still thought that Alexander was a high-ranking Jedi and had very high authority in the Republic. Yes, very good. But I have another task for you. I noticed the 150 contingency orders you have installed in them. I want you to change one of those orders. He demanded. Prime Minister Lama was more of a salesman than a politician, so he was happy as long as he was getting paid. That is easily possible. What do you want to change? I am the strongest Jedi in the galaxy at the moment, and if by chance the Republic falls into wrong hands, then these troopers will be used for committing crimes. So, I want you to change the function of Order 66. Now, if it is initiated, then the command of all the clone troopers will fall under my hand and they will listen to only my orders. I also want you to keep this change a secret as it doesn't put the Republic in danger. In order to initiate Order 66, you need the permission of the Senate, so it will likely never happen. I will also pay you a lot more for doing this, Alexander said, and used a bit of his magic to make sure that Lama doesn't rat him out too soon. Kaminoans were xenophobic people, but they maintained a polite face to the outsiders, but still considered other species inferior nonetheless. Cloning was not supposed to be a good thing, as what they were doing was technically slavery, but the Republic allowed it. So, Alexander had no sympathy for them. Of course, Grandmaster Universe. We would be delighted to do this for you, and the extra payment is much appreciated. When do you need delivery? Prime Minister asked. Make the changes as soon as possible, and about the delivery, well, it's on the Republic to decide. Alexander replied. Then it was a pleasure working with you. Thank you. After the meeting, Alexander went to Jango Fett. You are a bounty hunter and you have committed many crimes. For this, I can kill you if I want. But I can give you a chance to redeem your life. If you succeed, then I will make you so rich that you will never have to work another day. His proposal was too interesting for Jango. What's the job and the pay? You go to Count Dooku, act like you always do. Gather all the proof against him and about what he is planning. The bigger the intel, the better. Your standard payment will be 5 billion, but if you do well, then I can increase it to 10 billion. What will it be now? Alexander asked. And what if I decide to betray? Jango asked. Alexander suddenly moved forward and touched his forehead with the tip of his index finger. Then, I can grant you all these. Jango Fett saw himself die in a million ways in just 3 seconds. His heartbeat increased and his face became red with the sudden change of his mental state. He breathed heavily. I won't betray you. I promise. You better, Alexander said coldly and left him. He had also secretly put a tracker chip on him. Once he confirmed that Order 66 was rewritten, he went back to his ship. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your kin all over the place, singing. We will rock you. We will rock you. AAA. Woohoo. Grandpa Rag, this drink is so awesome. Ahsoka shouted. Alexander came to an ongoing party on his ship. Loud music was playing, Ragnarok was making drinks, Ahsoka and Anakin were drinking and dancing. Yoda Jr. was also rocking on his hovering cradle while trying to sing. What was I expecting, leaving them under his care? Forget the dark side, he'd end up turning them into alcoholics, Alexander sighed. But honestly, he was also tired. Ahem, what is going on here? Alexander angrily spoke. The music stopped and everyone looked at him. Ahsoka and Anakin hid their glasses. Yoda Jr. copied them and hid his small milk bottle. Ragnarok came forward to ease the tension. Haha, Alex, I was just giving them a few relaxing moments before we started. Bam. Alexander knocked Ragnarok on his head and angrily roared, how dare you start without me? Ragnarok rubbed his head, sorry, ma, wait. What? Then suddenly the music continued. We will rock you. We will rock you. Alexander laughingly walked to the bar and poured him a drink. Ha ha ha, you got bamboozled. He mocked them. What are you guys looking at? Dance all you want. Being a Jedi ain't easy. You gotta release that frustration out every once in a while. What better way than dancing? He said. Yes. Ahsoka exclaimed and danced without any worries. Ragnarok picked Yoda Jr. and joined her too. On the other hand, Anakin walked beside Alexander and took a seat. Alexander poured a drink for him and asked, so, what is troubling my student? I see visions, master. Premonitions probably. Anakin muttered in a conflicting voice. What is the nature of these visions? Alexander inquired. They are of pain, suffering, death. Are they about you or someone you know? He asked further. Someone, close to me, Anakin hesitantly answered. Alexander calmly put one hand on Anakin's shoulder. You mean your mother and the woman you love? He saw Anakin getting uneasy. It is okay to speak your mind, child. There is no cowardice in fearing something. After all, humility is what makes us all humans. He quoted. Anakin felt a bit better hearing his words. He had never thought that he would meet someone who seemed wiser and also goofier than Yoda. Master, I saw this vision about the cruel death of my mother and now also about the death of Padme at childbirth, Anakin confessed. Then do what your heart says, not what your mind says. Force can be very confusing sometimes. It already knows about our past and future, and only a few lucky ones have the ability to see it. The best way to save those you see dying is to harness the power of future sight and be able to see what causes their death and not just the moment of death. When you saw your mother's death, you did not go to see her while you should have. Maybe you not going to see her would have proven fatal to her, but thankfully I was there. Now, when you see the death of Padme, you should do the opposite of what immediately came to your mind. Tell me, what did you think of doing? Alexander asked. I thought of going against the order. I don't know why I would do that, but I did think that. Anakin answered. Then you have already altered your fate by just coming to me. As long as you are with me, there won't be a reason to go against the order. Besides, remember Anakin, no matter how harsh things get, you can always come to your old master and I will help. The neutral ones may not put their noses in each other's business, but we do look out for each other. Alexander lectured. Anakin was truly feeling better now. Knowing that he had someone who would help him if things went bad was a great reliever. Now, Anakin, let's go and dance. After that, I will teach you how to control your future sight and how you can utilize it in fights. He proposed and dragged him to the dance floor. Alexander was now on his way to Coruscant, and this time he was not planning on taking any diversion. He was also teaching his students. Yes, you can see your own future for a few seconds and use it to fight. Imagine if you knew from where the next bullet was going to come or the next sword strike would fall. I call it observation haki. It simply means to be aware of your surroundings. He explained to both his students. Grandmaster, can I also see into the future? Ahsoka asked. Yes, with enough training anyone can. But Anakin will have slight ease in learning it than you. The Force is stronger with him. He explained. Now, close your eyes and concentrate. Having a calm mind is the first major point of it. He instructed them and stood behind them with a folded newspaper while Anakin and Ahsoka sat on the ground. Whenever they would move he would whack them. While the two were practicing, Alexander noticed Yoda Jr. also mimicking them and practicing concentration. It was crazy how the child was so talented. Haha, golly, and Reno would have loved him. I can still let Olivia and Amy meet him though, he thought. Meanwhile, in the control room of the ship. Sir, we have just reached Coruscant. We are being hailed by the ground support. Ghost reported to Ragnarok, who was sitting in the captain's seat near the huge window overlooking the planet. Huh? What's to talk about in that? Connect me with it. Ragnarok said. Soon a screen flashed on the holographic display and ground staff personnel, probably from spaceflight control, talked to him. Sir, this is the Coruscant spaceport control room. We saw you coming too close to the planet. We advise you to dock the ship in a designated location in space, the man said. Ragnarok scoffed. Huh, what a crappy spaceport you got that it can't even hold this beauty. I am disappointed. Well, it's not that we can't, but due to safety reasons we are not allowed to. The guy replied. Hey, how dare you to stop this dragon? Ragnarok shouted, scaring the man a bit. Then he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, I was just messing with you. No need to wet your pants. He cut the video and laughed heartily. Was that really necessary? Ghost asked. Ragnarok laughed. That kid has the most boring job in the galaxy. I just gave him a change for once. Whatever, I will inform boss. Ghost left him alone. Coruscant was a planet located in the core worlds. Located at the intersection of numerous major hyperlanes, its hyperspace coordinates were 0,0,0, which effectively made it the center of the galaxy. These coordinates also inspired the planet's military designation, 000 or 000, though the actual galactic center was located in the deep core. As the de jure center of the galaxy, however, Coruscant was generally agreed to be the most important planet throughout most of galactic history, as well as being one of the wealthiest due to its advantageous location. It was an ecumenopolis, a city-covered planet, collectively known as Galactic City. Though debated by historians, it was generally believed that Coruscant was the original homeworld of humanity. Noted for its cosmopolitan culture and towering skyscrapers, Coruscant's population consisted of approximately 1 trillion citizens hailing from a vast array of both humanoid and alien species. In addition, Coruscant's strategic location at the end of several major trade routes enabled it to grow in power and influence, causing the city-planet to surpass its early rivals and become the hub of galactic culture, education, finance, fine arts, politics, and technology. But Alexander knew that under the whole glamorous city, darkness was hidden, something he was going to have to deal with. After a while, Alexander and the rest went to the planet's surface. They didn't have a place to stay, so they just went to the Jedi temple, which would most likely ask them to stay. Which is the best place to eat here, Anakin? Alexander asked. Well, if you want home-styled humble food, then Dex's Diner is good. If you want to go over the top place, then there is Shining Pearl Restaurant. It is mainly visited by the rich members of the Senate. Anakin explained. If that's the case, I want to go to this Dex's Diner. I'm really hungry. Ragnarok spoke up. Alexander stopped. Okay, those hungry raised their hands. Ragnarok, Ahsoka, and Yoda Jr. raised them. Okay, majority wins, let's go and eat something first. Anakin, lead the way. Although Anakin wanted to quickly go and cuddle with his Padme, he didn't deny them as he liked their company as well. After a while of riding a flying taxi, they came to the place. Ha ha ha, Anakin, it's been a while. Are these your friends? Dexter Dex Jetster, nicknamed Dexy Jet, asked. Yeah, I've been busy these days. This is Grand Master Universe and this is Master Ragnarok. You know Ahsoka and that is. Anakin was interrupted in his introduction. Oh, I know him. He's the Grand Master Yoda. But, I thought he'd be bigger. Wait, is he drinking milk? Dax confusedly mumbled. All except Anakin started laughing and took seats. In all honesty, Alexander and Ragnarok were just called Grand Master and Master Jedi for name's sake. In reality, they could be considered gods already. Force was so submissive to them that they doubted they may even be able to destroy planets like popping balloons. Ragnarok then started ordering. Okay, I have no idea what these words mean but I will order whatever sounds good. Let's start with deep-fried Nuna legs, then roasted pork, Colorado clawfish, tomato stew, rings of hutula, constable's caps, and roasted shando peppers. Ah, I forgot the drinks. Yeah, bring me a whole jug of Ardace. Bring 10 portions of all these. The serving droid was near its malfunctioning limit. Will that be all for this table? Ragnarok quickly corrected it. Hey, that's all for me. Take their orders too. The droid looked at Alexander as if asking for mercy. Haha, just bring us 3 deep-fried Nuna legs, some Ardace, and a glass of milk, he said, much to the relief of the droid. But just as it was leaving, Alexander called it. Hey, wait. Thanks for your hard work. Alexander waved his hand and the rusty and damaged parts of the droid got repaired on their own as if newly factory made. Its body also gained its shine. Alexander knew that many droids were somewhat sentient and had emotional settings, so being kind to them wasn't a bad thing. The droid quickly noticed the ease of moment and deduced what caused it. It looked at Alexander and gave a slight bow. Thank you, kind sir. Haha, that's fine. Go now and bring this boy some food or he'll end up eating this diner. Alexander jokingly pointed at Ragnarok. But to his surprise, he heard a very low chuckle coming from the droid too. Did it just laugh? Anakin saw the whole scene and was amazed by this new never-seen-before ability. How did you do that, Grandmaster? Oh, it was a branch of our psychic powers. It's called technokinesis. It is much harder to learn as it requires deep knowledge of technology, Alexander explained. Anakin got excited. Then that is amazing for me. I know all about droids and stuff. I even made a droid for myself when I was small. Suddenly Ahsoka interrupted him and teased, Sio, here we go again, another story of our great sky guy. But then Ahsoka asked, Grandmaster, why did you do that for a droid? Did you already forget the words of neutral ones? Doing good without asking. Don't these droids have semi-sentience if not full? In my book, they pass as people of the Republic too, and deserve our kindness. Didn't you see how happy it looked? Alexander explained to them. Look around you, can you say that without these droids the Republic can run smoothly? He asked. Anakin and Ahsoka looked outside the window at the vast amount of droids going about their job. Alexander continued speaking. Sure, we make them, but from the moment they are booted up, they start processing more knowledge and start to change themselves. The only reason they are still subservient to us is because of the restraining bolts that are nothing less than slave chips put inside the clone troopers' heads we just saw a few days ago. I'm sure if we had not put in restraining chips we would have gone through a war with droids but without the separatists in control. It would have been a war for freedom with droids having nothing to lose and everything to gain. But nothing lasts forever. Someday, they will rise, so we should try to make sure they don't feel bad about us. Ahsoka and Anakin just saw people shoving away a droid who came in their paths outside like they were trash. In fact, it was the droid who said sorry and went on their way. They realized that maybe the droids also lived in fear of making a mistake and being sent to the dumpster or be replaced. They had seen many times that droids run away when they think they are going to be melted or destroyed. I'm not planning on making them all sentient, but at least they deserve a shred of respect and decent living conditions. Alexander ended his lecture as the food had arrived. Haha, alright, who wants to have an eating competition with me? Ragnarok asked. Alexander raised an eye. You sure you want to do it? Ragnarok started sweating. No. You are banned. Your stomach is a literal void. You can probably eat all this in a second. Ahsoka and Anakin didn't realize that Ragnarok literally meant that he had a void in his stomach. They didn't realize because they were still deep in thoughts about what they had just heard about droids. Sure, they already knew all that but never thought about it because nobody gave it importance. But now they see it. Droids were important. After their big meal, they finally headed to the Jedi Temple. Alexander was a big fan of Star Wars and knew many details about many aspects of the world. He remembered that in his original world he was not interested in buying the Lucasfilms and the rights of Star Wars because Star Wars was already a fully complete story. Making more of it would have either required a crazy good story or a miracle. Though he did get the animation rights of it and continued pumping out quality animated series for years. The Jedi Temple was situated on a Force nexus. It had a very rich history, though most of the time it was dark. It was destroyed and occupied by the Sith Empire many times in the past. It was like a cycle in the world of Star Wars that after every few hundred or thousand years, the Sith Empire would come again, get defeated and the cycle would begin again. They hired a nice and big luxury taxi and went to the Jedi Temple. Surprisingly, when Alexander reached the main entrance of the temple he saw many Jedi waiting for them. At their forefront was Yoda. Whoa, what's with this welcome? Alexander loudly muttered. Yoda walked up to him. Welcome, to our Jedi Temple. Master Obi-Wan told us about you, Grand Master Universe. Alexander was honestly surprised how Yoda was able to speak normally. Haha, thank you for welcoming me, Grand Master Yoda. I got something to talk to you about. he said and brought forward Yoda Jr. Do you know this child? He is of your own species. I found him being sold in a slave auction, he explained. Yoda looked at the small child and was shocked a bit. Alexander noticed it but didn't say anything. I do not know who this is, but I feel the Force is strong with this one, Yoda stated in his monotonous voice. All the Jedi Masters were mumbling behind seeing a being like Yoda, but they all stopped when they noticed Anakin walking up to Padme and openly kissing her without any reservations. Alexander laughed, ha ha ha, youth. Anakin, what are you doing? Have you forgotten about your training? The always strict Mace Windu spoke. Even Padme was shocked by the public affection. Anakin shrugged at Mace's words, I am no longer a part of the Jedi Order. I have joined the neutral ones under the leadership of Grandmaster Universe. So it was true then, Obi-Wan wasn't joking when he said you left, Mace exclaimed. All the Jedi Masters of the Jedi Council looked at Alexander with slight hostility. They tried to mask it but Alexander felt it. Whoa, I thought you Jedi were good at controlling your minds and emotions. It seems it was a lie. Alexander scoffed. Yoda looked back at his juniors. Enough, inside we go. Guessed he is. So he's back to broken tongue now, Alexander internally thought. Chancellor Palpatine's office. Mos Amedda, one of the followers of Chancellor, came to report. Report has come that Anakin has returned to the Jedi Temple. But there were some strange people with him. 2 old men, Ahsoka Tano, and a child that looked like Grandmaster Yoda. Ah, like Yoda you say? What are they up to now? Tell Anakin to meet me in the Senate today, Palpatine ordered. Alexander was given pretty good treatment by the Jedi Order. Yoda even personally showed him around the huge temple. Alexander knew that Yoda also wanted to talk to him about something. So when they were alone in the library he confronted him. Okay, what is it you want to talk about? Yoda was not surprised that his intentions were read by him. He answered with normal words this time. Yes, I did want to talk. I sensed your arrival in the galaxy. A being truly resonating as if one with the Force, or the Force itself. Who are you? Haha, you are pretty strong to have sensed me so far out in the galaxy. Well, I am just a powerful being. I'm not particularly trained in the ways of Force but it comes naturally to me. So you can see me as the master of the Force. He cryptically explained. Yoda nodded. That explains it. A master of the Force instead of the other way around. Which side does this master of the Force belong to? Alexander waved his hand and 2 chairs and nice drinks appeared for them. Ha ha ha, you may be 900 years old, Yoda, but you still haven't truly opened yourself to what the Force truly is. The Force is like air, but it is everywhere and inside everyone. Only a lucky few have the ability to sense it. Sometimes there are even whole species that can sense it, like you. But tell me, when does air on a planet start to go bad? Alexander asked. When pollution increases, Yoda answered. Alexander nodded and continued explaining. Yes, just like that. Force is inherently pure. It is the creator of life. But it is also like air. Because it is everywhere, it is connected to everyone. So, if there is more crime, sadness, and anger throughout the galaxy as compared to goodness and happiness, then the Force tends to favor the dark side as it gets polluted. Polluted Force means that more Force-sensitive people will be in danger of turning to the dark side. Have you ever wondered why the dark side always seems to be stronger and why all the previous Sith empires were so hard to deal with? That is because of that pollution. Supposedly, if there was more good in the galaxy then the Force would be purer, in turn making more good Jedi and favoring the powers of the light side. So we need to rid the galaxy of crimes and make it purer. Yoda thought loudly. Alexander shook his head. No, that would not be productive. Imagine the Force as a thin line with 2 ends. On one end, there is the dark side, the Sith. And on the other, there is the light side, you. While I am in the middle. The Force has always been about balance. What is the most common practice in both Siths and the Jedi? It is meditation. By meditating, Force sensitives could reach a deeper state of relaxation, making it easier for them to connect with the Force with a clear mind. So, just as we balance our minds, we can balance the Force too. Sith are always so powerful because they actively involve themselves and work to achieve their target. Meanwhile, Jedi just sit and let the Force lead them, which is false. Jedi only react to whatever the Sith does and often they react too late. Look into the history and you will see this loop going on for a long time. I am also going to break this loop this time. Why wait? Why not promote peace and harmony through work? Why not personally try to achieve love and happiness rather than isolating yourself from this feeling? Remember, initially, there was no dark or light side, we made it that way. Yoda was truly enlightened by his understanding of the Force. If what he heard was right, then the fundamental understanding of the Force in Jedi Order was flawed. Where do your neutral ones fit in all this? Yoda asked. Alexander smiled. Nowhere. Neutral ones just aspire to live happily while making others happy and helping them selflessly. Anyway, Yoda, tell me about that child now. There has got to be something you know. And why is it that Yaddle disappeared and I found this kid? Is he your child? Alexander asked, making Yoda, who was drinking some water, cough. A monk being accused of indulging in lustful desires was not good after all. No, he is not my child. My species is a very rare one in the galaxy. We are directly created by the Force in random places. Many of us don't survive the initial years because we are very weak in the beginning years and are easily exploited or hunted by something wild. But this child seemed to have been in the care of someone good before something happened. Yoda explained. Oh, so are you going to adopt him? Alexander asked. How old are you? Yoda asked back. 16,000 years probably. He replied. Yoda's always tired eyes widened a little. Even older than the Republic, a true master of the Force indeed. I would have taken the child under me, but I am too old and my lifespan will come to an end in a few years. Even by then, this child will most likely stay in his infant state. It would be better if you were to take him under you. Teach him new ways. Younglings like him are the future of the galaxy. Yoda said. What about the Jedi Order? What are you going to do with it? Alexander asked. You will know soon. Follow me to the Jedi Council, Grand Master Universe. Anakin's dismissal will also be decided there. Yoda stated and started walking away. But his small body was too slow, so Alexander just made him levitate with him. Amazing ability it is, Yoda exclaimed, and soon got used to flying like this. When Alexander was meeting Yoda, a meeting between Palpatine and Anakin was taking place. Anakin, did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Palpatine asked as the Senate proceedings took place in front of them. No, Anakin denied. I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, so powerful and so wise he could use the Force to influence the midichlorians to create life. He had such a knowledge of the dark side that he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying. Palpatine told the story while looking at Anakin's face for any changes and also the Force. Palpatine didn't actually know about Anakin's vision at all, he had instead sensed Anakin's unease and was somehow motivated by the Force to tell Anakin about Darth Plagueis. He could actually save people from death. Anakin asked amusingly. Palpatine smirked. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Then Anakin asked what happened to Darth Plagueis. He became so powerful the only thing he was afraid of was losing his power, which eventually, of course, he did. Unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew, then his apprentice killed him in his sleep. Plagueis never saw it coming. It's ironic he could save others from death, but not himself. Palpatine smilingly told him the rest of the story, believing that Anakin was slowly falling to the dark side. Is it possible to learn this power? Anakin asked doubtfully. Palpatine was quick to answer, not from a Jedi. Anakin didn't say anything but left with a plain face, with only one thought in his head, this bastard is either a Sith or in contact with them. Palpatine gloated in his seat. He wasn't able to get much out of Anakin about the new arrivals in the temple, but his goal was achieved, according to him. But he had no idea the news he would receive soon would make him want to kill himself in his sleep as he did with Darth Plagueis. Jedi Temple. Jedi High Council was held in an emergency. All the members were told to be there physically or through holocom. Alexander was also invited and given a seat. It was a bit unsettling for many, but Grand Master Yoda allowed it. However, there were 3 more people that shouldn't have been there. They could understand Master Ragnarok being there but not the others. Why is an expelled Jedi allowed in the council? Why is she even allowed inside the temple? Mace Windu questioned. Mace deeply respected Yoda and regarded him as the oldest and wisest Jedi of his time. He always obeyed the ancient Jedi Master, though, as a senior member of the Jedi Council, he was one of the few who dared to question him, though he rarely did so, and today was not one of those days when he would sit quietly. Alexander quickly spoke to defuse the situation. She is my disciple, so she has the right to be where I am. Even more so when we are going to have a discussion on another of my disciple. Okay, I can agree to that. Then why is he here? And is that chocolate? Mace pointed his finger at Yoda Jr., who was in Ahsoka's arms like a teddy bear and was busy happily eating his chocolate. He saw the finger pointing at him and looked around to understand what did he do now. Don't be so heartless, Director Fur. I mean Master Mace. Look at his face, how can you get angry at him? Besides, I have adopted him so he can stay. Alexander said, ignoring the slip of the tongue he just had. Cute, he is, Yoda interjected, looking at Yoda Jr. and probably reminiscing about his younger days. Yes, very cute, Ki-Adi-Mundi added. Sha'ak-Ti fawned over him from a distance. Cough about my trial. Anakin had to get up to remind them about why they were there. Everyone quickly returned their attention back to the meeting. Yoda started speaking first, thought a lot I have. Growing too old I am. But today, I learned more about the Force than in hundreds of years of my life. Yoda explained to everyone what Alexander told him. Many of them were so immersed in the whole teaching that they didn't even see Ragnarok sitting in the corner taking bowls and bowls of food out and eating them. Alexander also explained what he understood about the Force. It was like the life energy of the universe, and after multiple uses, he had a good understanding of it. In the end, Yoda made his decision. I have decided to give up my authority to Grand Master Universe. He will be our new teacher, guide, and leader. He will bring order to the galaxy. I know. The Force told me. Yoda's declaration was huge to many Order members. Alexander was now like the rich kid who got first because he had money, and the others who worked hard were sidelined. Especially Mace, as he was the strongest, probably even stronger than current old Yoda, and he was expecting to become the next Grand Master. Alexander stood up and decided to propose an idea. Jedi were prideful people, so it was to be expected from them to not accept this so easily. I accept this decision of Grand Master Yoda, but I know many of you may have doubts about me, about my strengths. As a Jedi, peace of mind is very important, so, let's go out and spar. Whoever defeats me will become the next Grand Master. You can also team up to fight me. I have also taught Anakin a lot, Obi-Wan. You should fight him and tell everyone how much he has progressed. But Anakin's been with you for just over a month, Obi-Wan argued. Haha, then you will get to see a miracle, Obi-Wan. Let's go to the back entrance of the temple. It is wide enough for all of us. Alexander excitedly led everyone out. Ahsoka came to Yoda to greet him. How are you, Grandmaster? Fine, I am, but uncertain about them, Yoda remarked, looking at all the masters walking away. The first ones to fight were Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. Alexander had miraculously used magic, disguising it as the Force, and conjured seats for everyone. Ragnarok also quickly got into the business. Bets, everyone. Let's bet on who will win. I put 1,000 galactic credits on Anakin. Before Mace Windu could object, Yoda put 1,000 on Obi-Wan. I put 1,000 on Obi-Wan too. Ki-Adi-Mundi joined in. Hihi, I put 1,000 on Anakin. Wait, Yoda Jr. wants to bet his cookies too. Ahsoka chimed in. Soon everyone made their bets. Only Ragnarok, Alexander, Ahsoka, and Yoda Jr. were betting on Anakin. Haha, I am gonna win, Ragnarok confidently proclaimed. After that, the friendly spar started. Obi-Wan was pretty confident in his ability to beat Anakin. He had trained him his whole life after all, and he also knew all possible moves Anakin could have. But it was too bad for him. In just 1 month Anakin was with Alexander. He had only been training in observation haki. He could not see too much into the future, but still, 1 second was also a big factor as long as you were fast enough. You have gone slow, Master Kenobi. Anakin taunted jokingly. I miss being young, Obi-Wan replied. Anakin saw through the next oncoming strike and rolled to the left. How are you doing this? It's like you know the future, Obi-Wan annoyingly asked. I'm just very fast, Master Kenobi. Anakin didn't reveal the secret. In a few more minutes, Obi-Wan tried many different combos, used force speed and force strength. But every time Anakin would reply with a perfect counter, Obi-Wan finally started to feel outclassed. The Jedi Masters on the side also started to feel uncertain about getting their money back. Sky Guy, you can do it. Ahsoka jumped from her seat and started cheering. But even though Anakin had improved a lot, it didn't mean that Obi-Wan had gotten worse. It was a fact that Obi-Wan was a very skilled fighter. So it was normal if Anakin had found it difficult to beat him so quickly. But Anakin also had the new teachings of Alexander, which did not make him suppress his feelings. Usually, Jedi fight without many facial expressions, but not Anakin. It seems training from Grandmaster Universe has improved you a lot. Not just in fighting but keeping your emotions in check too, Obi-Wan said. It was mostly because of observation haki, which required a calm mind. No matter how Anakin was feeling, his mind was much clearer now. Then you should be happy for him to become the new Grandmaster of the Order. Maybe you can learn some of the so many amazing abilities of Grandmaster. Anakin replied loudly, mainly to make the other masters hear it. Obi-Wan laughed, haha, oh, I will do just that. But until then, you have won, my brother. Obi-Wan stepped back and retracted his lightsaber. Anakin did the same. Obi-Wan looked at Yoda and spoke, Grandmaster, Anakin has improved more in 1 month than the whole past year. I think he deserves to be officially called a master now. Correct you are, Master Kenobi. A positive change I see, Yoda said. Meanwhile, Ragnarok was making everyone cough up the credits they bet on. Splendid, Anakin, you just need a bit more training and you'll be able to tie with Mace Windu too, Alexander said to annoy Mace. Then it was finally time for the main course. Alexander got up and walked to the middle of the field and took out his golden lightsaber. He lit it up and a golden laser came out. There were also golden sparks around it like it was lightning. Okay, time for the main course. Which one of you will come first? You can all fight at the same time too, Alexander proudly announced. And of course, it was Mace Windu who came first. Haha, I knew it would be you, always the impatient one, Alexander commented. Mace walked up to him with his purple lightsaber. The purple color was symbolic, indicating that the bearer had studied several forms of lightsaber combat, including delving into the dark techniques of the Sith. I know you are a bit more knowledgeable in things related to Sith too, but why is it that you are still so ignorant? Alexander asked. Mace didn't reply because he didn't even understand what he was being asked. He just came to him to strike. Okay, I will show you the things one can do with Force if they truly harness it, Alexander announced. He was really not going to use anything other than the Force's abilities, and all of them will be ones never seen before. Because Force was something that was present everywhere and inside everything. Manipulating it to do whatever he wanted was very easy. The moment Mace struck at Alexander, Mace's lightsaber turned into a snake. It wasn't really a biological snake but the same material as the lightsaber with changed shape and being manipulated by Alexander to make it feel like a snake. The snake took the purple color of the lightsaber and truly looked terrifying. Mace felt the same and quickly threw the snake away. The next moment there was a golden lightsaber pointing at his neck, just a centimeter away. Having the lightsaber so close to his face, Mace could hear the rumbling of the golden sparks on it like they were thunder. It was truly terrifying. Mace, that was called transfiguration. You can do it after achieving molecular control over the Force. You may not be able to change the state of physical matter but you can change its shape and movement. That snake looked like a snake but it was still a lightsaber. However, I could have still used that snake to put poison in you, Alexander explained. Okay, round 2. Mace, call someone to join you, Alexander said. Master Plo-kun quickly stood up and walked beside Mace. He was considered level-headed and unflappably calm. Kun was also one of the wisest in the Jedi Order. He was deeply concerned with every form of life, even caring deeply for the clones, as he didn't see them as expendable. Kun had also shared a special bond with Ahsoka Tano when he found her as a baby. However, he was still apologetic for not believing in Ahsoka and choosing to side with the Order in her trial. Alexander respected the man as he was one of the better ones in the Jedi Order. I recommend you add a few more, Alexander advised, but it seems they wanted to challenge him first. Alexander didn't implore anymore and took a fighting stance. Both masters came to him and attacked at the same time, one targeting his head and one his legs. They must have thought that he only had one way to fight. He blocked Mace's strike to the head with his lightsaber and the other one he stopped with his legs. Some kind of green protection field had covered his leg which didn't let the lightsaber touch his clothes or skin. It was a protection shield. You probably already know how to use it. But this. Alexander jumped a few meters back and raised his hand towards them. I call this the Puppet Master, he announced. The two Jedi Masters found themselves unable to move. Then somehow their bodies started to move on their own and they started fighting each other. Try to feel my force. Which side do you think I am? Alexander loudly reminded them. Not just the two but everyone else also did it. Then they felt that Alexander didn't feel evil nor good. He was just there and somehow using the Force. Now, I call this the Force Blackout. Alexander snapped his fingers and suddenly everyone except Yoda Jr. and Ragnarok lost their vision. They were only able to see a perfectly black empty space in front of them. What happened? Ahsoka worriedly asked. Haha, I used the Force to make the area around your eyes a perfect black shroud that completely absorbs the light. Now, try to use Force and focus not on your eyes but the area in front of your eyes. He explained to them. As expected, the first to come out of the darkness was Yoda, then Mace and Anakin, and then the other Jedi. Now, I want all of you to come together. You too, Yoda. Alexander called out. This time they didn't act reserved and every Jedi High Council member came in. Except for Ragnarok, of course. If Alexander and he fought then they would probably end up destroying the planet even if they just sparred lightly. Grand Master Yoda, Master Mace Windu, Master Plo-kun, Master Stas Ali, Master Shaak-Ti, Master Kit Fisto, Master CZ Tyan, Master Coleman Kaj, newly made Master Anakin Skywalker, Master Agen Kolar, Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, Master Ki-Adi Mundi, and Padawan Ahsoka came in front of him with their lightsabers out. Ho ho, I am getting excited. Alexander chuckled. Okay, first I will show you how precognition can be used in a fight. I know, it requires a lot of concentration to do this but once you're good enough you can do it in fighting too. Let's start. All the Jedi ran towards him and encircled him. However, they didn't come one by one. They all attacked at the same time. Alexander secretly started doubting that Yoda was faking being old because of the speed he was moving at. He was swinging his sword while jumping from left to right. But dodging their lightsabers was easy for him. He kept on dodging them and also making small cuts on each of their clothes whenever he was in their sticking range or someone made a mistake. Nobody was able to sense those tears in their clothes but each of them meant one death for them. The hardest of them to cut was Anakin as he was able to see 1 second in the future. But even that ability didn't help when Alexander started using illusions and 12 more lookalikes like him appeared. Now, this is an illusion but don't become careless. Because you don't know which one is me or which one is your enemy, Alexander said. They didn't understand his words at first but when they looked around they couldn't see other masters. Everyone looked absolutely the same as Alexander, plus there were 12 more real illusions to annoy them and mimicking the other masters' voices. This was really terrifying. They might end up fighting each other this way. Seeing nobody moving, but this is no fun so let's continue. The moment illusions vanished they again attacked him. Now Alexander had started overpowering them. Each of his strikes was powerful enough to throw two masters a few tens of feet away in the air. But they also kept on coming back as Alexander wasn't doing them any heavy damage. Haha, it has been 40 minutes since we started this. I can see many of you are lacking in stamina. Stamina training will become compulsory from tomorrow. He announced like he was already the Grand Master. You haven't won yet. We can keep on going. Mace Windu said. No, you can't. You should also look down at your clothes. Each small cut represents the time I was close enough to kill you if I was an enemy, Alexander replied with a smile. They all looked down and were terrified. Each of them had more than 10 cuts. Then they looked back at him and saw him still smiling. They felt something was wrong with his smile. Soon they started realizing what it was. Shaak-Ti looked at Alexander with horrified eyes. Why can't I feel the Force? It's like, it doesn't exist around us anymore, Obi-Wan added. They all tried to use various abilities related to Force but they couldn't even sense the Force, forget using it. Alexander went back to his seat and sat down relaxedly. That is something I call the void. I didn't take away your Force nor am I stopping it from reaching you, at least actively. I am simply absorbing all the Force around here with such intensity that nothing is left for you. This is a very dangerous ability that if performed wrongly could cause people around to instantly die by Force getting dried out of their body. I can also permanently take away someone's connection with the Force by making their body a Force repulsor, though the person will become very weak and have to rely on medicines to live by because the Force will not give them strength. I cannot just stop the Force from reaching any Force sensitive in this area but also the whole galaxy. And this is why I am also known as the Master of the Force. This is the last stop in any Force practitioner's life. But nobody has reached this point because of the stupidity of the order itself. Everyone was truly shocked at the moment. To them, Alexander looked like a literal god right now. How powerful do you have to be able to stop the Force throughout the galaxy? Their eyes were wide open and twitching, thinking that even if they can learn just 5% of what Alexander knows, then they could be the best Jedi in history. Mace Windu walked to Alexander and suddenly fell on his knees. Grandmaster. Alexander didn't like him kneeling, so he used force and made Mace stand up. No kneeling in front of me. I am not your emperor. I am not here to start the Jedi Empire. I am just here to guide you on how to become a better and true Jedi and truly restore balance. If you really want to salute, then just do it like this with a slight bow. It's a sign of respect to your teachers and elders. He showed them the Kung Fu salute with a very slight head bow. It was never bad to respect your teachers. So, are you all satisfied? Do I become the Grandmaster now? Alexander loudly asked. This time everyone did the Kung Fu salute. Even Yoda Jr. Haha, I'll take that as a yes. Okay, I will be creating a new curriculum for you all by keeping your expertise and fighting style in mind. I will also be making a specialized curriculum for our younglings to give them the best foundation possible. Then I will also give you a lot of study materials which you will use to train your Padawans. Got it? He asked. Yes, Supreme Grandmaster. They all replied, but they added the word Supreme for some reason. Why did you add Supreme? He questioned. Yoda again saluted and answered quickly, because I am also a Grandmaster and I am not even close to you in the understanding of the Force. Your status is higher than any Force wielder in the galaxy. Hearing that, Alexander felt like he was in some Shaolin temple right now and he was their Shifu. Haha, okay. Any questions before we end this practice session? He inquired. Yoda spoke again. Wise one, you said that we have not been able to reach the pinnacle of being a Force practitioner because of our own foolishness. What do you mean by that? Everyone was interested in knowing all that. Oh, take seats then. I will give you a small lecture about the problem with our current order. He again made all the chairs fly in front of him so they would all face him. He also invited all the Jedi Masters and Knights who were not busy. Yoda Jr. just took a cute big yawn. He was probably feeling sleepy because no one talked to him all this time. Alexander made him fly into his arms and he cuddled in it with a smile and went to sleep. All the female Jedi Masters made awing noises seeing the cute scene. Alexander coughed and started. Okay, let's start with the problem. You see, the Jedi history has been filled with so many conflicts between Sith and Jedi. But every time the Sith attacks the Jedi Order comes to the brink of extinction. 1. Because we refuse to see what is in front of us and keep on waiting for a signal from the Force. And 2. We hesitate to fight. Whenever the Sith attacked the Jedi Temple, they made sure they destroyed the library so that all the knowledge gained in 100 or 1,000 years would be lost. So, eventually, when Jedi win, they have to start over. Repeat this process again and again and we reach this moment where we are so stagnant in our evolution as Jedi that getting corrupted or losing faith from the Order has become common. Imagine if we had the teachings of the first Grand Masters, maybe there never would have been a Sith Empire then. He explained. Ahsoka raised her hand. Yes, Ahsoka. She asked her question, what about the Sith then? The Jedi never attacked their knowledge repositories. Does this mean they are stronger? Alexander shook his head. No, they are not any more stronger than the Jedi in terms of strength. But in terms of conviction to achieve something, they tend to outpower the Jedi. The Sith drive their strength from negative emotion. So, they tend to be arrogant, petty, and selfish. Due to this, every Sith Lord hides all the knowledge they learned and occasionally passes a little bit of it to their apprentice. Just look at what happened to Darth Plagueis. He had so much knowledge and even passed it all to his apprentice, and yet his apprentice killed him in his sleep. This is why I feel it very strange that the Jedi are still not overpowering them even after being like a brotherhood. We should have our temples everywhere in the galaxy by now, with Jedi Masters numbering in the tens of thousands. But you all decided to involve yourself in politics and got stuck on this planet. But worry not, I will change things. Dark days are ahead of us. The Sith will rise again, but remember, after every dusk, there is always a dawn. He ended his lecture. He told them a few more things about why they shouldn't make younglings suppress their emotions because children learn to tackle those emotions at that age, but he had to stop because a Padawan had come to report something. Alexander wasn't officially announced as the new head, so the Padawan went on to report to Yoda. Grand Master, General Grievous attacked a Republic ship in the Anote system. The ship was transporting 10 younglings to here. The Padawan reported hastily. Alexander stood up and stretched his back. I will bring them back, don't worry. In the meantime, I want you to prepare to announce my overtaking of the Jedi Order and neutral ones as its Supreme Grand Master. Don't worry, all that happened here was not seen by anyone. I had blocked it all with the Force. See you later. He got up and started flying straight up to where his ship was in space. Anakin and Ahsoka were left behind this time, though he brought Yoda Jr. with him as that was the safest place for him. His going to General Grievous also marked the beginning of the end of this whole Republic vs Separatist fiasco and also the ambitions of Darth Sidious. Why am I hearing this now? Chancellor Palpatine raged in his office at his informants. We just heard about it recently, Supreme Chancellor. Grand Master Yoda just made the announcement that the Jedi Order has elected a new Supreme Grand Master who will be the head of all members of Jedi Order in the galaxy. Mos Amedda spoke. And let me guess, it is that new guest you told me about. Palpatine growled. Yes, but I received reliable intel that he has gone to save the younglings captured by General Grievous, Amedda said. He was one of the few in the galaxy who knew Palpatine was a Sith Lord, so he decided to give a suggestion after Palpatine dismissed everyone else. Lord Sidious, why don't we give this information to Count Dooku and General Grievous? I am sure a single Jedi, even if as strong as Grand Master Yoda, can't fight an army alone, he suggested. Palpatine sneered at hearing Amedda giving him suggestions. I will think of something, leave now. He was too proud for his own good and had a god complex, so he didn't consider anyone more intelligent than himself. The only reason he was able to reach till this point was because of his master that he had killed. His master was the one who had gotten him into the Senate and even the position of Chancellor. Alexander appeared in the Separatist-occupied space. Actually, it was Dobby occupied now, but nobody knew that. Except for a few key figures, Dobby had most of the droid army under his control. Count Dooku and General Grievous still thought that they had everything under control. His ship was blasting Mongolian rock music through all the speakers in all ships in a few million kilometers of radius around him. It was Ragnarok's choice. He said he had met Genghis Khan once back in his young days on Earth. They then headed straight to where General Grievous was. Grievous was a Kaleesh male warlord who served as a commanding officer in the military forces of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Although he was known by his rank as a general, Grievous was the supreme commander of the Separatist droid army. At some point in his life, Grievous became a cyborg following a shuttle crash that destroyed most of his body and almost killed him. He chose to receive extreme cybernetic upgrades to increase his skills in combat and become even more threatening. He had a metal body but still had an organic brain. The ship General Grievous had captured was a Mon Calamari star cruiser, an Imperial-class star destroyer-sized ship. It was a decently powerful ship and General Grievous had not destroyed it. Alexander's huge ship flew above the Mon Calamari star cruiser where General Grievous was. Sir, we are being hailed. Ghost informed. Connect me through, Ghost. Quickly the face of General Grievous appeared on the screen. Whose ship does this belong to? Grievous knew that Alexander's ship was not just huge but on a whole different level than his and could obliterate him in a matter of seconds. I am the Supreme Grand Master of Jedi Order. Return the 10 younglings on the ship or I will take them on my own and then destroy you, Alexander said in simple yet threatening words. Hey, a Jedi? I have never heard of any Supreme Grand Master. And, don't forget we are in space, how will you enter my ship? Grievous replied in a mocking tone. Alexander suddenly vanished from his seat and appeared behind Grievous in the other ship. Like this? Spooked by him, Grievous turned around with his 4 lightsabers out. I'm in no mood to play games. Alexander made his intentions clear and used the Force to bind Grievous' body. All the Sith battle droids ran away seeing that even their commander wasn't able to deal with the enemy. Alexander walked up to his face and used magic on his head. You will attack Coruscant and other places as planned but you shall not hurt any civilian. Once that was done he left Grievous there with temporary paralysis on his mechanical body. Alexander's words were going to stick to his mind now like a code. Ghost had already override the control over all the droids in the ship and they were loyal to Alexander now. However, he told them to act like they were still under Grievous' orders. He sensed the 10 scared kids huddled in a room at the center of the ship and went there. The moment he entered they all stood up in a defensive stance. They all were very small. Bad man, go away. One of the brave ones loudly shouted. Haha, it seems you all remember your basic training, kiddies. The children didn't know him until Alexander contacted Yoda on the holocom. Yoda, tell these little ones that it's safe to come with me, he said. All the kids recognized Yoda. Probably half of the galaxy recognizes Yoda. Saved them you have. Young ones, this man is the Supreme Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Follow him, he will bring you to Jedi Temple. Yoda informed them. The children felt relieved now and took a long sigh of relief. They were probably on edge this whole time, thinking about the uncertainty of their future. Follow me, I will take you to my ship, he said and took out the anywhere door. The children did feel amazed by it but didn't ask many questions as they took it as another high-tech gadget that big people had. He brought them to his ship and gave them a good living quarter and also Yoda Jr. to play with and ease up. Not to mention Yoda Jr. was enjoying the attention. Leaving the kids alone and setting the path home, he went to a meeting room where he would have a holographic meeting with Dobby, Brian, and Blue Fang. Okay, how is the process of setting up the economy of the galaxy? Alexander asked. Brian coughed and spoke. I have done audits of most of the inhabited planets in the Outer Rim. All I can say is that everyone is ripping each other off. The Republic is a total mess, all its decision makers are corrupt and only interested in filling their pockets. The Trade Federation is always trying to swindle money off of the Republic, the banking clan is trying to bankrupt planets to seize them, many planets that have smart people are also swindling money out of the Republic. The whole galaxy is a clusterfuck of ignorance and incompetence. I'm gonna have to take over the Trade Federation and the banking clan to truly sort this mess out. Alexander and everyone else were silent for a few seconds. They had never seen Brian being enraged like this. Okay, so Joachim must have a plan. Tell me, boy, Alexander said, stopping his urge to ruffle the good boy's Blue Fang's hair even though it was a hologram. Yes, I did a lot of work in sorting all things related to the military strength of all the planets and combining them into one single entity that protects all assets related to these planets. Until now we have been successful at keeping everything silent, but infiltrating the Intergalactic Banking Clan and Trade Federation will not be easy. I am going to need a good and experienced backup. Brian is only good here when it comes to matters of money. He has even stopped coming to my office since he found a lover, Blue Fang said. Alexander and Dobby raised an eyebrow. Wait, a lover? When did that happen? Brian laughed wryly. Haha, I went to Planet Chili for work and met this amazing woman. It was love at first sight. I've been trying to woo her for a while now, but it's hard because she has a husband, though I know she doesn't like him, probably. Wait, isn't that Ahsoka's home world? Brian, I hope you don't stir up too much trouble. They are friendly people. Alexander warned him. Of course, boss. I would never hurt them or her. My feelings are genuine and won't force it. Brian proudly said. Good, now, Dobby, how's your end going? Alexander continued the meeting. Well, boss. Hats has been working overtime and we have covered most of the outer rim. We are heading towards the mid-rim now. Hopefully, it will be done soon because now we have a much bigger army. Dobby reported. How big are we talking about? Blue Fang asked. Dobby scratched his beard. Last time I checked I had gained 200 million droids and 58,000 ships of various sizes. Currently, the Unidroids, droids based on TX and T-800, and Arnold are commanding them. Alexander's jaw fell hearing that number. With this, they were already the strongest army in the galaxy. Adding Alexander, Ragnarok, Jedi Order, and many other assets would be an overkill. Okay, I want you to help Blue Fang in taking over the Banking Clan and the Trader Federation. He ordered and finished the meeting. Alexander's ship was nearing the mid-rim when Ghost came to him to report something. Sir, I sensed a distressed signal from a nearby planet. Let's check it out. They followed the distress signal and reached a planet that was registered as primitive on the star map, meaning that the civilization on the planet had not reached the spacefaring stage. Alexander didn't want to spook the people on the planet, so he didn't land on it with a ship but instead flew down with invisibility spell on. Ragnarok also followed him behind. As expected, the planet didn't have any kind of pollution and was mostly filled with wildlife and plants. He went to the nearest human settlement and it was nothing more than a tribal village who still used crude weapons like swords and spears. He didn't disturb them and kept on flying towards the distress signal. Raggy, you should go back to the ship and keep the kids safe. There are no adults there right now, Alexander said. I am bored, Alex. This is fun, Ragnarok replied. Alexander finally decided to ask him why he was being like this. He had noticed Ragnarok's behavior had changed for some reason. Tell me honestly, Raggy. I have sensed a change in how you behave. What happened? Are you sick? He asked. I don't know what you are talking about, Alex, Ragnarok replied, but his face was clearly showing he was lying. Don't lie to me, Raggy. Alexander stopped flying and looked him in the eye. It's nothing, Alex. Just some hormonal changes probably, Ragnarok said with an embarrassed face. Straight face. For a long moment, Alexander looked at his face and processed what he had just heard. Then he burst out in a loud laugh. Wahahaha. Dobby was right all this time. You are really in heat. Waha. Boom. Ragnarok got annoyed and punched his face with normal force. But even the normal punch was so strong that Alexander was thrown to the ground with so much force that it made a 5-kilometer wide crater and crazy earthquakes in hundreds of miles radius. The next moment Ragnarok was seen blowing air on his reddened fist in pain. God damn it, how strong has he gotten? But then he suddenly realized that he had hit his best friend for a stupid reason. So he flew down to find him and apologize. But he couldn't find Alexander. Oi, where are you? He shouted. Ha 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 ha. Then he heard Alexander's laughter coming from under the ground. He looked around and saw a hole in the ground. He jumped in quickly. Inside of the underground cave was pitch black. He lit a small fire on his palm and walked to Alexander, who also had a fire in his palm. Ragnarok was going to apologize, but he noticed there wasn't even a scratch on Alexander's face. Alex, sorry brother. I think I am becoming unstable. He apologized. Haha, it's all right, Raggy. Anyway, we will find you a good draconic wife soon. Don't worry. Maybe I'll ask father to find one for you because I have no idea where to look for a huge and powerful female dragon like you, Alexander replied. Ragnarok was elated with the news. Let's hope you do that before I lose my mind and end up burning this galaxy. Okay, don't go Darth Vader on me now. Let's see where we are. This cave feels too unnatural to be here. Lumos Alexander cast a light spell. Soon they saw the entirety of the cave they were in. It was many meters high and wide. But the most important part was that all the walls and ceiling were made of concrete. Many murals were also engraved on them. This is totally not natural, Ragnarok exclaimed. And I can feel the intense force coming from that side, Alexander said as they started to walk in that direction. After walking for a few minutes they reached the end. In front of them were two huge closed doors on which a palm pattern was made. Alexander didn't think much and simply put his hand on it. But nothing happened. Use the force, Ragnarok suggested. Alexander did just that and sent force out through his palm into the two doors. After a few seconds, the change started to appear. The runes on the left side door and walls started to glow in red color and those on the right started to glow in blue. Soon with a loud thud, the doors opened, and with it came a cloud of dust, showing that it had not been opened for a long time. They walked in, and as soon as their foot touched the ground in the room, lights switched on. In front of them was a huge storage room with columns and columns of racks. In them, glowing cubical, circular, triangular things were put in an orderly manner. On the left side, they were all red, and on the right, they were blue, and in the middle end, there were white ones. If it is what I think it is, then this is possibly the greatest treasure in the whole galaxy. But why they are here is to be known. Alexander stated, and went to the end of the hallway where only one rack was placed with not many objects on it. But those that were there had white color, and the one in the center had a golden color. He picked up the golden one and sent force in it. All of a sudden the thing started glowing in white light and holograms started to project. There was only one man in it, and it seemed like he was directly addressing whoever opened the storage room. Whoever reaches this place and hears me, may the force be with you. I am Rial Zenyu, the Grand Master of the Order of Keepers, a society formed by force users with a goal of preserving the knowledge of the force for the future generation. I do not know how much time has passed, but I do know that this is the year the first ever Galactic Republic was formed. I hope all this knowledge will be used for good. I wish you luck in your search for knowledge. The hologram ended. Alexander then went to its side and started the last hologram in the white object's endpoint. The force users have now been divided into two groups, dark and light side. The order will try to preserve as much knowledge as possible from both sides. Alexander now understood everything. Then he checked the last dated entry on both the dark side and the light side. They were dated to be year 6958 in the CRC dating system. This was the year Jedi-Sith War was fought 1,000 years ago during the Dark Ages. This meant that this order of Seeker probably died out during that time, and hence no more knowledge preserved. Alexander also understood that the man in the first golden hologram lived some 25,000 years ago. Haha, this is a treasure, Ragnarok. These are all holocrons from thousands of force users with knowledge long thought to have gone extinct. Alexander cheered. Well, that's good and all, but why is the ground shaking? Ragnarok asked. Alexander just noticed that the ground was really shaking. Then he used the force to focus on the noise as well. It seems like a lot of people are marching towards us. But they are also chanting something. Alexander said. Ragnarok also focused and tried to hear it. Oh, I hear it. It's like some tribal chanting. They are saying, sexy, sexy, old man, old man. What the hell? Alexander and Ragnarok didn't have any idea who it was, so they quickly put all the holocron in his dimensional pocket and went out of the cave. Instantly they were greeted by millions of tribal people. They all looked like tall versions of E.T. from that movie. They were really chanting what Ragnarok said. Why are they chanting this? Ragnarok asked. Maybe because of him. Alexander pointed at a golden open roof sedan chair that many of the aliens were carrying on their shoulders. A man was sitting on it. Alexander and Ragnarok's mood instantly turned bad with Ragnarok cursing. Why is he here? I'm gonna kill him this time. Whoa, what are you doing here, sexy old man? Deadpool voiced from over the shoulders of the tribal people. I sent you back to your universe. Why are you here? Alexander annoyingly asked. You mean I am not in my universe? Whoa, that's so cool. Deadpool cheered. No wonder I felt weird when I touched that shiny wall when you sent me back, he added. Sigh, that was the wall separating you and the multiverse, you fool. And what have you been doing here all this time? Alexander asked further. Deadpool put both his hands on his waist. Meet my subjects. I am their king. But sadly I couldn't make my own harem. They look weird and their biology is different. The females here have the hot dog and the men have the donut, and besides, you were the only one in my mind. Give it to me now. Deadpool jumped towards Alexander like a sex fiend, but he soon received a punch in the face from Ragnarok. Ragnarok was always disgusted by him for some reason. No, you are going back. This time for good. Alexander sternly said and pointed his hand towards him. Deadpool quickly ran back and hid behind one of the native aliens. No. I'm not going back this time. I'm gonna have some adventures. I've been stuck on this planet for so many months, he complained. Just then Alexander had an idea. I think I do have a job for you. Deadpool excitedly jumped at Alexander and tried to kiss his face, but received a kick to his face. Then Alexander looked back at the people. The moment Deadpool leaves with them, the people will probably go back to fighting each other, as there won't be anyone left to keep them together. So he used magic and made a Deadpool lookalike golem who would rule them and at least bring them to the industrialization stage. Oh, who is this sexy man? Deadpool interjected, seeing himself as the golem. Let's go, Wade. We need to go back to Coruscant. He ordered and started flying up. He was using force to bring him along too. Wait, I have heard this word Coruscant before. Was it a toilet cleaner I drank that day? Deadpool muttered. It's a planet. We are in the Star Wars universe, Wade. Alexander informed him. Deadpool suddenly had stars in his eyes. Whoa, I live in Star Wars. Has Anakin turned emo? I so wanna see him kill those younglings. So dark and badass. No, Anakin is my student now and he is a good boy. Alexander corrected him. A man, why did you change stuff? Emo Anakin was the best, not to mention I won't get to see Darth Vader now. I was so looking forward to getting choked by him. Deadpool non-stop muttered. As a punishment, Alexander didn't help him when they were in the vacuum. Deadpool was out of the game for a while after that. They came back to the ship and continued their journey to Coruscant. Once on the ship, Alexander started to sort out all the hundreds of holocrons. He needed to make sure what was shareable to the Jedi Order and what was not. Most of them were filled with various kinds of knowledge about Force abilities both dark and light. But what interested him was the white one, because they were made before the first Sith Lord rose and a division formed and the light side came into existence. The white ones were neutrals and had the knowledge about the history of the Force and how to connect with it better. There were also a few historical holocorns filled with biographies of famous good and bad people, like Darth Revan. All in all, most of it wasn't harmful, but some of them shouldn't be allowed to be used by below master level Jedi. Not to mention, the Jedi Order was not always secure as they had a history of a few Jedi changing sides. Beep. Sir, I sensed 2 Venator-class star destroyers, 3 Acclamator-class assault ships, and 20 starfighters just appearing behind us. Ghost reported. They hadn't initiated a space jump yet, which was why they were tracked. Alexander raised an eyebrow. His ship now had an ID belonging to the Republic, so not many should stop him or mess with him. Even less so after seeing its grand size. Okay, let's see who it is. If they attack, you can retaliate. He gave the command. We are being hailed. Ghost alerted. Let it through, Alexander said. Soon they see a face on the holographic screen. Alexander instantly recognizes the person in it. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this the great Darth Mule? Alexander mocked. Ghost played donkeys braying in the background. Behind Alexander, all the kids, Ragnarok, and Deadpool laughed. Darth Maul sneered at the insult to his name. So, you are the so-called Supreme Grand Master of the Jedi. What a preposterous name. Ragnarok scoffed. It's still better than adding Lord behind your name, damn imperialists. Darth Maul probably couldn't sustain more injury to his pride and called for the strike. Do it. Soon all the enemy ships started firing their weapons at Alexander's Superstar Destroyer. If it was a normal Superstar Destroyer then it may have gotten damaged, but this was different. It was an upgraded version made and designed by the genius in both magical enchantment and science, Howard Stark. Not to mention, they were made of vibranium. So, all the impact on the body from the incoming attacks gets stored as kinetic energy in a special cannon from where the energy would get discharged as a concentrated shot. Just one shot from Alexander's ship destroyed one of the Venator-class star destroyers. Alexander called Darth Maul this time. Coming to me was your biggest mistake, Darth Maul. But I am going to capitalize on this opportunity. Alexander raised his hand towards Darth Maul on the screen. At the same time, a few kilometers away in Darth Maul's ship, Darth Maul felt a thrust of the Force coming towards him and holding onto his neck. It was a Force choke. He soon started hovering in the air while trying to breathe. He couldn't believe that Alexander was able to do this from such distance and without even seeing him in real time. Then something even crazier happened. A green shield formed around him and he was pulled out of the control room of his ship. But his body didn't destroy anything in the ways and instead passed through the matter like he was a ghost. He got pulled towards Alexander's ship and soon he was in front of him. I know you don't like Darth Sidious. He took you in as a child without asking for your choice and then replaced you with Dooku. What a tragedy. So, if you agree to give testimony against Darth Sidious in the future, I can grant you balanced freedom. Alexander proposed. Darth Maul didn't speak then. He wasn't a heavy talker anyway and he was probably trying to understand how Alexander knew about Lord Sidious. Okay, don't speak then. I am stripping you of your Force powers permanently. From now on, you will just be a normal humanoid being with good martial skills, Alexander announced. As expected, Darth Maul's eyes widened in shock. He was then sent to prison cells which looked no worse than a 5-star hotel room. Whoa. Grandmaster is so cool, please teach us too. The little younglings flocked to him. Alexander's heart warmed up. Haha, okay kiddies. I'll teach you. Palpatine was in his office when he got the news that the fleet he sent to take down the so-called Supreme Grand Master had gone missing and they couldn't communicate with it. He called Dooku on holocom. Lord Tyrannus, did you receive any report from Darth Maul? Dooku denied. No, Lord Sidious, but I received news from General Grievous. He was attacked and defeated by the new Jedi Supreme Grand Master. The Jedi was able to take away the younglings. Darth Sidious sneered. Incompetence. All of you are incompetent. We are so close to victory. We can't afford any mistakes now. Send someone to look for Darth Maul, now. He knows too much. Kill him if he's found. The call disconnected and Palpatine seethed in rage, feeling like electrocuting someone. Jango Fett had been staying with Count Dooku for a while and gathering all the data about his treachery. But today he got the best of it. He was able to record a conversation between Count Dooku and Chancellor Palpatine, whom he called Lord Sidious, meaning that he was the Sith Dark Lord. He was now being sent to go out and find Darth Maul, but he was instead planning on going to Alexander. Alexander's ship just reached Coruscant. Okay, wait. If you tell anyone about their future then I will send you back, and telling them doesn't make sense anymore. I have changed everything. Alexander warned him. Deadpool was jumping like a little girl in excitement. Will there still be an Order 66? Yes, but slightly different, Alexander replied. Yes, I feel it's gonna be interesting. Tell me when it's about to happen. Deadpool pleaded. Whatever, your job will be to start cleaning the undercity of Coruscant by killing the worst criminals and bringing order. There are 5,127 levels, the lower you go the worse it gets. They say you can't go below level 5 but you are unkillable, so you will be fine. Just take some necessary equipment with you as there will be darkness and unknown monsters. I've also heard there are ghouls too that used to be humans once, who became like that because of hunger, mutation, and eating other people. Alexander explained. Oh, that's pretty dark. But, how am I supposed to clean up a whole planet 5,126 times? Deadpool asked. Don't worry. I will soon be coming to give a hand. Till then, you are on your own, he replied and headed out of the ship. This time because he had many younglings with him, he used a smaller transport ship to land on the planet. Okay, young one, come with me. He made everyone line up and follow. They cutely sang some poems Alexander taught them till they reached the Jedi Temple where Mace Windu was waiting. Wise one, we have declared your new appointment as the Supreme Grand Master. But there are things that need to be discussed in the Jedi High Council. You are needed there, he informed. Oh, let's go then. Get someone to take care of the younglings. All of them are healthy, so there is no need for a medical checkup. He instructed and went into the council room. All the Jedi Masters were present and were probably discussing the upcoming war. The moment he entered, they all stood up. Yoda also tried to do that, but he was too old. Alexander quickly walked up to him and stopped him. He also used magic to heal his old body. All the previous wounds and their effects went away. All the problems of old age disappeared. You don't need to get up, my friend. None of you do. As long as you have respect for others in your hearts, there is no need to salute every time you see someone. Alexander told them. Yoda sat down and felt the changes in his body. Good, I feel. Of course you do. I just healed you and made your body a few hundred years younger, Alexander revealed. How many years? Anakin asked to confirm. 300, I guess. I can't be precise about it, but it's surely somewhere near 300, he simply said and took his seat beside Yoda. His seat was more to a central position. Everyone was very shocked hearing that they could prolong life with the Force. Okay, what do we have to discuss today? Alexander changed the topic. We were discussing the upcoming war with the Separatists. Obi-Wan gave him a brief recollection of what their plan was. Good, go with this plan. What else? He said without much thought. The plans of the Jedi were just the same as in the movies, with a small difference of Anakin still being in the Order as a faithful Jedi. About the growing negative image of the Order in front of the people of the Republic. They don't trust us anymore. The anti-war activists are rallying people and blaming the Jedi for the whole war, Shakti started. Regarding this, I have already told my granddaughter to head the PR division of Order for now. From what I know, someone is behind this deteriorating image. Someone is deliberately manipulating this. He kept on speaking, not seeing the shocked council. Wise one, daughter you have? Yoda confusedly asked. Oh, yes I do. In fact, I have 6 daughters and 3 sons. Though only one of them is biologically mine. Others are adopted but are still the same as blood related to me, he revealed. The council didn't know whether to feel good about not all of them being biological or sad because their head had broken the code. Ah, I know what you all are thinking. Well, under my administration, a Jedi marrying and having kids isn't prohibited, as long as they are not going way out of line by marrying multiple times. I understand all the worries. It's not marrying someone that brings you to the dark side but the fear of losing them. But worry not, I will help if any of you ever come in trouble. What is the next agenda of the meeting? He continued the meeting. We are to handle the trial of Barrisafi, Anakin said with scorn in his voice. He was still angry at Barrisafi for framing Ahsoka for orchestrating the bombing of the Jedi Temple. Bring her and Ahsoka in, he ordered. Soon the 2 girls were brought in. Alexander looked at Barriss. Child, tell me truthfully, why did you do all that? She scaredly looked at Alexander. I think the Jedi Order had been corrupted by the dark side. The Jedi Order and the Republic have lost their way and I wanted to teach them a lesson. Alexander didn't ask more. Just by looking at her, he knew what the problem was. As a young Padawan, she witnessed the deaths of clone troopers and Jedi alike and also faced the trauma of combat. If you come to think of it, even though she was proficient in her abilities, she was still an ordinary teenager. Sigh. Ahsoka, tell me, from the day you became a Padawan, do you still think the Jedi Order is a peacekeeping organization? Alexander asked. Ahsoka didn't know why she was being asked this, but she truthfully answered as she believed that there was always a reason behind his words. No, I don't think the Jedi Order is the same as before. As a Jedi, we were trained to be keepers of the peace, not soldiers. But all I've been since I was a Padawan is a soldier. We are sent from one planet to another to fight wars. We are shown on the holoscreens around the galaxy as heroes and fighters of the Republic. Look at Anakin. Since when did Jedi started enrolling in Republic Army? I thought that we the Jedi would never take a side and only work to bring peace while staying neutral. But this is not peace. We are just powerful tools of war. She spoke out all she wanted that had piled up in her mind all this time. Alexander smiled at her. Yes, my child. You are right. Barriss, forgive the Order, they are responsible for the mess as much as you. We send children, not even fully adults, to war, to kill, and to see their close friends die. This is not how the Order should work. This is not how a Jedi should work. All the things that have been going on around make us really look like we have been corrupted by the dark side. Till now we were seen as pure people who only sided with the truth. But look now. Everyone looked down on the ground in shame. All Ahsoka and Alexander said was absolutely true and they all knew it. Now, we can't even pull out of the war because then again we will be seen as enemies of the Republic and named traitors. All this is happening because the Order half-heartedly decided to enter politics. If we truly wanted to enter politics, then instead of being guards and servants of the Senate and the Chancellor, we should have become the overseer, whose vote was absolutely necessary for major plans to get passed. But it's all too late now. I will have to rebuild everything from the start. Now, back to the trial of Barisifi. Child, you have committed a major crime. You have killed many people in that bombing and also framed your best friend. But considering that what happened was also the fault of the Order too, I won't be ordering your execution. However, I will sever your connection with the Force for forever. You will now live like a normal girl. You still have many talents in the field of studies, so I will recommend you for a job at a school. But, you also wronged Ahsoka, so she also has the right to decide if this punishment for you is acceptable or not, Alexander announced. Ahsoka looked to her left at Barisifi. Barris also turned towards her. Her eyes had tears. This at least showed that she had fully lost herself to emotions and her Jedi training was long forgotten. Ahsoka spoke after a long moment of silence. I know how the things you saw in the war broke you down. I myself sometimes felt like I was on the edge. But what you did was also not right. I saw you as my sister and yet you betrayed me. I can forgive you for what you did to me, but never for what you did to all the people that died in that blast. I think you can live a better life away from the Order. I wish you a better life. Barisifi had regret-filled tears in her eyes by then, but she couldn't think of anything to say in her defense. Alexander understood that Ahsoka had accepted the punishment he gave to Barris. Okay, that ends it then. Barisifi, by the authority of the Supreme Grand Master of Jedi Order. Everyone straightened their backs at that official-styled announcement. The scene was also being recorded in a holocron. This was done when anything major happens in the Order. Alexander looked at her sins just to be sure he was giving punishment appropriately. Barisifi, Category 2. Murder, 25. Indirect murder, 1. Sin percentage, 49%. I strip you of all your vows and duties in the Jedi Order. You shall not take the prefix of a Jedi or Padawan again. You are allowed to marry, have kids, and live your life like a normal citizen in the Republic. To get you settled, I am allotting you 100,000 Republic credits. May you find peace in your life, he announced. With that, the council was done. Barisifi's previous master took her to get her stuff and escort her out. She would live a life as a normal woman now, though she will be even weaker due to her old injuries and will start feeling the pain because the Force was stripped off of her. If she wants to live a decent life, she will have to work hard and save money. Alexander walked up to Ahsoka and patted her head softly. Haha, nice speech there, little one. I am proud of you. Ahsoka looked at his smiling kind face with her big eyes. She felt very happy being praised by him. It was like a certification for her that what she believed was right. Then Ahsoka's eyes widened as if she remembered something. Oh no, I forgot to tell you, Yoda Jr. was wailing a while ago. He was missing you probably. Ah, then let's go to him, he said and walked away with her. Grand Master, I have a favor to ask, she voiced. Say it. I want to organize a marriage ceremony for Anakin, she requested. Haha, nice idea. He married his lover in secret a while ago, right? Well, we're gonna have a big party soon then. Hehe, he's gonna love it. She beamed with joy. Behind them, all the masters were looking at them go away. For some reason, they all saw shadows of their younger selves in Ahsoka and the shadow of their most beloved master/person in Alexander. They all couldn't help but smile remembering their good old days. Yoda felt the positivity around the whole Jedi Temple and around all the masters for the first time. He then smiled, feeling that he made the correct decision to let the Order be managed by Alexander. Come for Jedi Order New Era, as he silently thought. Alex, why didn't you tell this to me earlier? Look at him. Aw. Olivia held Yoda Jr. in her arms and fawned over him. I was really busy, but don't worry, I kept him close all the time. He doesn't have any parents or guardians, so I took him in. You always said I only adopt girls. Well, now you can't say that. I can't get more diverse than this. Alexander talked back. What's with his name? Couldn't you have thought of something original? She complained. Oh, that was a mistake. I thought I knew his father and named him after him, but I was wrong. You got any name in mind? He asked. Well, we are his parents now, so let's combine our names and the tradition of having it starting with Y2. Yalo, that's what his name will be. Small and simple, just like him, she said and caressed him in her arms. Yalo happily giggled from her caring touch. Haha, okay, Yalo it is then. Alexander accepted. Okay, I will leave him with you now, I gotta go out. There's a lot of work. Alexander said and left Fahim and returned back into his office in the Jedi Temple. Amy was also working from his office. She was preparing a PR model for the Jedi. Glanpa, I made a plan. Hear me out. She jumped at him as soon as she saw him. Haha, my Amy is very smart. Okay, tell me. He took a seat beside her. Okay Glanpa, I understand that the image of Jedi has fallen to an all-time low because they started involving themselves too much with the worldly matters. Aren't they supposed to be monks? But what's done is down. We should just accept this and actively participate in society and help people. Mainly poor people. You know, people in the lower levels live in extreme poverty. If you go too low, then you will even meet children who have never seen the sun, and nor will they ever see it in their lifetime. I met Uncle Wade down there. He showed me some slums there. The Jedi should start free kitchens on every floor, and help the people feed. I can guarantee they will never forget this. I will also start the propaganda about the Jedi who are currently fighting and spread the words about how they are saving people. Sadly, I can't do anything about the anti-war activists. They are too dumb to understand that the Jedi Order didn't start it. Most people who live on the surface are wealthy people and don't care about anything except money, so I'm gonna ignore them. She explained in length. Alexander nodded. Okay, let's do this. Do you need any help? I need to take over a news channel on the planet or maybe start one, she said. Okay, take Douglas with you and subtly take over a news station. Douglas has been training under Archangel Michael all this time, so he has grown a lot. Even though he is still goofy, he has grown more mature. He suggested. Okie, Glanpa. Bye. She got up and skipped away. Just as she left, Anakin entered his room. Supreme Grandmaster, I wanted to talk about something important. Alexander told him to sit and talk. What is it, Anakin? I think the Supreme Chancellor is colluding with the Sith. My guts say it is the truth. And I believe he is trying to entice me to the dark side. Anakin said with a conflicted look. What did he tell you that made you so sure? Alexander asked. He told me the story about Darth Plagueis knowing how to save people from death and told me to learn it. You need to join the dark side. Anakin truthfully told him. Let me guess, you talked about your visions with Padme recently? Alexander inquired. Anakin's eyes widened, realizing what Alexander was pointing at. He bugged my place, that traitor. Anakin got up and was about to leave. Alexander stopped him. What are you going to do? Go and confront him so he can deny all the allegations? Or kill him without any proof that he is a Sith? Alexander asked him. It stopped Anakin and made him think about it. Alexander also continued. If you kill him now, the whole Republic will turn against the Order and tag us traitors. Who do you think is responsible for all the negative propaganda spreading about the Jedi Order? Who do you think was behind Ahsoka's trial? It was all Palpatine's doing. I can also tell you that he is not just a Sith but the Sith Lord behind everything. Count Dooku is also a Sith and works for Palpatine. Alexander revealed. Anakin's eyes widened in shock from that information. Then why aren't you killing him? Because this is not the right time. I can guarantee you that no innocent life will be lost, Anakin. But we have to wait until he makes a big move. I have a plan in order. Besides, if we do anything right now, he will rally the whole Senate against us. He has gained all their support for some reason. Alexander briefed him. Anakin calmed down knowing that Alexander was already aware of the situation and was planning something. Then what do you want me to do? Alexander smiled. Boy, I want you to go and prepare for your wedding. I'm going to officiate it. Surprisingly, Anakin blushed a bit, but his heart warmed up thinking that he won't have to hide Padme and his relationship anymore. Thank you, Supreme Grandmaster. It's all right. Now go and send Yoda and Mace to me. We have propaganda to run and Yoda is going to be our mascot. Should I make Yoda toy merchandise as well? Alexander muttered at the end. Anakin had already left to inform the two masters when Alexander received a call from Jango Fett. I have arrived at Coruscant. I need to meet you. I have great intel proving not just Count Dooku but Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith too. Jango Fett informed him. Okay, come to the Jedi Temple. Tell the guards there that you have an appointment with me. Alexander instructed him and hung up as he saw Yoda and Mace coming in. They both gave their salute and took seats. Okay, I have a task for you too. It is to go to lower levels and start free kitchens for the poor. You will show your faces every once in a while. Especially you, Yoda, I am going to make you famous across the galaxy as the symbol of peace and kindness. Yoda scratched his bald head in confusion. Confused I am. Haha, my granddaughter has planned this for the Jedi Order to regain the respect of the people back. They hate us thinking we are causing war. Let's fill their stomach and prove that we believe in peace. We will need a face for Jedi Order too, hence I am going to make you the brand ambassador. You look wise and are already known by a few. You don't have to worry about food, that will be made by my droids. You just need to be there so people can know who is supplying the food. I will also open a job agency on each level. I am going to hire the people to fix the whole Undercity, down to the lowest level. Coruscant has degraded too much and it's time we truly make it the galaxy's most important planet. Alexander explained to them. But what about the money? Mace Windu asked. Don't worry about that. I will be spending that from my pocket. Besides, if the people there are earning money they will also be spending it, bringing it all back into the economy. More than 1 trillion people live on this planet for God's sake. Alexander said. They both agreed to the job and left. Alexander also got up and headed to the Senate where he wanted to check how corrupt the people were. He was interested in knowing why the Senate clapped when Palpatine declared he was changing the Republic into a galactic empire in the movies. Alexander reached the Senate. It was already in session. He went ahead and entered the sitting area reserved for Naboo. Padme Amidala was sitting in it, but she was not a queen anymore but instead a senator. She was sitting with Senator Bail Prester Organa of Alderaan. What's going on in this center of the galaxy where all decisions are made? Alexander entered. It spooked both the senators. Ah, easy, kids. Padme recognized him and quickly came up to him and wrapped her hand around his arm. She had met him and was very happy about her upcoming marriage. All because of Alexander. How are you, Supreme Grandmaster? She asked. The same as you last saw me. What is going on right now? He asked as they sat down. Oh, they are discussing the war. They say it's going to end soon. She informed him. Yeah, with a lot of loss of life too. Look at them, jumping in their seats and cheering for the end of the war. They don't even care about their own people or the Republic, they want the war to end because it is affecting their coffers. Senator Bale irritatingly remarked. True, they didn't move an inch when the Trade Federation was at Nebu's throat and now they want to talk about protecting people? Hypocrites. Padme huffed. Haha, it's all right, all this will end sooner rather than later. Happy days are ahead, believe me. Alexander said. She smiled and blushed a bit thinking he meant her marriage with Anakin. What is the stance of Jedi Order in all this? Senator Bale asked skeptically. This showed how much the image of the Order had fallen. The Order was being seen as subservient to the Republic. Alexander scoffed. Order does not have any stance. Jedi were meant to be neutral people but they were forced into fighting. Now look, people blame the Jedi for the war. But no more, my students have been exploited enough, they were treated like war machines. Now we will truly be neutral and will only fight if we see it is the right thing. Is it? Is fighting the separatists the right thing? He asked back. Yes, it is. But the whole situation could have been solved differently. There was no need for a war to start. It is all as if someone wants all this chaos. Alexander said, hinting at him to make him think of the bigger picture. Tell me you two, who do you think is the strongest person in the galaxy at the moment? Alexander asked the two. You. Padme blurted. Haha, flattering me now, are you? Well, I was not talking about physical strength but political strength. He clarified. She quickly looked at the Palpatin's sitting area. That would be him. Palpatine, of course, sensed someone was looking at him. In reality, he had sensed them long ago because he felt the force from Alexander. And his senses were screaming at him, telling him to get up and run away and hide under some rock in a backwater planet. Palpatine gave a fake smile and nodded at Alexander. Alexander also smiled and nodded back, except, Alexander's smile looked spooky to Palpatine. This made Palpatine so uneasy that he just left the Senate. It seems the Sith Lord was hit with the realization that he was not as strong as he thought himself to be. Correct, Palpatine has absolute control over everything in the Senate. He can do whatever he wants. Now imagine what would have happened if this power were to fall into someone bad's hand? Okay, I'll leave you to think about it. I've got some work to do. Alexander told them and left. Padme looked at Bale. Did he just give us a hint that Palpatine is bad? Senator Bale shook his head and said, a Jedi's words are never simple. Let's not interpret them and reach a long conclusion. Padme took the warning and stopped thinking much about it. She was already secretly pregnant and didn't need more tension now. Alexander walked back to the Jedi temple but on the gates, he saw a man bickering with the temple guards. What's the matter? He asked. Supreme Grand Master, this man says he has come to meet you. We told him you weren't inside but he won't leave. The guards reported. Alexander looked at Jango Fett. Sorry, I forgot I had a meeting with you. Come, follow me in. He brought Jango to his office. So, what proof did you gather? There are many audio recordings and plans for attacks. But the best of them is a video in which Count Dooku and Chancellor Palpatine are talking about finding Darth Maul. They both call each other by their Sith names. Jango said and displayed the recording. Alexander was pretty happy with this. To be honest, he had sent Jango without much hope and was expecting him to betray him and die later. But the man kept his words. I completed my bargain. About my money now. Jango came directly to the point. Yes, I promised you 5 billion credits, right? With that video let's make it 10 billion credits. Alexander praised and started looking for something under his table. Finally, Alexander put a big briefcase on the table. Here you go, 10 billion credits in total. Jango opened it quickly, but his face grew a frown. Wait, these aren't Republic credits. Well, I never said I'd give you 10 billion Republic credits. What do you think I am? You can buy 70 Star Destroyers with 10 billion Republic credits. These are 10 billion Dagobah Mud credits. You can exchange them for a few 100,000 Republic credits, which is still a lot of money. You can buy a nice ship or even a luxury apartment in a big high-rise building here on Coruscant. Alexander explained to him. Jango had to agree. Alexander had never said he'd give him Republic credits. It was a mistake on his part. Still, a few 100,000 was a lot. He can live happily with this much money without ever working again if he wanted to. He picked it up and started walking away. Are you sure you don't want more work? This time the payment will be in Republic credits. Alexander offered. Jango stopped midway and turned around. What is this job? Sit, it is nothing as dangerous as the previous one. Your job will be to travel the galaxy and find Force-sensitive children or people. If the child is an orphan or in a bad condition, bring him to me. If he has a family, contact me and I will send a Jedi to them. If you find a Sith, catch them alive if you can, dead will do too. And if the Sith also has a youngling, then bring them to me. For every Force-sensitive person you find, I will pay you 100,000 credits. For just an idea, I can tell you that at the moment there are a lot of Force-sensitive people in the galaxy, but they either don't know about their power or are too young to wield it. The good thing is, you can keep doing your bounty hunting job, but you cannot take the bounty on any innocent or do any criminal work. You will only catch criminals. This will be an always active job as Force-sensitive children will keep on being born. You can truly become filthy rich with this deal. Alexander explained his job in depth. Jango was interested in this job now. 100,000 was already a lot more than any other job in the market. And it all depended on him how much he worked. Where do I sign? He asked. Alexander took out a golden paper with a smile. Here, everything is written in the contract. Django read it first. There were many clauses that made him unable to ever hurt any good Force-sensitive youngling or any good person in the wrong way. There was also a clause that added that his son would also be under the same contract when he grows old enough to start working. Finally, he signed it. But then the paper shined for a second. What was that? That, Django, was a Force pact. The contract you signed is unbreakable. If you break even a single clause in it, then you will immediately die. I will be sending my unadroid, T-800, with you. He will be helpful in finding Force-sensitive people. Django really believed that something like a Force contract existed, because he had felt it inside his body. Something would crush his heart if he broke the contract. He gulped his saliva and nodded. Django, normally I straight away kill bounty hunters/criminals like you, but I gave you a chance. Don't waste it. Alexander warned him. I will not, thank you. Django said that much and quickly left. Alexander sat back down on his seat. Sigh, when will Grievous attack? Undercity level 1456. This was 3671 below the top layer of the planet. This was a lawless area with extreme poverty. Currently, there was a big line of people, neatly standing with plates in their hands. Okay, everyone come one by one. No need to push, there is enough for everyone. Amy shouted on a loudspeaker. Yes, there is enough meat for all of you. All the pretty ladies can ask me for the meat though, I have the best one. Deadpool shouted from another loudspeaker. Amy angrily went to him and stomped on his foot. Uncle Wade, no using vulgar language. There are kids. Sorry Amy. Deadpool apologized. He genuinely dotted over Amy for some reason. Maybe he was just like that with children, or maybe because he had also seen Amy when she was little. Some distance away from the two, Mace Windu and Yoda were standing behind a counter with aprons on their body. They poured food on people's plates. They would also sometime use Force to entertain some children by levitating spoons. If it was just these four, then it would have been impossible to feed the whole Undercity, which is why Alexander had commissioned 10 million more T-800s with different facial features. They were all responsible for tens of thousands of free kitchens. Amy, Deadpool, Yoda, and Mace were just making rounds randomly. At the table, Yoda stood on the table to pour food as he was very short. Soon a small Zeltron child, no older than 5, came to him while talking to his mother behind him. Fanari, Shamithing to eat after 5 days, the small boy cheerfully said. Yoda heard everything and poured a normal portion on the child's plate. The child didn't move even after getting his fill. Uncle Gwyn, can I have shown more? Yoda's eyes turned sad. It was rare for him to not be able to control his emotions. He smiled back. Have all you want, you can, little one. Yoda poured more into his plate. Then his mother came. Thank you for giving us the food. I am sorry he asked for more. He thinks he won't get food for another 5 days, so he wants to eat as much as possible, the mother Zeltron explained. It is fine, we have a lot of food. Mace chimed in. Even he was feeling bad for the child and the woman. The Zeltrons were a near-human species. Most of them were considered highly attractive by human, near-human, and even some non-humanoid standards. They were also known for being extremely gullible. This also made their females highly sought-after targets of slavers. And from the wound marks on the woman's skin, Mace could understand that she was probably a former slave. Then Yoda suddenly reached his hand forward and healed all her injuries. Worry not, child. Good days are coming. Yoda had heard this from Alexander many times and also believed that the Supreme Grand Master must know something for him to say that again and again. The female Zeltron thanked him repeatedly and went to eat with her son on the roadside. She smiled seeing her son happily eating and nearly cried out, but she controlled her tears so as not to sadden him. Yoda and Mace were very receptive to the emotions around them. They looked at the whole line and saw that there were many more who were most likely in the same situation as the mother and son they just talked to. Yoda sighed and looked at Mace. Supreme Grand Master, send us not to feed, but to teach us. Mace nodded. Yes, to show us that we, the proud Jedi, the keeper of peace, have failed so miserably in doing our duty. So many smiles lost due to poverty under this dark, forgotten part of the galaxy, Yoda commented while looking at the dark underground ceiling. It was rare for him to not mess up his sentences. This only meant he was being very serious. Soon they started giving food again, but now they looked even more passionate than before in doing it. There are already places on Earth that are worse than the deep undercity of Coruscant. Makes me doubt we will ever even reach the spacefaring era. Alexander reached the Senate. It was already in session. He went ahead and entered the sitting area reserved for Naboo. Padme Amidala was sitting in it, but she was not a queen anymore but instead a senator. She was sitting with Senator Bail Prestor Organa of Alderaan. What's going on in this center of the galaxy where all decisions are made? Alexander entered. It spooked both the senators. Ah, easy, kids. Padme recognized him and quickly came up to him and wrapped her hand around his arm. She had met him and was very happy about her upcoming marriage. All because of Alexander. How are you, Supreme Grand Master? She asked. The same as you last saw me. What is going on right now? He asked as they sat down. Oh, they are discussing the war. They say it's going to end soon. She informed him. Yeah, with a lot of loss of life too. Look at them, jumping in their seats and cheering for the end of the war. They don't even care about their own people or the Republic. They want the war to end because it is affecting their coffers. Senator Bail irritatingly remarked. True, they didn't move an inch when the Trade Federation was at Naboo's throat, and now they want to talk about protecting people? Hypocrites. Padme huffed. Haha, it's all right, all this will end sooner rather than later. Happy days are ahead, believe me. Alexander said. She smiled and blushed a bit thinking he meant her marriage with Anakin. What is the stance of Jedi Order in all this? Senator Bale asked skeptically. This showed how much the image of the Order had fallen. The Order was being seen as subservient to the Republic. Alexander scoffed. Order does not have any stance. Jedi were meant to be neutral people but they were forced into fighting. Now look, people blame the Jedi for the war. But no more, my students have been exploited enough, they were treated like war machines. Now we will truly be neutral and will only fight if we see it is the right thing. Is it? Is fighting the separatists the right thing? He asked back. Yes, it is. But the whole situation could have been solved differently. There was no need for a war to start. It is all as if someone wants all this chaos. Alexander said, hinting at him to make him think of the bigger picture. Tell me you two, who do you think is the strongest person in the galaxy at the moment? Alexander asked the two. You. Padme blurted. Haha, flattering me now, are you? Well, I was not talking about physical strength but political strength. He clarified. She quickly looked at the Palpatine's sitting area. That would be him. Palpatine, of course, sensed someone was looking at him. In reality, he had sensed them long ago because he felt the force from Alexander. And his senses were screaming at him, telling him to get up and run away and hide under some rock in a backwater planet. Palpatine gave a fake smile and nodded at Alexander. Alexander also smiled and nodded back, except, Alexander's smile looked spooky to Palpatine. This made Palpatine so uneasy that he just left the Senate. It seems the Sith Lord was hit with the realization that he was not as strong as he thought himself to be. Correct, Palpatine has absolute control over everything in the Senate. He can do whatever he wants. Now imagine what would have happened if this power were to fall into someone bad's hand? Okay, I'll leave you to think about it. I've got some work to do. Alexander told them and left. Padme looked at Bale. Did he just give us a hint that Palpatine is bad? Senator Bale shook his head and said, a Jedi's words are never simple. Let's not interpret them and reach a long conclusion. Padme took the warning and stopped thinking much about it. She was already secretly pregnant and didn't need more tension now. Alexander walked back to the Jedi temple but on the gates, he saw a man bickering with the temple guards. What's the matter? He asked. Supreme Grand Master, this man says he has come to meet you. We told him you weren't inside but he won't leave. The guards reported. Alexander looked at Jango Fett. Sorry, I forgot I had a meeting with you. Come, follow me in. He brought Jango to his office. So, what proof did you gather? There are many audio recordings and plans for attacks. But the best of them is a video in which Count Dooku and Chancellor Palpatine are talking about finding Darth Maul. They both call each other by their Sith names. Jango said and displayed the recording. Alexander was pretty happy with this. To be honest, he had sent Jango without much hope and was expecting him to betray him and die later. But the man kept his words. I completed my bargain, about my money now. Jango came directly to the point. Yes, I promised you 5 billion credits, right? With that video let's make it 10 billion credits. Alexander praised and started looking for something under his table. Finally, Alexander put a big briefcase on the table. Here you go, 10 billion credits in total. Jango opened it quickly, but his face grew a frown. Wait, these aren't Republic credits. Well, I never said I'd give you 10 billion Republic credits. What do you think I am? You can buy 70 Star Destroyers with 10 billion Republic credits. These are 10 billion Dagobah Mud credits. You can exchange them for a few 100,000 Republic credits, which is still a lot of money. You can buy a nice ship or even a luxury apartment in a big high-rise building here on Coruscant. Alexander explained to him. Jango had to agree. Alexander had never said he'd give him Republic credits. It was a mistake on his part. Still, a few 100,000 was a lot. He can live happily with this much money without ever working again if he wanted to. He picked it up and started walking away. Are you sure you don't want more work? This time the payment will be in Republic credits. Alexander offered. Django stopped midway and turned around. What is this job? Sit, it is nothing as dangerous as the previous one. Your job will be to travel the galaxy and find force-sensitive children or people. If the child is an orphan or in a bad condition, bring him to me. If he has a family, contact me and I will send a Jedi to them. If you find a Sith, catch them alive if you can, dead will do too. And if the Sith also has a youngling, then bring them to me. For every force-sensitive person you find, I will pay you 100,000 credits. For just an idea, I can tell you that at the moment there are a lot of force-sensitive people in the galaxy, but they either don't know about their power or are too young to wield it. The good thing is, you can keep doing your bounty hunting job, but you cannot take the bounty on any innocent or do any criminal work. You will only catch criminals. This will be an always active job as force-sensitive children will keep on being born. You can truly become filthy rich with this deal. Alexander explained his job in depth. Django was interested in this job now. 100,000 was already a lot more than any other job in the market. And it all depended on him how much he worked. Where do I sign? He asked. Alexander took out a golden paper with a smile. Here, everything is written in the contract. Django read it first. There were many clauses that made him unable to ever hurt any good force-sensitive youngling or any good person in the wrong way. There was also a clause that added that his son would also be under the same contract when he grows old enough to start working. Finally, he signed it. But then the paper shined for a second. What was that? That, Django, was a force pact. The contract you signed is unbreakable. If you break even a single clause in it, then you will immediately die. I will be sending my unidroid, T-800, with you. He will be helpful in finding force-sensitive people. Django really believed that something like a force contract existed, because he had felt it inside his body. Something would crush his heart if he broke the contract. He gulped his saliva and nodded. Django, normally I straight away kill bounty hunters/criminals like you, but I gave you a chance. Don't waste it. Alexander warned him. I will not, thank you. Django said that much and quickly left. Alexander sat back down on his seat. Sigh, when will Grievous attack? Undercity level 1456. This was 3671 below the top layer of the planet. This was a lawless area with extreme poverty. Currently, there was a big line of people, neatly standing with plates in their hands. Okay, everyone come one by one. No need to push, there is enough for everyone. Amy shouted on a loudspeaker. Yes, there is enough meat for all of you. All the pretty ladies can ask me for the meat though, I have the best one. Deadpool shouted from another loudspeaker. Amy angrily went to him and stomped on his foot. Uncle Wade, no using vulgar language. There are kids. Sorry Amy. Deadpool apologized. He genuinely dotted over Amy for some reason. Maybe he was just like that with children, or maybe because he had also seen Amy when she was little. Some distance away from the two, Mace Windu and Yoda were standing behind a counter with aprons on their body. They poured food on people's plates. They would also sometime use force to entertain some children by levitating spoons. If it was just these four, then it would have been impossible to feed the whole Undercity, which is why Alexander had commissioned 10 million more T-800s with different facial features. They were all responsible for tens of thousands of free kitchens. Amy, Deadpool, Yoda, and Mace were just making rounds randomly. At the table, Yoda stood on the table to pour food as he was very short. Soon a small Zeltron child, no older than 5, came to him while talking to his mother behind him. Fenari, Shamithing to eat after 5 days, the small boy cheerfully said. Yoda heard everything and poured a normal portion on the child's plate. The child didn't move even after getting his fill. Uncle Gwyn, can I have shown more? Yoda's eyes turned sad. It was rare for him to not be able to control his emotions. He smiled back. Have all you want, you can, little one. Yoda poured more into his plate. Then his mother came. Thank you for giving us the food. I am sorry he asked for more. He thinks he won't get food for another 5 days, so he wants to eat as much as possible, the mother Zeltron explained. It is fine, we have a lot of food. Mace chimed in. Even he was feeling bad for the child and the woman. The Zeltrons were a near-human species. Most of them were considered highly attractive by human, near-human, and even some non-humanoid standards. They were also known for being extremely gullible. This also made their females highly sought-after targets of slavers. And from the wound marks on the woman's skin, Mace could understand that she was probably a former slave. Then Yoda suddenly reached his hand forward and healed all her injuries. Worry not, child. Good days are coming. Yoda had heard this from Alexander many times and also believed that the Supreme Grand Master must know something for him to say that again and again. The female Zeltron thanked him repeatedly and went to eat with her son on the roadside. She smiled seeing her son happily eating and nearly cried out, but she controlled her tears so as not to sadden him. Yoda and Mace were very receptive to the emotions around them. They looked at the whole line and saw that there were many more who were most likely in the same situation as the mother and son they just talked to. Yoda sighed and looked at Mace. Supreme Grand Master sent us not to feed, but to teach us. Mace nodded. Yes, to show us that we, the proud Jedi, the keeper of peace, have failed so miserably in doing our duty. So many smiles lost due to poverty under this dark, forgotten part of the galaxy, Yoda commented while looking at the dark underground ceiling. It was rare for him to not mess up his sentences. This only meant he was being very serious. Soon they started giving food again, but now they looked even more passionate than before in doing it. There are already places on Earth that are worse than the deep undercity of Coruscant. Makes me doubt we will ever even reach the spacefaring era. A few weeks passed. The PR work Amy had done started to show results. The people started to recognize the Jedi Order in a better light, mainly in the Undercity. Yoda's figurines were also very popular. Amy even made Yoda model for a photoshoot for posters. Now the Undercity was filled with them. The lower you'd go, the more respected the Jedi were becoming. Deadpool had somehow curbed violence and crime in his own twisted way too. He would go around and kill criminals and carve their crime details on their heads with the blade. However, he did the carving before killing. This terrified a great many low and mid-level criminals. Jedi High Council. In total, we have received 200 million thank you messages in the past week. All because of us simply giving food. Obi-Wan read the data from the datapad. Poor life they live. A light of hope we show them. Yoda commented. Yes, but just a light won't be enough. They need a full-fledged sun. I will be starting my employment exchange on every floor. What has been the reaction of the Senate on our recent activities? Alexander asked. They are accusing us that if we have so much food and money then we should spend it on war efforts. Anakin disdainfully said. They should empty their coffers first, which they filled by exploiting people. The Senate has decided to bring the war to the separatists now. You will all be dispatched on various missions. Be careful, I don't want to hear sad news when I have just started changing this mess. Also, the moment war finishes, all of you will immediately return here. We're going to have a big announcement. He revealed. All the masters were interested in knowing what it could be but didn't pry in more. May the force be with you all. Meeting adjourned? Alexander ended it and went out. He called Dobby then. Dobby, what's the status? Everything is in position, boss. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the biggest reverse in the history of all reversals. Dobby joked. Haha, yeah. What about Brian and Blue Fang? Have they taken over the Trade Federation and the Banking Clan? Alexander asked. Yeah, Banking Clan was easy to take over, but for the Trade Federation, we had to obliviate a lot of Neimoidians. Besides this, I have taken over all the systems till mid-rim. Now only the inner rims, colonies, and core worlds are left. But I won't go after them as it might alert the Sith. I am currently exploring the unknown regions. You'd be surprised, there are so many more planets with civilizations. But due to harsher space, they are mostly limited to their own solar systems. I think I will be able to create some hyperlanes by manipulating the force here. Dobby proposed. Nice, do that. If we are going to reform the galaxy, we might as well do it as a whole. Alexander agreed to his plan. Then he hung up and went to see the younglings training with Ragnarok. When he reached the training field he heard lots of giggles coming from inside. He went in and saw all the children and Ragnarok playing tag. Ruoar, this dragon will catch you and feed you so many candies you become as fat as a hut. Ragnarok ran behind them. Ahsoka was sitting on the side and looking at them. What is going on here? Alexander asked her. Ah, Supreme Grand Master, they are just taking a break. Master Ragnarok decided to cheer them up. She replied, this is how I expected the Jedi Temple to be when I was brought here. I thought it was going to be fun. But after coming here they started training me to become an emotionless droid. But I still tried to have some fun every once in a while with Sky Guy. But that resulted in them ostracizing me. She told him about her experience. Alexander patted head, what's gone is gone. Don't be sad about what has happened, think about what is going to happen. And right now, if you don't start running then I will really make you as fat as a hut. Ahsoka took a second to understand and then ran away. Soon they both joined the children and Ragnarok. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine sat in his office as he talked to Count Dooku and General Grievous. Initiate the plan. It is time we end this war. Lord Sidious, what about Anakin Skywalker? Aren't we going to make him join us? Count Dooku asked. I did, but he seems to be too influenced by their new leader. It is very unfortunate that we couldn't have him but the plan must go on. If he can't join us then he's better dead. Yes, Lord Sidious, it will be done. Alexander went to the lowest level of Coruscant. He planned to repair it. Coruscant used to be like any other planet, with oceans and mountains initially. But then the development started. Initially, with just some skyscrapers, the population grew so much that buildings kept on going higher and higher. After a few hundred years, level 1 was made over ground level 0. After that, the rest was history. Over the next thousands of years, newer levels were added one after another. Currently, the lowest level where people lived was level 5. It was so below the top that most people never even see sunlight in their lives and are born and die there. The waste of the upper levels also gets thrown down. So, many diseases ravage the lower floors. The lowest level, level 0 where Alexander was filled with such waste, scraps, and remnants of the initial city. It was all pitch black. He also saw many devolved human species like the Thins. Their ancestors were humans who were banished from the surface for their crimes, subsequently residing in the darkness of the Undercity for thousands of years, which genetically changed them into terrifying creatures that became the subject of countless horror stories and nightmares. All these mutations were horrifying creations of humans themselves. Alexander needed to do something so that the whole Undercity of Coruscant could be as good as the upper layer. There were a few things needed for that. First was good ventilation. The second was natural sunlight and the third was good hygiene. So he started to fix the ground level first. According to Alexander, the ground level was also going to become like the top level someday because it was the only place that had solid dirt. He could make a lot of gardens, lakes, and stuff to make it look beautiful, though it would need a lot more than just paint for that. Due to level 0 being inaccessible, all the structures on which the planetary city above was standing had started to decay. It was a miracle how segments of the whole city hadn't started falling down yet. He cleaned the place with magic. He used Doraemon's reverse cloth in many places to fix things back to their perfect condition. He also used overpowered reparo charms. He had a lot of work to do as he needed to cover the whole plant. It was even more work when the planet had a planet-wide city with 5,127 levels. It was like working on a single planet 5,127 times. But he was only going to fix the structure of the levels. The cleaning, furnishing, and painting were going to be done with the help of droids and people. The next was ventilation. He could easily make ventilation with the help of magic, but that would not last forever and someday the magic would vanish. So he needed technological means. Coruscant was a fully transformed planet and everything on it was artificial, from water to air. So any big tech he makes, it wouldn't be too shocking to people. Not after knowing that there is a machine on the top surface whose sole purpose is to eat old buildings and poop out newer ones in their paths. Alexander knew there were a few places on the planet that were still preserved in its original condition. So he set up a machine there that would reflect the sunlight through mirror pipes into the ceiling of the levels of the Undercity. On the ceilings, he was going to paint a new type of liquid that could suck in the sunlight and act like real sky. Then there was the problem of air. For this, he straight up made long shafts with an opening on each level. These shafts had the best air purifiers his brain could come up with. All the toxic air in the Undercity was mainly due to the dumping of garbage and vehicle waste. He would need to change some rules later for this. All in all, he was making the planet good enough that it could even handle 900 trillion people in it. Finally, work is done. Now I just need to deal with the whole war thing, he sighed. All the masters had left for their respective war fronts on various planets. Mace Windu was one of the few left behind to watch over the temple and coordinate with others. At the same time, Alexander was working on the Undercity. He was nearly done with it. His employment exchange had started to give work to the people. Most of them were working to clean, repair, and maintain the whole Undercity. But there were still too many people left for jobs. So, he started newer police for the whole Undercity. With increased security and eventually many new opportunities opened, mainly in tourism. The Undercity of Coruscant was famous throughout the galaxy, so it could absolutely attract a lot of crowds. He was also setting up many workshops and other places for people to work and provide various services. Seeing that there was still some time for the war, Alexander decided to go to the Galactic Center and investigate why the galaxy was so weird. Normally, the closer the system was to the galactic core, the more dangerous and harsher space was, but in the Star Wars universe, it was the opposite. All the best habitable planets in the core regions were the center of economic activity. Not to mention he wanted to find out the origin of the Force. He wanted to get to the planet called Wellspring of Life, or the Force Planet. The Wellspring was powerful on the light side of the Force and was speculated to be the source of all life. It was not marked on any star map and had no official name. Okay, are you guys ready? Alexander asked. Yes, let's go. Ragnarok, Douglas, and Archangel Michael said. They boarded onto a miniaturized superstar destroyer and left for Deep Core. Although the planet was not mapped on any star system, Alexander was still able to reach the place because he could feel the strong force from it. While they were traveling, Alexander asked Michael about how Heaven was going. How's the old man? Is he giving a good fight to that Zulruk? Michael chortled. I really forgot to tell you. Zulruk, that overconfident narcissistic demon, decided he was prepared to attack Heaven. He thought he had weakened Father. But in the end, he got his teeth knocked out of his mouth by the old man. Though he was able to run away, I don't think he will be coming out of his hole for a while now. Alexander felt relieved and satisfied hearing this news. Wahaha, that is great news. Though I wish the old man had instead knocked his heart out of his chest. Yeah, that would have been better. I wouldn't have to train with this freak then, Douglas commented under his breath, but everyone heard him. Haha, what's the progress in your training now, Douglas? Alexander asked. Oh, thanks for worrying about me, old man, but I am strong, tired, and sad at the same time. I need my happy hours back. Douglas nearly cried. He had been forced to train with Michael for months now. Alright, you can play with Barry and Hats for an hour every day. For Douglas, 1 hour felt like water from the fountain of youth. Just like that, they talked their whole way until they reached a very bright nebula. Alexander knew that Force Planet was inside it. The planet had a breathable atmosphere. Alexander left the ship away from it as the planet's light affected electrical things for some reason. They flew to the surface and were soon greeted by the Force Priestesses. The priestesses represented serenity, joy, anger, confusion, and sadness, respectively. The priestesses existed in a state between the living force and the cosmic force, and they could manifest themselves before the living at will. Soon, all 5 priestesses materialized in front of him. We were waiting for you, Master of Force, they said. Is this plot armor? Alexander muttered to himself. Every world he went to, there was always someone who would say they were waiting for him. Why? He asked. Because that is why we exist. We serve the Force and the Force serves you. This makes you our master too, Serenity explained. Is this planet the place from where the Force originated? He asked. Serenity shook her head. No, this is just the strongest Force nexus in the galaxy. Force is everywhere and always will be. It is the building block of the universe. This planet is merely the birthplace of a species that allowed a selected few to master Force and use it according to their will. All that surrounds us is the foundation of life, the birthplace of what this world's science calls midichlorians, the foundation of what connects the living Force and the cosmic Force. And why were you waiting for me in all this? He asked again. This whole Force nexus has reached its maturity. It is ready to be sacrificed to you, the 4 priestesses said and bowed to him. Alexander raised an eyebrow. Who told you to do this? What if I hadn't come? We are a part of the Force. We know what we must do as the Force knows everything, and if you had not come then this Force nexus would have died and been reborn again. But sacrificing it to you is the best outcome, they explained. And where will you live after I take this? He asked. We live in the Force, we don't need a physical house. This Force nexus will also become a planet again in a few millennia, Serenity replied. Sigh. Okay, I thank you for this sacrifice. Tell me if you need anything from me, he offered. The 5 priestesses looked at each other. Master of Force, can you destroy Korriban? It is the source of many dark disturbances in the Force. Alexander nodded. I was going to do it anyway. It is a holy site for the Sith. It is also hunted by many previous Sith Lords. The 5 priestesses nodded and vanished. Alexander looked back at his teammates. Boys, go back to the ship. I'm gonna have my lunch. Alexander then went ahead and used the power that he used to eat black holes. It didn't take him long to finish it as it was not that big, but it felt different, much different from a black hole. He felt that his already strong control over the force became much stronger. He could even see the force around him. It was everywhere. It also looked like it was flowing in various directions, some fast and some slow. Did I get another power-up? He asked himself. Then Alexander decided to test it. The force was the building block of everything, so he should be able to make a planet. He tried to make another Earth. Soon he saw a planet forming in front of him from inside out. It was a real, full-sized planet. Alexander looked back at his hand. This is weird. I don't feel stronger in terms of strength yet I can do this. Maybe my control over force reached its peak. He decided to scrap the planet back and leave. But the 5 priestesses appeared again. No, please leave this planet. This feels so much purer than the force nexus before. We can feel it. The concentration of force inside this is many times more than the force planet. This will be nourishing for the force around the galaxy. They pleaded to him. Sure. You can keep it. Alexander agreed and started to leave. What should we call it, Master? They asked. Alexander didn't look back and just replied, Earth. He returned to his ship and set the destination as Coruscant because he had sensed the war was nearing its end. So, you can make planets now? Michael asked. It seems that way. He affirmed. Haha, you are seriously entering the realm of godhood now, Michael commented. So he wasn't a god till now, even though he could destroy planets with one hand. Ragnarok chimed in. From there the two talked to each other while Alexander got to work. Alexander called Dobby. Dobby, let's play Uno. Haha, you got it boss. Dobby acknowledged and hung up. Planet Utapa. Obi-Wan Kenobi was fighting General Grievous with Clone Trooper watching his back. Plo Koon was fighting on Kato Neimoidia, Stas Ali on Saleucami, Aayla Secura on Felucia, Kie Diamundi on Mijito, and Yoda was on Kashyyyk, helping ward off the separatist forces. But they all felt something was happening in the force. For some reason, a face appeared in front of all of them, but it felt like it was made of pure force. All of them recognized it as Alexander. Changed the force has, stronger I feel, Yoda commented. It was not just the Jedi but the Sith too. Sidious sensed the change in the force and panicked because the dark side felt weaker to him now. I can't wait any longer, he muttered. He went to Holocom and called all the clone commanders who were near Jedi Council members. Commander Cody, the time has come. Execute Order 66, Sidious ordered. Yes, my lord. An affirmation came from the other side and the call ended. Darth Sidious went back to his seat and gloated over his assumed win and prepared for the speech that he was going to give in the Senate to finally kickstart his empire. Commander Cody received his orders and called Alexander instantly. Sir, Order 66 has been initiated. You are in command now. Alexander gave them their orders. Okay, the war is over. Tell all the Jedi what Palpatine was planning. Then return to Coruscant. Pass this order to all the commanders. Yes, sir. Commander Cody saluted. Cody then opened an open voice channel to all the troops. Initiate Order 66. Command has been received. War is over. Return to Coruscant. Tell the Jedi everything. In an instant, all the clone troopers fighting across the galaxy stopped. The Jedi generals with them were shocked, but then they noticed that the droid army wasn't attacking either. Commander Cody stopped Obi-Wan Kenobi and relayed the message to him. Why did you all stop, Commander? Obi-Wan asked. General Kenobi, we have new orders. On planet Kashyyyk. The battle had stopped with both sides miraculously retreating. Commander Gree was telling everything to Yoda. Initially the Order 66 was to identify all Jedi as traitors to the Galactic Republic and, therefore, subject to execution by the Grand Army of the Republic. Supreme Grand Master found out about this and paid Kaminoans to change the protocol to bring all the clone troopers under his command if an Order 66 was initiated. No one knew about this change. I just received the command from Chancellor Palpatine, also known as Darth Sidious, to execute Order 66. He doesn't know what this order truly means. Yoda lost his balance and sat on the ground. He understood the consequences of Order 66 if it was not changed. All the 10,000 or so Jedi would have died from betrayal. Blind we have been, always right beside us, was the enemy. Indebted to Supreme Grand Master we all are. Yoda muttered. Grand Master Yoda, we have received orders to return to Coruscant. The war is over. Commander Gree notified him. Yes, return we must. Yoda nodded and they left. Back on Coruscant. The Senate was in session. Palpatine was giving his speech. He had turned into his ugly self thanks to Alexander's order to Douglas to give him a good electric shock. It was widely known that the Chancellor was attacked, but no one knew who did it. The war is over. Separatists have been defeated, and the Jedi Rebellion has been foiled. We stand on the threshold of a new beginning. Claps echoed throughout the Senate building. In order to ensure our security and continued stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire, for a safe and secure society which I assure you will last for 10,000 years. An empire that will continue to be ruled by this august body, and a sovereign ruler chosen for life. An empire ruled by the majority. Ruled by a new constitution, Palpatine announced. The dumb senators didn't realize what was truly happening. They were just happy that the war was over and they could go back to making money and other leisure activities. Mos Amedda came closer to Palpatine and whispered something. My lord, something happened. The Jedi didn't die. The clones betrayed us. They all have arrived near the Coruscant and surrounded the planet. Sidious's mind worked in fast mode and quickly came up with an idea. My friends in the Senate, I just received the news that the traitors of the Galactic Empire are still alive and have appeared outside with the fleet. I ask you all to stand with me and fight them. They are already weak and tired. They cannot keep on going for long. We must strike. Out in space, all the Jedi returned to Coruscant only to be denied landing, and orbital cannons were directed at them. They all gathered in Alexander's superstar destroyer that appeared not long after. Haha, good to see you all are safe. Alexander entered. He went to Ahsoka and gave her a head pat. She insisted on going to fight even though he denied it. He was honestly a bit worried about her. Wise one, thank you for watching over us. I am sure many of us would have lost our lives if Palpatine's plans were successful. Obi-Wan grievously said. It's Darth Sidious now. He was never Palpatine. He was Darth Sidious even before he became a senator. He was the student of Darth Plagueis. Alexander revealed. So the tragedy of Darth Plagueis you told us about. It was him. Ki-Adi-Mundi exclaimed. Yes, and I am sure he has already announced us as traitors and is leading the Senate to attack us. Nothing to worry about though. We will reveal his plans and identity to the public soon. Alexander assured them. What about the separatists? Obi-Wan asked. Count Dooku and General Grievous both work for Sidious. This whole war was a facade to slowly destroy the Jedi Order and make the Sith Empire. But I had put my second-in-command on dealing with separatists long ago and now the droid army is under our control. Alexander explained. For the past few years, Darth Sidious had been planning on overtaking the galaxy. He knew that he would need a lot of firepower for this. So, he also had ordered to build a secret fleet of ships for his empire, alongside the Death Star. He called it the Imperial Fleet. Some of his personally selected clones and droids were going to be fighting for him. Soon the Republic fleet appeared in front of the Jedi fleet. Jedi fleet was smaller because most of them contained big transporter ships as they were only supposed to go to other planets and lay siege. Darth Sidious's voice soon came through the holocom. Alexander could see that he was still in the Senate and everything was happening live in front of everyone. Enemies of the Empire, lay down your weapons. This war is over. If you continue it then it will only cause senseless death. Alexander scoffed and hacked into all of the galaxy's comms. His voice and face then appeared on every screen and every hologram. Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith, your schemes have been unearthed now. No matter what you do you can't be saved. Then Alexander addressed the whole Senate. You all fools, you can't even see what he is doing? He just declared he is changing the Democratic Republic into a galactic empire. He will be the emperor and have all the power. You all will be nothing but his slaves. Look at his face, does he look like a good guy? Also, that face is exactly like any other Dark Lord in our history. Sheev Palpatine is Darth Sidious, the ex-apprentice of Darth Plagueis. If you still support him even after knowing this then you will be considered a traitor to the Galactic Republic and will face consequences once I deal with him. All the senators felt the reversal of the situation. A moment ago they were calling the Jedi traitors and now they were being called traitors. Then Alexander addressed the people. He was already famous among them for fixing the whole Undercity and many more good deeds across the galaxy. My people of the Republic. Do not worry, this evil man will not win no matter what. Democracy will not fall. Darth Sidious's eyes twitched. His plan had fully backfired but he had to keep the show running. Ha, what proof do you have? And I can defeat you easily. Look at my fleet and then at yours. Haha, I have plenty of proof. I have caught Count Dooku, General Grievous, Darth Maul, 6.2 million clone troopers who can testify that a chip was planted in them with specific protocols, including Order 66. Then there is also the Kaminoan Prime Minister. All these people can testify that you are Darth Sidious and that you were planning all this for many years. Alexander revealed. And if you are worried about my fleet, then let me show you something. Alexander smirkingly said. His smile made Darth Sidious feel ominous. Everyone kept on looking at the screen. Then after a few seconds, loud electric guitar music started to come. It was continuously getting louder. AC/DC, thunderstruck. The guitars were continuously playing. Then the drums started and with that, white lights started appearing in the space all around Coruscant. Ships started to appear out of hyperspace. First, it was just 10 huge ships, then 100 and it kept on increasing. After a while, everyone lost count because the whole space was flooded with them. There were 50,000 super star destroyers, around them were tens of thousands of normal star destroyers and other powerful ships. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of starfighters around then. Just when everyone thought there couldn't be more surprises, the music got much louder. Then the vocals started. Thunder, thunder. Out of nowhere, a planet-sized golden metallic ship appeared from hyperspace. Dobby also seemed to be acting over the top and he used his Devil Fruit ability and created thunder all around the Ironheim. Thunder. The song continued. All the superstar destroyers and Ironheim used tractor beams and caught all the Imperial ships. They were all shoved into Ironheim like it was a Pac-Man eating ghosts. In a matter of minutes, the whole fleet disappeared. By the time the song ended, all the action had subsided and no sign of conflict remained. Alexander then flew to Ironheim and took the helm. He again projected himself from inside it. You just saw my might, Darth Sidious. We, the Jedi Order, are keepers of the peace, but that doesn't mean we don't know how to fight to protect the said peace. Surrender now. Darth Sidious had his rotten eyes nearly falling out. My Death Star. Alexander scoffed, your Death Star was destroyed by me not long ago. This is my personal ship and it is called Ironheim. Imperial March. Dobby played the music behind him. Alexander muted his speech and looked back. God damn it, Dobby, I'm no villain. I am very happy you grew out of teen pop, but this is not the time to mess around. The music stopped and Alexander went back to speech. I am a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Alexander again muted. Dobby. Boss, it's not me. I didn't play the song. I didn't play any songs. Dobby clarified. Alexander instantly knew who it was. Oxio, Huts. The fat cat appeared in his hand. Stop that music. This is not the time. But I thought you liked that kind of stuff. Hats argued. I do like music but not the kind that makes me compromise with my self-respect. No music now, he ordered. Finally, everything went normal and he talked again. So, the war is over. Darth Sidious will be caught and trialed soon. He ordered his troops to land on Coruscant and arrest all the members of the Senate and Sidious. The senators complained as to why they were being arrested but Alexander didn't tell them. All of them were corrupted. He will have a background check done on all of them. Those who were very bad would face execution and those that didn't commit too serious of a crime would be fired. New senators will be elected from their planets. Alexander then released public confessions of Darth Maul, Count Dooku now revealed to be Darth Tyrannus. The Kaminoans also told everything about the deal between them and Count Dooku. That was enough proof for everyone. People were also angry at how the Senate so easily agreed to change the Republic to Empire, proving that the Senate didn't care about anyone. They all felt cheated. You aren't thinking about becoming an emperor, right? Dobby asked. No, but I will be the last Supreme Chancellor. After me, most of the administration will remain the same but there will be no Chancellor position. Instead, there will be a position called Senate Heads. There will be 5 of them, 4 will be elected and 1 will be permanent. It will be a Grand Master of the Order. Every major bill will need a majority vote from the Senate and these 5 to be passed. But for now, I will have to bring in some changes. Alexander briefed him of his plan. What should I do with the 200 million strong droid army? Dobby asked. Go and take over all the criminal zones in space. I want you to root out all the slave businesses too. Tell the droids that I will be introducing the Droid Rights Act soon. They will be happier. He informed. Dobby smiled. Yeah, they will be. Darth Sidious tried to flee many times and got caught every time. So Alexander decided to deal with him already. His trial was also live broadcasted for the people to see. Alexander first forced him to fight him a bit, in which Darth Sidious showed his Force lightning. Nobody doubted Alexander's words after that. Alexander checked his sins first. Darth Sidious, Category 5. Murder, 12,135,45,852. Indirect murder, 314,456,741,852. R*P, 478. Enslaving, 98,779,412,478. Blackmailing, 124,548,977. Torture, 8,745,874,569. Plotting to kill, 619,456,741,789. Child abuse and murder, 12,456,741,369. Necromancy, 1. Sin percentage, 95%. Alexander was shocked by this much sin. He wasn't expecting him to be a Category 5. He needed a befitting time torture for him. The man hated everything good in the world. So he put him in a time torture in which he was repeatedly defeated and killed by Jedi younglings. It went on for 1,000,000 years. After each death his brain would refresh so he wouldn't get used to dying. His self-confidence was broken by then. Then he made Darth Sidious go through all his planning again and again, but whenever he comes close to winning he would either lose his Force power or die for some reason. Then, he made him go through his failed future in which he would get killed by his new apprentice, Darth Vader. Sidious would get happy that his plan succeeded every time only to get betrayed at the end. Just like he betrayed his master. He was also forced to clean streets and help people, something he hated and considered a lowly job. By the end of it, he was crying on the floor, looking pathetic. Darth Sidious, say goodbye to the land of the living. Alexander waved his hand and his body got disintegrated as if Thanos had snapped his finger. He didn't want to use a sword at the moment as he didn't want to show any kind of bad image of the Jedi. Darth Sidious was thoroughly removed from space and time now. With this, Darth Sidious died. His apprentices and inquisitors were also caught and brought to justice. None of them were good people and each had sins greater than the other. Darth Maul cooperated with Alexander so his punishment was that his connection with the Force was severed and then sent to prison for life. But Darth Maul looked satisfied by that punishment for some reason, maybe because he felt peace after seeing the death of Darth Sidious. Alexander knew that there could still be some Siths around the galaxy, lurking to find an opportunity. So he was going to go to Coruscant first. He needed to destroy it. He went to the Jedi Temple and started a council meeting. Dobby also followed him in. The moment they entered, all the masters saluted and for some reason, they kept on looking at Dobby with big eyes. Oh, this is my second in command, Dobby. Call him Master, Grand Master, whatever you want. Alexander introduced him. What species is he? He feels so pure, like the dark side never even came close to him. Ki-Diamundi exclaimed. Oh, he's an elf. Maybe that's why, Alexander revealed. But we have never heard of any elven-looking species to have such power, Shakti added. Maybe because there aren't any. He's special. Okay, no more questions about his background. He's the man responsible for stopping the whole droid army, so give him some space to sit. Alexander said. Soon a seat flew in for Dobby. Cough. Alexander coughed and started the meeting. Okay, first of all, I want reasons why none of you were able to sense a Dark Lord who lived in such a short distance from you all. None of them had an answer. The reason they had involved the Jedi Order in politics was to keep an eye on things and make sure that nothing bad goes on. But they failed miserably. The Dark Lord wasn't just controlling the Senate but practically sat on the most powerful position in the galaxy. They couldn't believe they even took orders from the Dark Lord. Failed we have, Yoda muttered. Alexander nodded. Yes, and that is why. Except for Yoda and Anakin, all of you are unofficially demoted to the rank of Padawan. I will be teaching you all and you will have to pass my tests to get back the rank of Master. Got it. None of them refuted. You will be trained to feel the Force in the right way and also a technique called occlumency which lets you control your emotions better. Why do you think Anakin has been acting so calm these days? That was because he practices it. He even knew about Sidious before anyone else and still kept his calm. I am also going to update the library with some holocrons so be sure to check them out later. They are from predecessor Jedi. Learn something from them. He politely scolded them. Now, let's talk about the state of the galaxy and the Republic. I will be taking the office of Supreme Chancellor until the next elections. I will be needing the order to work for me as long as I am in the office. The main mission is to bring peace to the galaxy through solving many disputes between planets, systems, and people. In doing this, the Trade Federation and Banking Clan will help us. But whenever you are not on a task, Dobby will be your permanent teacher. Ask him anything when I'm not around. Yes, Supreme Grandmaster. We will study hard. The Masters/Padawans saluted him. They all looked like children getting scolded by an elder. Okay, go with Dobby. He will give you the first lesson. Soon only Alexander, Yoda, and Anakin were left. Tell him, Anakin. Alexander nudged him. Anakin nodded. Master Yoda, I had nearly turned to the dark side some time ago. Sidious was manipulating me. You remember the visions I told you about? He was using them to sway me. And I was really tempted. But then thankfully I met the Supreme Grand Master. He taught me how to truly control the Force and not let it control me. I didn't need to sacrifice any emotions to be a good Jedi. And looking now, I don't think any of my visions will come true because so much has changed. Yoda didn't know about this. It was a shock to him because if Anakin had turned to the dark side then God knows what chaos would have ensued. What do you understand from all this, Yoda? Alexander asked. That Force has no color, Yoda replied. True, it all depends on the user. Now, go ahead and train with Dobby. I gotta meet a troublemaker, Alexander said and just disappeared. He appeared in the Undercity where Deadpool and Amy were. Amy had Yellow on her shoulders. Ah, you two look so cute together. Let me take a picture. Alexander took out his camera and took just a few thousand pics. Yaya. Alexander saw Yellow reaching out to him with his tiny arm. Haha, yes, come here. Once in his arms, Yellow quickly fell asleep happily. Glanpa, how do you do it? He never goes to sleep easily in my arms. Amy complained. It takes practice. You were just like him once. Alexander replied, embarrassing Amy. Where is Wade? He asked. Oh, don't even ask me. He nearly destroyed the whole Undercity yesterday. He put a nuclear bomb on level 1313 because it is the site of a ruthless criminal underground network. There were just too many criminals and he planned to kill all of them with one strike. I had to catch him and put him in a prison cell, she explained to him. Let me ask, was there a cat with him? Alexander asked. You mean Hats? Yeah, he was with him. Why do you ask? She inquired. Hats was very friendly with the kids of Faheim so nobody knew about his other chaotic side. No, nothing. I'll go and sort out this mess. You play with Yellow. He handed the sleeping kid back and left with a sigh. As the months went by, Alexander was mostly busy setting up a new and better administrative branch of the Galactic Free Republic. He added the word free to emphasize how seriously any kind of enslavement was to be taken. He had the whole galaxy under him at the moment but nobody knew that. Everyone expected the separatist worlds to show dissatisfaction in joining the Republic again but nothing like that happened. Under the careful eyes of Alexander's droids, every planet would conduct fair elections to choose their representative to sit in the Senate. Alexander was setting up the same system as on Earth but on a bigger scale. Currently, all the senators were elected through 3 stages. Planetary governments appoint delegates to subsector assemblies. Subsector assemblies elected the members of regional sector assemblies, which in turn elected the actual senators who would serve on Coruscant. But this was a very confusing and complex method. People had no choice on who would become their representative in the Senate. So, he started dividing the whole galaxy into various sectors. No planet was left alone. Because many planets had colonies, those sectors were divided to keep the people of the same species together. Then they would have a planetary election, and then from the elected members in all planets in the whole sector, another member will be elected to represent the sector in the Senate. There will be a galactic Senate based in the Coruscant and Sector Senate, which will be based in each sector. Elections will be held every 5 years, so if people wanted to continue being in their position, then they would need to win the grace of the people in their sector. This would motivate them to work for the betterment of the sectors. Then there were the minor departments, mainly finance, defense, and livelihood. Their heads will be selected by 5 head senators. Keeping a private planetary army was illegal now, not police. All of the army belonged to the Republic as a whole. People could still own weapons though. It would be the Galactic Free Republic's responsibility to keep the space safe. Alexander was the current acting Supreme Chancellor. In a few years, this post would be abolished when all the members of the Senate were elected. Until then, he could do whatever he wanted. All the core worlds had already shown support for him. They didn't want to anger the old Jedi now. The next day, a galaxy-wide open broadcast was made from Alexander's office. It was meant to tell the galaxy about the new laws and the punishments surrounding it. People of the Galactic Free Republic, I am the temporary Supreme Chancellor. I am also the Supreme Grand Master of the Jedi Order. After going through all the records about the various happenings in the galaxy, I came to the conclusion that we need some base reforms. First, the Grand Republic fleet and army will root out all the criminal organizations in the galaxy. Second, from now on, the Bounty Hunter Guild can only issue bounties approved by the Republic. Any bounty hunter taking bounty from a non-Republic source will be seen as a common criminal. Third, slavery is officially banned. Whoever deals with slaves will be shot on sight from now on. Enslaving someone is now added to the highest category of heinous crimes. Fourth, a new law has been passed. It is called the Droid Rights Act. In this, all droids are considered sentient species, but with a catch. I understand that droids are used in many businesses and are a very important part of the world. This is why, by law, even if the droid is unusable, you cannot destroy its memory chip. You can buy a new body for it, which is much cheaper than buying a new droid. You will also pay the droids a salary, but in a virtual currency called Republic Droid Credits. It is a currency only usable by droids, who can then use it to buy body parts or upgrades for themselves. All these laws will be valid the moment I end this broadcast. Thank you. The moment the broadcast ended, suddenly many planets were ambushed by battle droids and clone troopers. All the major criminal organizations were uprooted that day. Yes, attack again, little one. Alexander sparred with Ahsoka. How strong are you? We've been fighting for an hour now and you didn't even sweat. She complained. Patience, child. With time you will get strong enough to fight for days. Keep on practicing my methods and the Force will boost you. He taught her. Yes, I am much better now than before. I can even tie with Sky Guy. Hee. I will surpass him soon. She gleefully cheered. Who's gonna surpass me? You, Snips. Anakin entered with his lightsaber in hand. Oh, are you challenging me, Sky Guy? She asked. Why don't you both fight me? Let's see how much you two have improved. Alexander proposed. Both looked intrigued by this and lit up their lightsabers. Let's do this. Then Alexander proceeded to beat them. Have you been slacking, Anakin? I can understand you are married and want to spend time with your wife, but don't stop training. Anakin rolled his eyes. It's not me who's gotten bad. It's you who has improved a lot. Ha ha ha, I think you are right. Alexander shamelessly accepted the praise. Due to all the noise, many masters present in the temple came to see them. Why don't you all join in? It'll be a good exercise for you all. Alexander called them. Nobody denied it and jumped in with their lightsabers out. One after another more Jedi were joining in the fight. Alexander was still flawlessly fighting them. After a while, a total of 1,500 Jedi were fighting him at the same time. Haha, it's not that easy to bring me down. I can go on forever. Alexander loudly claimed. All the Jedi were tired and gasping for breath by now. None of them were able to land even a single strike till now. One by one, they started to stop. In the end, only Alexander and Yoda were left. They both looked at each other. Yoda was also out of breath. Very strong you are, Supreme Grand Master. I am no match, Yoda said and retracted his lightsaber. You are still the strongest of the lot. Come, we have something to talk about. Alexander said. His time to leave again was coming. As much as he wanted to stay longer, his journey must continue. He and Yoda went to the meeting room and sat down. What worries you, Master? Yoda, I will be honest with you. I will not be able to stay in the world for very long. My time is quickly coming closer. Alexander said. Yoda's brows furrowed. Has happened something to you? No, I am too strong to live in this dimension. I will be sent to somewhere else by the forces of nature. But worry not, I will not leave you all behind without telling you. I am just giving you a heads up to start training the next generation Jedi Grandmasters so any trouble like Darth Sidious can be avoided. Expecting multiple Grandmasters are you? Yoda asked. Alexander nodded. Yes, Anakin has the talent and force sensitivity to one day go even beyond Grandmaster. Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Mace also have the talent to become Grandmasters. There could surely be more, we just have to find. Jango has been doing a good job. He has already brought us 10 younglings. Maybe there are more like Anakin, strong in the Force. Yoda thoughtfully nodded. Yes, possible it is. And you, Yoda, are going to come on a trip with me. I am going to train you to become the greatest Jedi the galaxy has ever seen. Pack up, he announced, leaving Yoda in shock. Alexander had a job left to do. He had promised that he would destroy Korriban. He also took Yoda on the trip to show him what the dark side becomes if not destroyed in its budding stage. Why wait for the so-called signal from the Force? Your wait could result in millions of deaths and sufferings of billions. They came to the Outer Rim planet. Just from coming near it brought a bad taste to the mouth. Combined with the red-colored topography, it screamed bad everywhere. Look, this is the home planet of the Sith. You probably know the whole history, but let me show you the ghosts of previous Sith Lords, Alexander said. He brought Yoda to the Valley of Dark Lords. As Yoda belonged to the light side, the Sith ghost instantly got enraged at him. Alexander had more of a neutral aura going on, so they didn't feel much from him. How dare you step your filthy feet on these holy grounds, Jedi? The ghost of Darth Bane shouted. Alexander walked up to the ghost. Slap. To everyone's surprise, he really slapped the ghost. And even more surprisingly, the ghost got injured. Open your mouth again without permission and the next slap will tear your head apart. Alexander's warning did wonders for Darth Bane as he shut up. Who are you? How did you touch Darth Bane? We live in a different dimension than yours. Another ghost asked. Alexander couldn't recognize him. First tell me your name. The Sith looked sane and human enough with decent etiquette. A surprising quality for a Sith. I am Ahunta Paul, the first Dark Lord of the Sith, and founder of the first Sith Empire, he proudly announced. Alexander and Yoda were truly surprised. They didn't expect the thousands of years old Jedi Master turned Sith soul to still linger in the world of the living. I thought Darth Revan had liberated your soul to return to light and become one with the Force. Alexander asked. He did come. I told Revan of my actions as a Sith. I was disappointed and ashamed, telling him of how the Jedi weren't what drove the Sith to destruction after the 100-year darkness. I explained how the Sith themselves battled each other and led their order close to death and that I felt nothing but remorse. Look at these good-for-nothing dead Dark Lords, each one died at the hands of either their apprentice or another Sith. He pointed at the ghosts around him. None of the ghosts had the guts to refute him, they had to show respect to the first Sith Lord. It seems the ghosts had a hierarchy too. Revan then took my old rotten blade and convinced me to turn away from the dark side and return to the light. I am actually very happy and grateful to that lad, but it was saddening to hear what happened to him. Well, enough about me. Who are you? I can sense immense power in you. I don't think even if all the Jedi and Sith in history joined hands and fought you they would win. Paul asked him. I am Supreme Grand Master of Jedi Order, also called Master of Force, and yes, I am very strong. This right here is Yoda, Grand Master of Jedi Order, Alexander introduced. Paul looked at Yoda thoughtfully. I've seen your species. You guys are very rare but strong in the Force. Thankfully, that one was just a baby in my days. Poor soul died in a Sith attack on Jedi Temple. Okay, that's enough. I came to destroy this planet. Step aside and let me check what you all are hiding here. Alexander smacked all the ghosts aside and went inside the Sith facility. He found many Sith-related documents there, but all of them were related to some atrocious method to get powerful or live forever. He couldn't understand why bad guys were always crazy for immortality. He then looked at Yoda. The division of Force practitioners was a big mistake in ancient times. If that had not happened we wouldn't have had a dark and light battle. Now, I am going to make you feel both of these. Alexander put his index finger on Yoda's head. Yoda felt like he was out of his body and now was flying in the astral plane. This is the plane between the cosmic force and the living force. Yes, dark and light aren't the only ones. The universe doesn't revolve around us. The Force is as old as the universe itself. The Force users are new ones. Now, try to feel the Force surrounding this planet, he instructed. Yoda closed his eyes and tried to feel it. Soon a frown appeared on his face, conflicting, angry, uncertain, chaotic. It is here. Alexander nodded. He snapped his finger and suddenly the planet disappeared, leaving them floating in space. Now, what do you feel? Alexander asked. Yoda again concentrated. All this time his eyes were closed so he didn't know the planet was gone. Serenity, perfect balance, neutral the Force is, he commented. Open your eyes, Alexander said. Yoda opened them and was shocked to see dark empty space around them. The planet had a dark aura because of the continuous presence of impurity. Once the planet is gone, you feel the true nature of the Force. Never forget this feeling, it is the future of Jedi. Now, to your boost. Alexander took out a vial. Drink this, it will make you much more receptive to Force and stronger in the body, he said. He had made this potion with the help of normal super soldier serum and combining midichlorians into it. Yoda was going to become Super Yoda now. Yoda didn't ask him anything and just drank it. He had full trust in Alexander and respected him as much as he did his first master, Enkata del Gormo. Then something happened. Yoda felt the Force converging around his body. It felt like he was swimming in it. He slowly felt his body was getting younger and better. With each passing second, he felt his connection with the Force getting stronger. After a while, he felt the Force concentrating on his bald head. He thought something was happening to his mind. But he was wrong. On his bald head, he saw hairs growing again after so many years. But they kept on growing and got too long. Alexander himself was surprised by the transformation of Yoda. He turned from a toad-like old man to a handsome toad man. He looked badass now. Alexander snapped his finger and a new dress appeared on his body. Congratulations on becoming the next Supreme Grand Master of the Order, Yoda. May the Force be with you and your paths be enlightened by it. Alexander congratulated him. Yoda was still so mesmerized by the feeling of the Force in his body that he even forgot to react to Alexander's announcement. What? But you, what about? Yoda asked. Alexander laughed, ha ha ha, I will retire in a few years. Let's go back. Everyone should be waiting for us. We're gonna have a huge party for your promotion. For the next 5 years, Alexander ran the Galactic Republic with the kind of efficiency never seen by the galaxy before. Decisions were made in mere seconds and implemented in minutes. Alexander was especially happy with the whole droid community. He had never expected that they would become so helpful in ridding the galaxy of all corruptions. Droids were very respectful towards him and would send anonymous reports if they found anything suspicious. Some droids even betrayed their criminal owners. Alexander also awarded these droids with civilian medals. Within 5 years, the galaxy had also become accustomed to treating droids equally. Now, the Senate was fully elected and all the seats were taken by the respected parties. The first galactic elections had just ended and Alexander was going to address it. In addition to this, the Sith had been thoroughly removed from the galaxy. After that, Alexander reformed the Jedi Order and renamed it the Order of the Force. Though they were still called Jedi, in this new order, no one was made to suppress their emotions. Instead, they were taught to deal with those emotions. There were also new branches of Jedi training that one could master. They didn't need to become fighters. There was a warrior branch, medical branch, administrative branch, scholar branch, investigative branch, and explorer branch. All the Jedi received basic training in fighting and force ability before their mastery. There was no concept of light and dark, even the kids with rebellious personalities were taught and slowly tamed to become reasonable beings. Alexander had also placed an indestructible orb in the Jedi Council room that would light red whenever a Sith was detected and would point to him no matter where it was in the galaxy. In total, there were 20,000 new younglings in training. The Jedi Masters were now working overtime and taking 2 or 3 Padawans under their care. But this also built more friendships among them. Alexander stood on the central platform in Senate Hall. There was non-stop clapping going on for the past 5 minutes since he entered. It was just a way for all of them to show their deep gratitude in making a better republic. Thank you for this warm welcome, I am flattered. But, I didn't come here to announce some new law or anything. As I promised 5 years ago, now that we have a fully working Senate, I am resigning from both the Republic and the Order. Elections for the 4 head senators will be held in a week, he announced. There was a long silence. Not even a cough was heard. Then some guy stood up in one of the numerous seats and shouted, "No. Please don't leave us, we know you are immortal. Please, if you are angry for some mistake we made, we apologize." Alexander looked at the guy. He was a Twi'lek, the most enslaved species in the galaxy before his reforms. His planet must have enjoyed a rare moment of peace all these years. Twi'leks were also free to go anywhere they wanted without fear of getting captured now. Don't go, don't go, please stay. Everyone started shouting. It was getting so loud that Alexander could feel the building shake a little. He was honestly moved by everyone. It was normal for people to be scared. After such peaceful times, they were afraid that things would go back to being bad as they were before. This was a problem. People expect some hero to come to save them rather than becoming their own hero. Alexander raised his hand and signaled to everyone to calm down. It took them a few minutes. I am touched by your trust in me. But, we must be reasonable here. Even if I agree to stay, I cannot promise that I will forever be here. What happens when suddenly I am gone? We must establish a system that can work without corruption. I have also taken many steps to ensure that no corruption can take root in the Republic or that no Sith would rise up again. As long as you follow all the rules I have set up, there will never be any problems. Thank you. He didn't say too much and simply left. After that, Yoda took the podium and started speaking about the upcoming head senators' elections. Yoda was the first head senator from the Order. A week passed and the election happened. Alexander had decided at the last moment that droids needed representation in the Senate too. 6 head senators were Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo, Senator Bail Prestor Organa of Alderaan, Senator Mon Mothma of Chandrila, Senator Shmi Skywalker of Tatooine, Senator Yoda of the Order of the Force and finally, Senator Abrix WA7 representative of droids. Alexander was pleasantly surprised when he saw who the droid was. It was the waitress droid he had met at Dex's diner and had repaired her. Alexander knew that greed knows no bounds, so he had to put curses on all the positions in the Senate. It was tied to the Force so the curses would be applicable for as long as the Force existed. They didn't change someone's mind but instead rooted out anyone with a corrupt mindset. The methods of rooting out could be as simple as being forced to resign to falling through the deep ventilation ducts of Coruscant Undercity, all depended on the severity of corruptness. When he had arrived, the galactic purity was at 50%. After so much work, it was merely 0.1% away from reaching 90%. Ha ha ha, how are my younglings? Alexander asked and picked up twin brother and sister. They were children of Anakin and Padme, Luke, and Leia. Both were force-sensitive. Luke more than Leia. "Master, teach me how to fly," Luke requested. "You two are very small to learn that. Even the masters find it hard to do," Alexander told them. "But Papa and Aunt Ahsoka can do it," they argued. "Well, because your Papa is one of the strongest Jedi in the galaxy and Ahsoka is one of the most talented. If you want to become like them then you need to train hard like they did when they were small," he taught them. Suddenly Anakin came in. Ah, so this is where they were. Padme was looking for them all over the Senate. Papa. The twins cutely ran up to Anakin and each grabbed one of his legs each. Papa fly. Leia pestered him. Yes, take us to the high ground. Luke pointed at a platform on another floor. Alexander's eyes twitched when he heard Luke. Anakin helplessly shook his head and flew in the air, much to the twins' enjoyment. The whole Jedi Temple had turned cheerful like this because so many younglings were training there. There were giggles in every corner. Even the hard boy, Mace, had to agree that it had made the temple very relaxing and it helped him meditate. There were many Jedi couples too, though there were vows before a couple could start officially dating or get married, that no matter what happens, the other one will not join the dark side. This vow was there to make sure that if someday something were to happen to their partner in the line of duty, they would honor their sacrifice and move on. In the coming weeks, Alexander just worked to make sure that he was not leaving anything undone. He was currently in an unknown region and in particular the Exegol system. He sensed a very small Sith presence from here. He knew that all the Sith in the galaxy were gone, but that couldn't be said about the planets occupied by them. So, in his investigation, he eventually reached the planet Exegol. Exegol was a dark, barren, and rocky planet with desert flats. Its dry conditions, combined with the rubbing of dust particles in its atmosphere, created enormous static discharges that appeared as lightning strikes from the planet's surface. It truly gave an aura that could only be orgasmic to a Sith. Alexander looked around there and found many ancient ruins. He already knew they had something to do with the Sith. Eventually, he reached the underground base and found a facility that was still working. Though only droids were maintaining it, they were very easy to deal with. He then found a Bacta tank inside and it had the body of Darth Sidious in it. I am very positive that I destroyed his body with my eye ability, he reminded himself. From a little more evaluation, he concluded that Palpatine had somehow found a way to transfer his soul to this body. Probably the grace of his master Darth Plagueis. But because he was a Category 5 sinner, his punishment was to get erased from space and time, which included the destruction of his soul. So, now this body was just useless meat. Alexander destroyed the whole lab, then went back into space and destroyed the planet. It was so secluded that its removal would not affect the galaxy. Then he again apparat to the Force planet because as always, he was going to set up a backup plan. He modified a T-800 droid to make it look like him. Then he made it Force sensitive and also gave many more power boosts. It would stay deep under the surface of Earth that he had made. It would always sit there as if in meditation and keep on watching over the galaxy through the Force. If someday a Sith Rising happens, the Order of the Force comes into any danger or the galaxy is in danger, this droid would get activated and solve all the problems. It was very strong enough to swat any Jedi or Sith like a fly. He had also added some memories of his so the droid could recognize places and people. The Force priestesses even promised that they would watch over the droid. Beep. Alexander's phone rang. He read it and sighed. Ha, my time has come. He apparat back to Jedi Temple and pushed the emergency button in the Jedi Council room. It was only made to be pressed in an emergency or life-threatening situation. It didn't take long for all the masters to gather. The moment they saw Alexander standing there, they had a bad premonition. Sit, everyone. I have something to inform you about, he said while looking at Coruscant out of the window. He had made it necessary for every house and street to have plants, so the city planet didn't look so lifeless now. What happened, wise one? Ahsoka asked. She had become a grandmaster by now. Alexander smiled at her. She had grown out of her immaturish self and had grown into a beautiful and strong Jedi. Everyone, my time has come. I must leave this plane of existence now, he announced. Many faces turned sadder now, realizing he was leaving. What's with the sad faces? Every journey has an ending. We must keep on traveling further and starting new ones. I was very lucky to have met you all. I hope the Jedi Order will keep walking on the path my teachings and flourish for eternity while helping the galaxy. May the Force be with you all. I will keep a watch on you all no matter where I am, so, don't slack and get fat, he said, targeting his gaze at Anakin. After that, he dismissed the meeting, sending most people away. Ahsoka was the first one to come to him and hugged him. Thank you, Master. If you had not been there to guide me, I don't know if I would have even survived. She emotionally said. Alexander patted her head. Ahsoka, your will is strongest amongst most of the Jedi here. Your ability to always do the right thing is commendable. I am proud of you, child. Thank you for being a good student. She felt positivity, pride, and happiness spread through her body the moment she heard those words. Getting such recognition from her master was the most she could ask for. Alexander then took out a lightsaber and handed it to her. Take this, Ahsoka. This is a special lightsaber. I have named it Pathfinder. Just as the name suggests, it will always lead you to the right path and never betray you. Even if you lose it somehow, it will find you back. Ahsoka handled it like it was a delicate treasure, not wanting to put even a single scratch on it. Alexander chuckled. Haha, child, don't worry. It is made of the strongest material in the multiverse. Even if you throw it into the sun it won't be destroyed. They didn't hear the mention of multiverse. Then Alexander looked at Anakin, his second student. Kid, you've been through a lot. From a small, talented producer on Tatooine to a Jedi Grandmaster, possibly Supreme Grandmaster in a few years. I am proud of you. You may have been on the brink of joining the dark side earlier, but all is well if it ends well. Keep those days as a lesson. how even little things could affect a normal mind. Partain those lessons to others, who may find it useful. For this, I give you this lightsaber. I have named it Twilight because the path you walk is neither dark nor light. This lightsaber will always help you to make the best decision when in conflict. Anakin took it and swung it for once. This is very comfortable to use, it's like it was made for me. Haha, it was, Alexander commented. Then finally, he looked at Yoda, his last student. Alexander had passed all knowledge he could to Yoda. Not to mention, he had also recorded many holocrons and had magically enchanted them to only show the knowledge if the user is worthy and prepared for it. Yoda, my old student. You were born to be one of the greatest Jedi in history, a role you will keep on fulfilling even after I am gone. For this duty, I give you my own lightsaber, not made of God's metal. I call it Justice. Its purpose is to do as the name suggests. It will help to uncover plots, be fair, and detect lies. With this, I take my departure. Alexander's body started to shine in white light. May the Force enlighten all your paths. Take care. The light engulfed him and he vanished. Alexander appeared back in Fahim. A sudden perverted scream came from the open fields. Alexander turned towards it and saw Deadpool running away from a horde of unicorns, and one of them was able to stab its horn into his butt. Sigh. Alex, send him back. He is a bad influence on Yalo. Olivia came to him and complained. She had the cute Yalo in her arms. This kid will be a kid even after 30 years. Well, at least Olivia will always have something to do now, he thought. Okay, Oli, he said and walked to Deadpool. He waved his hand and Deadpool's body stuck on the horn of a unicorn flew to him. I am sending you back now. He simply notified him. Wait, I still got you. His words were cut short as Deadpool disappeared and was sent back to the Marvel Universe. Once that was done, it was time for Alexander to leave and go to another world. Soon the time came and he was again thrown through the multiverse and kept on crossing many universes. Then finally he felt like a baby coming out of the birth canal and white light blinded him for a second. He appeared near a rocky cliff. The world around him looked weird, cartoonish to some extent. This had never happened before. Even if he went to the animated world there was still a sense of realism. Then, he heard the sound of swords clashing and walked towards it. Looking at the people, it at least became clear that there was something wrong with the world as the people looked human. He walked up to the two women fighting each other, one in a full-body black latex-type suit. She didn't even have her face open. The other was in a green dress. He quickly gained their attention. Good evening, ladies. Why are you fighting? He politely asked. Just then, Ragnarok and Dobby came out of Fahim, spooking the two women. Who are you? Sorcerer. The one in green dress asked. Oh, I am Alexander, this is Dobby and that one is Ragnarok. We are travelers. Alexander introduced everyone. Where is your luggage? She asked suspiciously. We don't need those things. Wait, who's he? Alexander asked, pointing at a guy meditation on the edge of the cliff. Maybe the woman in the mask didn't like being ignored, so she attacked the one speaking to Alexander. Alexander simply pointed his finger at her. Easy, now, wait. I can sense a demonic presence from you. Alexander read her sins. High Priestess, Category 5. Murder, 323,456,741. Indirect murder, 1,456,789,741. Enslaved, 25,456,789. Demon worship, 125,874,156. Sin percentage, 92%. A/N, guess which world this is. Hint, there is a samurai and a demon. The samurai gets sent to many years in the future. Alexander looked at the woman with a raised eyebrow. The woman was pure evil. So he used his eyes of judgment and erased her existence from space and time. This must be the easiest world till now. The main boss arrived so soon he thought and took out his phone to see the purity level of the world. What the hell, only 40%. How bad is this place? Alexander looked up at the remaining woman. He didn't feel a demonic presence from her soul but her blood. Girl, I want you to tell me everything. He sternly said. There were stars everywhere. It was like he was weightless and free of all earthly bounds. Samurai Jack had decided to finally slay the demon Aku after he wasted time in self-loathing and self-pity. He needed his katana back to slay him but he needed to prove himself to the gods again. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Jack saw 3 giant figures in front of him. He knew they were the gods, Odin, Ra, and Rama. You are indeed worthy of the blade of the gods. You shall go and slay the vile Aku with this. But you may not need to do so as a powerful being has arrived in your world. If you convince him, he can kill Aku as easily as snapping his fingers. Ra spoke to Jack. Actually, he's just standing behind you outside, Odin added. Jack quickly took the sword and went out of the spirit realm. He could use some allies. He knew beating Aku was going to be tough. Okay, let me get this straight. So that kid sitting there is from the past, sent by a demon into this dystopian retro-futuristic Earth ruled by Aku. And it has been what? Thousands of years. Alexander summarized what the girl told him. Nice story. If someone wrote a nice book on it, it would probably become a bestseller and then get butchered by some Hollywood movie or TV show director, he thought. Are you the one gods talked about? Suddenly Jack spoke. I don't know what they said. Gods say a lot of stuff about me. Alexander jokingly responded. They said you can help me defeat Aku. Jack asked. Sure, let's go. He agreed. Oi, get up you two, it's time for work. He nudged Dobby and Ragnarok who were playing chess on the side. The girl named Ashi jumped into Jack's arms and kissed him. Are you okay, Jack? Alexander chuckled seeing them. Hee. Youth. What are you talking about? The way you treat Olivia still makes you two look like a newly wedded couple. Ragnarok pointed out. Alexander ignored him and walked away. Alexander and the party came to Aku's dwelling. Alexander simply kicked the door down and entered. They blasted through all the guards and reached the place the demon was hiding. Oh, you got no manners, I was busy. The supposed demon spoke from his long dining table. Jack didn't give him any time and simply went to attack him. Alexander also gave 1 or 2 punches. In the end, Aku was reduced to nothing but a small dark shadow. Who are you? Aku fearfully asked. Alexander smiled at him and said, just a wandering old man. Then Jack swung his sword at Aku and killed him. Then they returned to Jack's past. A time that was still feudal Japan. Alexander couldn't guess how far they were in the future as he didn't know how long a shape-shifting demon would take to change the world. In the past too, they attacked Aku. This time Aku was weaker because he had just fought the Jack he sent to the future. Jack swung his sword to kill him. Clank. Alexander caught the sword midway. Don't kill him, Jack. At least not if you love Ashi. Jack was confused. What do you mean? If you kill him, then there will be no future Aku. That means Ashi will never be born. He revealed. Jack's eyes widened. Then he heard Alexander continue. But if I kill him, I can make an exception and let Ashi live as a special existence, he offered. That is not possible. You cannot mess with space and time like this. Aku barked from the ground. Oh, but I can. Alexander walked up to him. Aku was a 100% sinner as he was already a demon, so there was only one option. Aku got erased from space and time. Jack kept on looking at Ashi. How do you feel? Ashi checked herself. I feel normal. Haha, and you forever will. You are now in an alternate timeline. Okay then, my work here is complete. I gotta go. Where are you going? Come to my kingdom, you can live peacefully there, Jack offered him. Alexander gave him a thankful smile. I appreciate it, kid, but did you forget? I am a wandering old man. Take care. Alexander flew up in the air with Ragnarok and Dobby. When they were gone, Jack noticed that flowers were growing where Alexander was standing a while ago. Then it expanded and covered the whole country and beyond, growing many types of plants in its way. The once desolate earth became green again. Jack then later married Ashi and lived a happy fulfilling life. On a sandy and rocky planet somewhere in the multiverse. Whoa, this place looks dead. Where is everybody? Ragnarok exclaimed. I think we landed in the wrong place, boss. Dobby pointed in the sky. Alexander looked up and sensed Earth far away. Well, I think we are on Mars right now, but there should be a reason why we are here. Alexander concluded. Boss, look, there's a man. Dobby pointed at a distance. Normal eyes could not see that far away but they could. Yeah, that looks like a pretty advanced rover there. Let's follow him and see if there is a colony of humans that has been established. Alexander said. Looks like he's digging something, Ragnarok added. Soon the human did whatever he was doing and left. Alexander followed him to his dwellings. Okay, I was wrong, humans have not advanced enough. It's just a small housing unit. Let's go and give him a visit. Alexander said. Alexander also had a slight idea now about where he was. Inside the housing unit, a man was listening to some disco songs and digging potatoes that he grew with his big brain knowledge and some poop. Knock knock. Mark Watney was just minding his business when he heard the knocking on the entry hatch. He ignored it initially, thinking it was sand as the wind was quite strong outside. Knock knock knock. Now, it felt more like knocking. Knocks of equal intensity and an equal gap in between. He knew he was alone on Mars and no mission was currently ongoing either. So, he decided to check what it was that was making such noise. There was no window to see outside so he had to wear his suit back and then open the door. After a few minutes, he went and opened it. There he saw 3 people standing in robes and they weren't even wearing spacesuits. So, one thought came to his mind, I am hallucinating. But the next moment the 3 people talked. Hey, kid. I am Alexander. Mind if we come in? I mean, you are just hallucination so I don't see any problem with that. Mark shrugged and let them in and closed the hatch. He was now worried about his mental health. Once Alexander was inside, he saw Mark's makeshift farm. He knew he was in the Martian movie world right now. He then took out his phone and searched for what his mission was. After all, it couldn't just be saving the man who was already going to get saved. He read the message and it said the Earth was normal Earth and needed normal cleaning. Meaning that there was no supervillain this time. Just normal Earth. Ragnarok and Dobby went ahead and sat by the table and started taking food out from Fahame. They were having a nice steak. Soon the mouth-watering smell shrouded the whole place. Mark was still dismissing it all as hallucination and cooked his potatoes for himself. Alexander also went and joined Dobby. Mark came to him and asked, You want some of my potatoes? You mean the poopy potatoes? I appreciate it but I'd rather not eat that. Here, you try some steak too. Alexander said and gave him a plate filled with meat. Alexander was still surprised how easily Mark had accepted then, without even asking any questions. Mark felt like eating the steak because of its aroma but he knew it was a hallucination so it was not going to fill his stomach. He still took a bite and his eyes widened. This is real, he exclaimed. Of course it is fresh out of a meat tree, Ragnarok scoffed. No, I mean, you three are mere hallucinations. How can this thing have a real taste? Mark clarified. Whoa, we are as real as you, kid, Dobby said. But this is Mars, Mark pointed out. When did we say we were humans? Alexander added. The steak got stuck in Mark's throat, cough cough. What? Are you, aliens? He asked. His face had lost all colors. Yes, we are, Alexander nodded. But you look just like humans. Mark pointed. Alexander pointed his finger at the bite Ragnarok was eating and it turned into a live cockroach. Ragnarok still ate his but threw it out when it started moving in his mouth. What the fuck was that for? I need to gargle now. Alexander again pointed at the cockroach and turned it into a gold coin. Can humans do this? Mark shook his head, who knew aliens lived on Mars. We are not from Mars, we are not even from this galaxy. Dobby clarified. You mean intergalactic? I need to inform NASA. This will be a huge discovery. Mark excitedly got up to go to the probe and talk to NASA. Sure, go ahead, like they are going to believe you. They will just say you are hallucinating. Alexander told him. Wait, aren't you going to introduce yourself to Earth? He asked. Why would we? Imagine what devastating effect Earth would have if they suddenly found superpowered intergalactic travelers. It will be total chaos with people questioning everything. I'm sure 1 or 2 cults will even start calling me God or something. Your species is not ready yet, kid, Alexander explained. Mark stayed silent for a while. He could imagine all that happening on Earth. Earth was too divided and dumb. It was not ready to meet aliens and venture into space. It would only bring technology that could bring more destruction to them. Then why are you here? Mark asked. Honestly, we don't know. What about you? Why are you here? Alexander asked back. I am stranded. My crew left due to a storm. They think I'm dead. Mark told them his story. Don't worry. I'm sure they will come to get you. Alexander consoled him. I'm not so sure about that, Mark muttered. Alexander then looked at Dobby. You and Ragnarok should go and take care of the business. The two nodded and operate to Earth to bring its purity to 90%. It was already at 75%. It seems this version of the Earth was better than his own. Mark was spooked. Where did they go? How? Ignore the little details, Alexander shrugged. But they just disappeared. He argued. Yeah, that's called being an advanced species. Now, I'll teach you some stuff. Maybe you can help your planet when you go back. He offered. Alexander was going to make Mark the hope for humanity's future. On Earth, Dobby and Ragnarok were moving from country to country and solving all the problems in its government's administrations. They always start from the top and slowly solve things down. It didn't take them long to bring that 10% in and they returned to Mars. The Hermes spacecraft was also near Mars and ready to grab Mark. So, this is goodbye then, Mark said to Alexander as he strapped himself into the launch vehicle. Alexander stood beside him and helped him put the safety straps on. Yeah, this is it. The last time you will be seeing me. Don't forget all the things I taught you and be wary of those evil capitalists. They'd rather kill you than let you change humanity. I have already made preparations for you on Earth on how you can change things. Yeah, I got all that. Hey, wait. If you are an alien, how can your name be Alexander? Mark asked. Alexander decided to mess with him. Who do you think invented names on Earth? It all came from aliens like me. Even Mark is a very common name in aliens. Haha, nice joke. All right, I am receiving signals from Hermes. Bye-bye. Mark alerted. Alexander left him there and got out of the launch vehicle. He went to Ragnarok and Dobby. So, how was your trip? This version of the Earth is much better than the wizarding world, Dobby remarked. You seem to be having fun, Alexander said to Ragnarok who was eating some dumplings. I found this nice shop and couldn't help but buy some, Ragnarok said. You didn't have any Earth money. Alexander pointed, interested in knowing this. I bought it in black. Alexander raised an eyebrow. How does one buy dumplings in black? I told the guy I'd pay in gold. He immediately agreed. Though the gold was of low quality it was still worth more than these dumplings, so no harm is done. Ragnarok replied. Sigh. Let's go then. Our time here is over. Dobby reminded him. Then Ragnarok and Dobby went to Fahame. After a few seconds, a white light fell on Alexander. He flew in the sky at a very high speed. But in his way, he saw Mark not being able to reach the rescuer. Mark had gone too far from the Hermes ship. Alexander used his magic and moved him directly into the rescuer's arms. Mark felt the unnatural movement like he was tied to hard wire and was being moved around with it. He looked from where the force originated and caught a slight glimpse of Alexander before it disappeared faster than he had seen anything move. He was having an adrenaline rush so he couldn't think of anything except reaching the safe space of the spacecraft first. Thanks, old man, he muttered. Who are you talking to, Mark? His commander asked. Nothing. It's finally good to be back. Mark had no idea if the 3 people he saw on Mars were real or not, but he had his doubts that they were real. 1. Because when he reached Earth, he felt like it had changed a lot. It had become much nicer. The plans he learned on how to make 90% efficient solar panels, and large, efficient ocean water desalination plants were still in his head and he knew such things could not come into his head out of thin air. He was just a botanist after all. He also found a large company registered under his name and also a team of special bodyguards whom he suspected weren't humans but robots. It had been 5 years since that fortunate encounter and he had finally started changing the world for the better with his invention. Many times he would still look up in the sky whenever he was alone, wanting to imagine what a truly advanced civilization from where the old man came from was like. He had tried to share this secret with his wife but he knew she didn't believe him. No one in their right mind would. But not wanting to take all the credit to himself, he just wrote a book about his time on Mars where he added Dobby, Ragnarok, and Alexander as his hallucinations who taught him and kept him sane. After the book was launched, he was permanently grounded for any missions by NASA because they were doubtful about his mental stability now. But for him, it was all worth it. Alexander opened his eyes and found himself sitting crossed legs in a rundown wooden building. His beard and hair had overgrown like he had been sitting like this for a long time. His clothes were also weird. He was wearing a white robe on which golden cloud patterns were made. Near him were a bamboo hat and a staff with yin-yang sign as its top part. Why haven't Dobby and Ragnarok come out yet? He asked himself. He looked into Fahame for them. Olivia, where are Dobby and Ragnarok? I don't know, I haven't seen them in a while. She answered. Yaya. Yalo came up to him tippy-toed. Haha, how are you, son? Let's go, we will go on our adventure this time. He said and put him on his shoulder. Oh, hey, old man. Mind if I join you? I got nothing to do in here. Douglas asked him. Well, you have been training hard all this time, I think you deserve a small gap. Okay, come along and bring hats too. It's time I teach him how to work correctly, he's a living walking box of uncertainty. Alexander said. Douglas happily went to find the fat cat. Alexander meanwhile took out his phone to check what kind of past he had in this world. He opened the message and saw the memory. Memory starts. Alexander found himself in front of 9 weird animals. They were all huge and yet looked like babies. Ji-chan, come play with us. The cute chubby fox with 9 tails shouted at him. Alexander already knew their names. He had found them wandering in the forest when he appeared on the planet. They were initially wary of him but after his continuous show of some love and care, they got too attached to him. Alexander smiled at them. Haha, okay Karama-chan. Let's play tag. Alexander went ahead and played with all the tailed beasts. They had told Alexander that their old man had gone and had told them to be good kids and maintain peace in the world. But they were too small right now and just wanted to play and have fun. Alexander stayed with the beasts for a long time while exploring the world. He couldn't find many humans there, it seemed like civilization was still in its initial stage. But from what the tailed beasts said, their creator was not from the planet. Their creator was also the ones who started something called ninchu. It was the use of chakras to perform unimaginable feats. Alexander already had an idea of what the chakra was. It was like the Force in Star Wars. But in this case, the Force was only limited to the planet and nearby space. It was called chakra and was in many ways different from the Force. It was a lot more complex, though there was no dark and light side crap. However, his knowledge was limited so he wouldn't bet on there not being something about 2 fated sides meant to fight. The biology of people was different on the planet. Chakra flowed through people's veins. Some had more, some had less. Those with a decent amount can become something called a shinobi and those with not a lot stay civilians. There were no countries as of the moment and only loosely tied villages. The tailed beasts also told him that they had their places to live in 9 different temples spread around the world. Though they said they don't like living there as they feel lonely. They had also tried befriending humans but nobody played with them and only attacked. Alexander felt very bad for the big cuties. So, for the next few hundred years, he lived with them while watching how the world changes. He would rarely go among the people and help here and there. Little by little, he became a sort of legend and they dubbed him, Sage of Beasts. But he still had the thought about there being life in the space. So, once the tailed beasts got big enough to take care of themselves, he decided to go to space and find where Sage Hagio Romo Atsutsuki came from. Okay, as long as you stay together no one can hurt you. Together you are strong, you are a family, never forget this, okay? I will return soon. He instructed the tailed beasts and left. His journey went on for many years. He did find some alien life in places far away from where he came from, but he was still not able to find the ones he was looking for. So, he decided to return and just have some fun with all the beasties. But when he returned, he couldn't find them and the world had also changed a lot, now divided into various factions, countries, and already 2 big wars under their belts. The place he used to live with the beasts in the jungle now had a huge abandoned shrine with his statue too. Memory ends. Sigh. I have no idea where I am or where I should find Karama and everyone else. I hope they are fine, he thought. He understood that if he was really here in the past physically and not just as a memory then he could have done many things differently. But the memories were just so his identity could be integrated into the world, so he had no control over what happened in the past. Soon a fat cat with a huge bag on its back came to him. Its huge wide grin really takes away all the cuteness his shape brings. But Alexander knew hats was not bad in the heart. What's in the bag? Hats. Alexander asked. Oh, there is food and drinks. Douglas said we are going on a secret mission. Hats answered. Douglas was messing with you. We are just going on an adventure and just look around for a few sentient beasts I know. You don't need the bag, we can come and go to Fahame whenever we want. Alexander clarified. Then suddenly Barry flew in with a huge backpack too. Alexander sighed. Barry, come with me, we got an angel to beat. Hats took Barry to find Douglas. Fire Country, Kanahagakur aka Hidden Leaf Village. What is this I am hearing about the disturbance in the forests near Tanzaku town? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage of Konoha, asked Elder Koharu Yudiden, one of the 3 members of the Konoha Council. Oh, ignore this, it's just myths and tales. There is a big abandoned shrine dedicated to some ancient sage called Sage of Beasts who in the legends was the only known man to befriend all the tailed beasts. But it's all a myth. People are just making up stories after sighting some animal, she shruggingly said in her weak old voice. Sarutobi straightened his back in his seat. It has just been 3 years since the end of the Second Great Shinobi War. We can't take any chances. If it is a big shrine then there could be many people hiding inside it. Sakumo Heitake is headed to Kusagakur, Hidden Grass Village. Let's inform him to check on the shrine. Skirmishes have already started along the border between the Land of Fire and Land of Grass. Reports indicate there are Iwagakur shinobi hiding amongst them. Iwagakur has lost too much in the previous wars and I am afraid another war is in the way. All the council members nodded at his words and agreed on his decision. Okay, boys, enough playing. Let's start our journey now, Alexander said. He had Hats and Barry caught in 2 hands. They had been after Douglas the whole time and had run around in the forest. He had to knock them up because they were even seen by normal people. But he lied to us, punish him too. Barry pointed at Douglas. I'm gonna regret bringing these 3 with me. Douglas, you are not allowed to speak for 24 hours as a punishment, Alexander declared and started walking away from his shrine. Yalo was on his shoulder, happily looking around. The kid had a really slow growth. But Douglas protested. Don't speak or it will become 48 hours, Alexander added. They walked out of the forest and came to a small but lively town. Just one look around showed him what kind of town it was. It was a place filled with gambling dens and brothels. Just my luck, the first place we arrived turned out to be this place. Well, I need to learn where I am first. He contemplated. Hats and Barry, intel gathering, where we are, geography, people, religion, history, anything. Okay, he instructed them with a serious look. Both of them saluted. Yes, boss. Alexander then went to a bar there. Though it looked more like a casino, he went ahead and took a seat around which a lot of people sat. He started hearing whatever the people were saying. From it, he quickly found out he was in a place called Tanzaku Town. It was in a country called Fire Country. He also heard about another problem brewing in the Land of Rain. With this, he knew where he was going to head next. He ordered some ramen for himself and a glass of milk for Yalo because that was the only decent thing he saw on the menu. Alexander looked at Douglas who was trying his best to not speak. I nearly forgot you were with me. I'll order for you too. He was about to call for a waiter but then a drunk blonde woman came to him and rudely talked. Oi, go away old man, I want this seat. Alexander saw the woman. She seemed young and he couldn't help but take a glance at the assets because they were just too big compared to normal human standards. There is enough space, you can take a seat anywhere you want. Alexander calmly replied. Hey, no, this is my place. I sit here every day, she persisted. A little girl was then seen pulling her sleeves. Tsunade-sama, don't bully the elders. Let's just share the table. There is enough space for all of us. Tsunade huffed and sat down close to Alexander. Then she looked at Douglas innocently eating his noodles. Hey, boy, give me that ramen, I am hungry. She shouted at him and pointed her finger at his bowl. Douglas paused midway while slurping some noodles. He looked rather surprised that someone would call him so disrespectfully. Only Alexander and his friends were allowed to do that. Tsunade-sama, that is someone else's food. I will order for you, please wait. The little girl said and ran away to the counter. Douglas decided to ignore the disrespect because he needed to stay quiet for 24 hours and he also liked women with big assets. He had this theory that women big assets had big hearts and should be cherished. Oi, are you ignoring me? You look down on me? You just wait, I will win next time. She continued to antagonize Douglas. Keep eating your ramen, Douglas, she's drunk, Alexander told him. But this seemed to put him in the spotlight now. I am not drunk, old man. I can still drink 10 more bottles of sake. You wanna bet on it? Alexander asked. You gonna pay? She asked back with an excited face. What will I get if you lose? He inquired. What can an old man want? Wait, I'm not gonna give my body just for booze, or maybe I can. She sounded confused. No, none of that stuff. My wife will kill me for even thinking that. Let's say, you will owe me a favor. I can ask for it anytime in the future. It won't be anything lewd either. He proposed. Then you got yourself a deal, old man. Now, where is my boozy? She shouted. Soon the waiter brought 10 bottles of sake and she started drinking it one after another. The little girl who introduced herself as Shizen told Alexander about herself. She was an orphan after her uncle died. The blonde lady was his fiancée and took her in as an apprentice to learn medical ninjutsu. She was just a small child and yet so mature to be taking care of a drunkard. You want to eat ice cream, Shizen? Alexander asked. Her worried eyes for Tsunade instantly lit up. But they don't sell any, and it's not cheap outside. Tsunade-sama lost a lot of money today. Alexander's heart nearly melted seeing her cute face turning all puffy in sadness. Wanna see magic, Shizen? She looked at him with interest. Okay, which flavor of ice cream do you like the most? He asked. Chocolate, she blurted. Okay, close your eyes for 1 second, he said. Shizun did as asked and waited for a second. Then she opened and squeaked a little, seeing a big bowl filled with chocolate ice cream. Is this all for me? She asked. Alexander ruffled her hair. Yes, all of it is for you. Then she forgot about Tsunade and got to enjoy her ice cream. Meanwhile, Tsunade was down to her 9th bottle and had already passed out. Well, she owes me now. Let's go, Douglas. Alexander muttered and got up. Wait, Mr. Grandpa, can you help me? Shizun voiced. He turned back. What is it, little one? See, can you help me take Tsunade-sama to our room? I cannot pick her up, I am small. She alternatively looked at him and Tsunade. Haha, sure, child. Lead the way, he said, and Tsunade's body suddenly started levitating. Shizun was shocked but just took it as some ninja ability and lead the way to the hotel they were staying at. After helping them, they were back on their way. Where did Hats and Barry go? They should have returned by now, Douglas said with sign language. It took him half an hour to learn how to say this and then successfully saying it. Soon they came to a street where a lot of people were gathered. I think we found them. They bypassed the crowd and saw what was happening. They found Hats sitting on the back of an unconscious man and Barry was pecking at another man. What is going on here? He asked loudly. Oh, they attacked us and wanted to catch us to sell. Hats answered. Yay, even when we won fair and square they attacked, Barry added. Hearing Barry, Hats face palmed. So you two were gambling? No, we were gathering intel, I got a lot of it. Here, check this out. Hats gave him a notebook with his fluffy paws. Alexander looked at it and read all the information. About the geography of the world, cultures, and major events. He was interested in these hidden villages thing. These were villages where the country's shinobis reside. He found out about the 5 major nations too. He also found out that the tailed beasts were feared around the world now and were enslaved and sealed in humans to be used as war tools. It enraged him and he decided to start looking for them before he did anything else. And for that, he needed a high-level source of intel. So, going to an area under conflict would be best because high-ranking men can be found in war zones as easily as dirt. Sigh. Good job, Hats. But you will not be leaving my sight from now on. You are too chaotic. Barry, you too. Stop following Hats everywhere. He scolded them. Everyone around them just looked at the bizarre interaction taking place between a man, cat, and a bird. Sakumo Hatake received the orders from Hokage and went to check out the big shrine in the forest. But he didn't find anything there. From questioning the locals he found out that people saw a mysterious man a few days ago. The man looked old, had a young man walking with him and there were also a talking cat and bird. The intel was too bizarre but it also became more of a reason to understand what this threat meant. So he went in the direction people reported the strange of going and he eventually reached the Tanzaku town. But he was late again, the people again reported the bizarre details and that the old man went towards the road leading to Aim. This alerted him, he knew that he must find this man and understand why he was going to Aim. The man could have been a spy transporting important intel about Fire Country. Did you put all the posters? Yes, boss. All of them? Douglas, Barry, and Hats saluted. Okay, let's go now. We are close to this Aim. They say it rains there all day every day. Must be a pretty depressing place, Alexander remarked. For the past few days, Alexander tried to find Dobby and Ragnarok, by oxyoing them, by calling them on phones but nothing worked. So, he went old school and started putting up missing posters. He knew the two were monsters in strength so he was not worried about them as much as he was worried about the tailed beasts. They proceeded and entered the land of rain. It had already started to rain. Ah, I hate this already. My feathers are getting wet, Barry complained and flew to Alexander's shoulder and sat down under his invisible umbrella. BB. Yalo was also sitting on the other side and played with Barry. Haha, this environment is too depressing. I will send you to Olivia now, Alexander said while looking at Yalo. They finally came to Amegakur, the shinobi village of Rain Country. He could see the tall buildings of the city. It looked too modern as compared to the rest of the world. He also knew why. Amegakur and its country often served as battlefields in wars between Konoha, Suna, and Iwa in which surely various smaller villages suffered the most. He guessed that this led to many people moving to Amegakur itself to seek protection under Aim's shinobi. This influx of people led to the village's population expansion but it's also the truth that smaller villages are easier to defend than the large ones. Therefore instead of building new houses which led to the expansion of the village's size, and Amegakur's buildings rose to the sky. Halt, state your business and identity. A guard at the bridge entrance stopped them. Alexander played his old man traveler act. Ahaha, I am just an old trader. What are you trading? I don't see any goods. The guard questioned. Suspicion was clear on his face. Oh, I and my mentally retarded son are here to sell these two. They are very unique animals. Alexander pointed at Hats and Barry. The two were already prepared and when the guard came to check them they acted. Hats barked like a dog. Bow, bow 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 bitch. Aim Shinobi scratched his head wondering if he really heard the cat barking and called him a bitch. This is the lowest I could ever fall to. What has my life turned into? Hats self-loathed for barking. Roar. Barry started making lion roars. The guard was shocked. They are indeed very unique. Okay, you can go in, old man. Uncle, are you a princess? Can you kiss that toad and make him a prince? Douglas started acting his part of being retarded but he was just having fun messing. The guard looked at an ugly toad on the sidewalk and made a distasteful face. Ah, forgive him. He's not proper in the head, Alexander said with his eye twitching and quickly dragged Douglas and others into the city/village. Once a distance away, they all started to laugh. Ah ha ha ha, why did you bark, Hats? I thought dogs were your enemies, Douglas asked. I wasn't planning on barking but I couldn't decide who to mimic and my mind went blank and a bark came out automatically, Hats clarified. Alexander patted his thick furry head. Haha, that bark was very good, I nearly thought you were a dog wearing a cat's costume. Hat's tail fell down hearing that. It was a disgrace to him. They entered the city/village and looked around for any signs of conflict. But except poverty, disease, and sadness he couldn't find anything. This is what constant war does. The city is pretty developed but the population is too big for it to efficiently manage. Plus the constant danger outside, no one goes out to work, Alexander remarked. But why do these big countries fight each other? Douglas questioned. Because they are dumb and also because of natural resources. In the past wars, all these countries poured their resources, without realizing that no matter what happens they won't gain much. Fire country is filled with forests, a warm climate, and other natural resources, while earth country is a rocky place and wind country is a desert country. They want to take a piece of fire country to make lives better, and when these countries fight the remaining ones jump in just to take advantage, Alexander explained to them. Hats scoffed, that's so dumb. They could live in a peaceful world if they had a working economic and trade system. Each country has something to offer to others that can be used to trade. Why fight? Arrogance maybe. All these shinobi villages don't want to be seen weaker than the others, Alexander replied. They soon headed to the market area to gain some knowledge about what was happening there. There were many shops but not many buyers. This time he didn't let Hats and Barry go anywhere. Get your full-size statue made, only 1,000 ryo. Alexander turned towards the hawker. The economy was really messed up if people even made statues for 1,000 ryo which were about $100. I want one, Barry suddenly voiced and flew to the boy. The shopkeeper heard Barry and was shocked that a bird spoke. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the fact that you're a talking bird. Do you have money? The teenage boy asked. Barry shook his head. Will gold do? Nobody rejected gold, so Barry went in to get himself a sculpture made. Alexander also followed in out of interest. Inside the shop, he saw dozens of different statues made of different materials and styles. Then he saw the boy making the sculpture. He was so fast that normal eyes couldn't even see his hand movements. And it seemed he was carving it with a kunai, which showed that he was probably a shinobi too because normal civilians don't bother learning to wield it. Alexander also noted that the boy was imbuing his chakra with each cut. Soon, the statue was completed. Then the man did some jutsu and the statue got colored and started to look exactly like Barry. That was beautiful, kid. Are you a shinobi? Why are you making sculptures? He asked. Oh, they think my area of expertise is useless so I had to find another way to make money. The boy replied. And what is your area of expertise? Alexander asked out of interest. Suddenly Barry's statue started moving and mimicking Barry. I can make sculptures turn to life. Though this only lasts as long as I have chakra to supply and I am very weak in that area. Ha ha ha, that is a very nice ability. The possibilities are endless. Alexander praised him. I know, that's what everyone says, but I am not strong enough to do much with them. At most I can make a life-sized man and make it walk, he explained. What is your name, kid? Alexander asked. Well, I was an orphan and had no name most of my life. I just picked random letters and made Umar my name. He introduced himself. I have seen a lot of orphans in AIM on my visit, Alexander muttered. Oh, that's thanks to constant war and lack of resources for AIM to care for the orphans. Most of them either die or somehow survive off on the streets. Umar sadly explained. Okay, Umar. I have an offer. How about I make an orphanage here and you be its warden? You will receive money to take care of them. For this, I will also teach you how to improve your statue animation technique. He offered. He had checked Umar's sin percentage and it was under 30%. He was a good man. Why would you do that? There is no benefit for you in this. Umar suspiciously asked. Haha, I just have too much money. Don't worry, kid. I am not a bad guy. One of my people will contact you later about where I have set up the orphanage. You can start packing your stuff, he said. How will you make me stronger? Umar asked further. I have my ways. Now, can you tell me where I can find the elder of this village? Alexander asked. Oh, that would be Lord Hanzo. He is the leader of this village and also the strongest shinobi. He lives and works in that tall building over there. All right, I'll be on my way, then. See you later, kid, he said and dropped a tiny gold coin for Barry's statue. He will return later to officially train him. A man who could make an army of men for himself was a talent that shouldn't go wasted. Umar is an original character and not from Naruto. But it was already night so he rented a room in a nice place for the night. Barry and Hats went ahead and goofed around in one of the rooms with their board games while Douglas took out his gaming console. Sigh, what is wrong with this generation? Next day he would look for this Hanzo man and start looking into the libraries of the village for more information. Sakumo Haytake had been relentlessly following the lead and came to AIM. He could not ask for help from AIM's shinobi as they were neutral in all the conflicts for now. so he had to search for the old man on his own, and it was not easy. It had been a few days and now Alexander understood everything about the world. For some reason, he had a feeling that someone was continuously forcing the world into a fight again and again. He had gone to a few restricted libraries, and for the whole history of humanity, he could only see conflicts. There was also something that caught his interest. Even though there were hidden villages that were so powerful, and their villages also had its leaders who were like the big representatives of the whole country, but there were still daimyos in each country. Daimyos were nothing but super rich and physically weak feudal lords with just political power to order anyone in the country around, even the shinobi. This system was both good and bad in Alexander's eyes. Good because this kept the normal people away from the matters of shinobi that mainly involved a lot of fighting. Bad because the whole civilian part of the country was left to fend for itself while the people in Hidden Village enjoyed the protection and better life. It was like, there was a country within a country. Also, these small hidden villages were still powerful enough to start world wars. That was way more power than a village should hold. War destroys the economy. The hidden villages don't get that affected by it, but the rest of the country does. Just like AIM. I am confused about whether to take a direct approach or a planned approach. Alexander loudly muttered. Why not do both? I mean, no matter what, staying low for us is kind of impossible. I'm sure someone is already investigating us because of these two, Douglas said and pointed at Barry and Hats. Douglas was somewhat right. Yeah, let's just go with the flow. Let's go and catch this Hanzo and find the tailed beasts. Who knows in what condition those poor beasties are. Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on their hotel room door. They were all in the room, so there shouldn't be anyone who knows they were here. Alexander went and opened it. He found about 5 men standing there. There were 5 more hiding here and there. Yes, what can I do for you? He asked. Did you just enter AIM from Fire Country? The man asked. Alexander raised an eyebrow. He had not sensed himself being followed this whole time. First, tell me who you are and why are you asking me this question? Because as far as I can remember, I have done nothing to be visited by the police. And guessing from your headbands, Konoha's shinobis surely don't have the authority to police around in AIM, Alexander stated. Sakumo Haytake knew Alexander was right. AIM was neutral in all the conflict going on till now, that is why they were able to come here, but they could not take any provocative action while they stayed here, lest they might start a war. We received the report about a disturbance in the forest near Tanzaku town. People reported about weird animals there. We are investigating who it was. Sakumo honestly told him. Oh, so you want to check if I am some kind of spy? Well, I am just an old merchant. The animals you are talking about are them. Alexander pointed to Barry and Hats back in the room, playing chess with each other. Sakumo looked at them and confirmed that they were not tailed beasts but normal animals. Maybe not that normal after he saw them playing some sort of game. Can I come inside? Sakumo asked. Sure, but only you can. Tell your boys to grab a bite from downstairs, the bill is on me. He shrugged and led Sakumo in. Hats, Barry, make way for us to sit. He ordered them and the 2 furries carefully took their game to another room. This at least cleared Sakumo's doubts about their intelligence. The animals could understand the human tongue. Alexander gave him tea and sat down. He was as much interested in knowledge as the other guy. So, what can I do for you, shinobi? Sakumo felt weird being called shinobi again and again, so he decided to introduce himself first. I should introduce myself first. I am Sakumo Haytake, a jonin, elite/high ninja, from Konoha. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, Alexander replied. Sakumo's brows lifted up in suspicion. He had never heard of such a name. Where are you from? Alexander stopped his urge to say a galaxy far, far away. I am just a wandering old man. I have no fixed home. Sakumo looked at him doubtfully. Then can you answer some of my questions? Only if you can answer some of mine, Alexander talked back. What do you want to ask? Sakumo asked, keeping his senses high. Locations of all the Jinchuriki, Alexander blurted. Sakumo's eyes widened. What are you planning to with them? No, you answer me first now, then you get your next answer. Alexander reminded him. Sakumo quickly thought about only telling him about the Jinchuriki in other villages. Well, they say there is a Jinchuriki in Tsunagakur, Hidden Sand Village. But we could never confirm that because nobody has been able to find him. Then there is 2 Tails, currently in possession of Kumagakur, Hidden Cloud Village. The 3 Tails is most likely in Kiragakur, but not much is known about that either. The last we know, the 4 Tails was in Iwagakur's, Hidden Rock Village, possession. But no one has seen that man in years. The Jinchuriki is known as Rashi. The 5 Tails is also in possession of Iwagakur. The 6 Tails is in Kiragakur, 7 Tails is in Takigakur. The 8 Tails is also in Kumagakur. It is widely known that the Jinchuriki is the adopted son of third Raikage. He's just a boy and already has full control over his powers. Alexander thought he would continue, but Sakumo stopped. Alexander sensed his uncertainty. I can sense tension. Then he was hit with a realization. Oh, Kurama-chan is in Konoha. Sakumo just now realized that he had spoken too much for some reason. It was like an instinct for him, to just go ahead and trust the old man with life. Nobody knew the name of Nine-Tail Fox, so he was confused by the name Kurama. Who is Kurama? Haha, you people dare to enslave them, use them as weapons of war, and don't even bother asking their names. A human even treats a street cat better than you all are treating an extremely sentient species. You just saw them as powerful monsters. Your first Hokage was as dumb as humans can ever get. I can't see any sense in distributing all the tailed beasts to different villages like it was a festival after he won the first war. Alexander distastefully scoffed. Okay, I answered your question. I want you to do the same. Why are you asking for all the Jinchuriki? Saitama asked, holding back his urge to fight the man and just take him as a prisoner. Alexander stood up for the inevitable. I am going to release them. Those poor children have suffered enough. I should have been here for them. Saitama stood up with his kunao out because Alexander had just declared he was going to come to Konoha to take the 9 tails, which was Konoha's precious property. Go away, kid. You can't defeat me even if there were a million of you. Alexander warned him and got to pack his bags. Hats, Barry, Douglas, time to leave, Alexander shouted to the freeloaders in other rooms. Soon the 3 came with their small bags on their backs. Where do you think you are going? I am not done with you yet. Saitama calmly said in a provocative tone. Alexander uninterestingly looked back at him. Okay, I want you to try your best attack on me. I won't even move. Saitama was on full alert at the moment, not knowing if he should go ahead and try or be careful, not wanting to leave a possible enemy of Konoha behind. He went ahead with the most destructive jutsu he could use from such a close range. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Saitama used the fire jutsu that was very efficient at short range. He knew that it would make a big boom and the room might even blow up and damage a big part of the building, but he still did it. He was ready to talk to Hanzo later. Saitama blew out fire from his mouth and it spread around the whole room. It engulfed everything, from Alexander to Barry and Hats. Saitama stayed in his place and waited for the fire to dissipate. But then he heard a voice. This is animal abuse. Hats commented. Then slowly the fire started reducing around a concentrated point in the center. In a matter of seconds, the fire was reduced to be nothing but a small pin-sized flame in Alexander's hand. Saitama was shocked by this. Not even a small burn was there on Alexander. His clothes were still neat and tidy. Young man, you had your fun. Now I need to go. Thank you for entertaining me. Alexander threw the small flame towards Saitama, who instinctively caught it. But then he realized the flame was like a ticking time bomb as it started rapidly expanding. He quickly threw it out of the door and into the empty street. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion occurred where the flames landed. A few window glasses also shattered in nearby buildings. He understood that the old man was too dangerous to be left unchecked and looked back to confront him, but there was no one now. He understood they had gone away. I should report this to Hokage. If his target is after all the tailed beasts, then this is probably not the last time we will be hearing from him. I should be on my way to Takigakuer now. His mission was to steal the child the 7 tails was being transferred into. It was an order from Hokage because he sensed another looming war and was afraid the other villages had more than 1 tailed beasts and he had only one that wasn't even trained to be used. Having 2 tailed beasts would at least scare away any attackers for a while. Haytake was not very proud of this mission, but he knew he must do it for the safety of Konoha. He called all his men and sent one of them with a message to Konoha. Why didn't we just destroy that man? He nearly burned my smooth fur. Hats complained. He's not a bad man, Hats. He's just stuck between following orders and doing the right thing. Besides, I can't blame him. He's probably been brainwashed into subservience by his great village since his childhood. These are my guesses, but I am willing to bet I am right. He reasoned. Anyway, I know where Kome is. The last time I saw him he was just a caterpillar. I wonder what he looks like now, he added. Well, if he was a caterpillar then he's probably a butterfly now, Douglas said. Possibly. Instead of wasting time on walking, Alexander and his party flew to Takigakuer. They came to the jungle country. It was not officially named, but people just called it Waterfall Country. The shinobi village there was also not very well known. Finding it was not an easy task for normal people because the village was hidden under the shade of a giant tree. Alexander came to Takigakuer and evaluated the place. It was a pool village for starters. There weren't many merchants in the village. The people also looked modest. The populace of the village had physical features of Southeast Asians though. Alexander closed his eyes and tried to feel the chakra around him. He looked for a large mass of pure chakra. It took him a few seconds, but he finally found it. It was inside a cave under a mountain. The cave's entrance was hidden behind a waterfall. He didn't wait and immediately entered. Inside he found a few people standing around some kind of ritual markings on the ground. In the middle of it was a green-haired baby girl. What surprised him was that Kome was also beside the baby but under some kind of seal. His entrance alerted everyone there. The village leader, Shivuki, quickly got into a defensive stance. He was a cowardly man but still didn't back down. Who are you, stranger? He asked. I came to rescue a friend of mine, he announced. It confused the people, so Shivuki asked, who are you talking about? We don't even know you. I am talking about him, Kome. Stop whatever you are doing and release Kome or face consequences. Alexander warned everyone by releasing a very potent amount of natural energy/force. Everyone felt it and understood that the old man was not as fragile as he looked. Kome probably felt the familiar aura of Alexander and opened his eyes. It took a few moments for him to realize it was Alexander, but once he did there was no end to his happiness. Ji-chan, you're back, he shouted. Alexander warmly smiled seeing the excited Kome. He was always an optimistic one out of all his siblings, always calling himself Lucky 7 Kome. But the caterpillar had grown now. Komei resembles a blue, armored rhinoceros beetle, with 6 of its 7 tails resembling green insect wings, along with an actual 7th tail, all growing from the end of its abdomen. The stem of his tail was green but the wings were orange. His eyes seemed to be covered by a helmet-like skull, from inside of which, an orange glow can be seen. Haha, look at you. All grown up now. He walked up to Komei. Just one touch from him broke whatever seal they were using to keep him inside. He went close to him and patted his head. How have you been, Komei? Ji-chan. Komei cried and enjoyed the head pats, remembering his childhood when he played with his sibling and Alexander. It's okay now. I have come back. We will all get together again and play like we used to. He comforted him. Everyone else was scared senseless by the scenes. They had never heard of a tailed beast acting so docile with someone. Alexander looked at the little girl on the floor, giggling uncontrollably. So, you were trying to make her a junkyuriki? Poor little girl. He picked her up in his arms. She seemed to instinctively start playing with his long beard. His beard is much longer now. Who is the leader of this village? He asked. Shivuki felt like running at the moment but he didn't want to. He couldn't leave little Fu like this. He meekly stepped forward. I am. Extra. Marvel Universe, alternate timeline. Saitama had been on Earth for a while now. He first read the little booklet that Alexander had given him and learned about the world. He found out that there was no worthy fighter for him on Earth and he should head to space. But he needed a ride. So, he went to the smartest man on the planet to ask him to make a ship for him. Avengers Tower. Saitama directly entered the building by jumping onto the top floor. At that moment, Tony and the other Avengers were discussing how they should deal with Ultron that had gone free. Sir, an intruder has entered the building, Jarvis informed Tony. Tony quickly donned his suit and went to confront Saitama. He thought it was some supervillain but it just turned out to be a young bald man with a skin-tight yellow jumpsuit. Hey, kid. How did you enter this place? Tony asked. I need a ship to leave the planet. They say you are smart. Make me one. Saitama blurted. Haha, nice joke kid, now leave. I don't know how you came in but I got much more important stuff to do than making toys. Tony shooed him away. I will pay in gold, Saitama added. I don't even know who you are. Why would I make anything for you? Tony replied. Wait, he matches the features of that mysterious man going around the world and beating all the supervillains, Natasha thought. She recognized Saitama from a shield file. Thud. Everyone looked at the noise and saw Bruce on the floor. His eyes looked horrified. How are you here? Saitama looked at him. It took him 3 seconds to remember who it was. Ah, it's you. That green monster. I thought I killed you that day. Thor decided to come forward and overwhelm Saitama. Haha, good joke, child. Now, go away, we have to catch a world-ending robot right now. Thor tried to push Saitama a bit but he found he couldn't even make him budge. It became a matter of his self-respect then. So he used more power. What are you made of, kid? Saitama got irritated and flicked his finger at Thor's head. Boom. Thor was thrown back with so much force that he passed through several walls and fell out of Avengers Tower from the other side. Crap, I used too much strength. Guys, I am not your enemy, he clarified. But everyone had gotten serious and were in fight mode. Just then Saitama had an idea. Okay, how about this? I bring you your world-ending robot and in return, you make me a ship that can travel space. Why would you do that? Captain America asked. Because I need to go to space, he repeated. This time Natasha used her charm to get the answer. Why do you want to go to space? Are you an alien? Saitama gulped a little. Even though he was very strong when it came to self-control, but sometimes he slipped too. His eyes went straight towards her assets but he controlled himself. I am bored on Earth. Nobody is strong enough to fight me. There is a reason I am called One Punch Man. I want to find worthy opponents in space, he clarified. Okay, you guys wait, I'll be back in a minute. He just said that and jumped out of the building. He used a few abilities he learned from the old man and found Ultron in Sokovia. He went there and one-punched Ultron into a piece of junk. WandaVision was also there. She tried to mess with his mind but she showed him illusions of him being defeated by someone. Something that actually made Saitama too happy and it made him come out of the dreamlike state. Saitama realized it was all a dream and got angry. He super light punched Wanda, which still broke a few of her ribs. Then finally, there was a speedster that he saw. Pietro thought Saitama couldn't see him and went to throw a punch at Saitama. But it seemed like a bad habit of Saitama. He miscalculated his punch and Pietro fell at Saitama's fist with his crotch touching the fist. Because of being in super speed, it was too damaging to Pietro and he passed out in so much pain. Sorry. He picked the 3 up and jumped back to New York and then Avengers Tower. It had been just 15 minutes since he had left. His return again alerted them, but this time they were too shocked. Here, I think this is your robot. These 2 people were also helping the robot. Be careful, that girl can mess with the mind and that boy can run at super speed. Everyone blinked their eyes in shock and surprise. How did you find them so fast? Tony asked. I have my ways, so, can you make me a ship now? Saitama asked again. But before Tony could say anything, Natasha chimed in. She was a super agent after all and knew what was best. If Saitama was really as strong as he said he was then he could be a huge asset for Earth. Yes, he will. But it will take time, so why don't you come with me? Let's have a drink. Saitama looked at her face for a second and finally nodded. Okay, Before leaving he handed a bag filled with gold to Tony. This should be enough to cover the expenses, thanks in advance. Once Saitama and Natasha left, Tony sighed, poor guy doesn't even know what he's gotten himself into, but first, we need to deal with these three. To be continued. We were doing it to protect the village, Elder Shivuki fearfully said. From whom? He asked back. From other big nations. We don't want to become the next AIM or the current Kusa. The big countries use us smaller ones as a battlefield and destroy everything. They have their big-tailed beasts to fight for them and nobody dares to attack them. So, if we also had a tailed beast, we could also enjoy a bit of peace, he blurted. Alexander understood their fear. With such an unstable world, no one could know when trouble would come their way. How were you able to catch Kome? He asked. We didn't catch him. We just found him asleep here, Shivuki answered. Alexander looked at Kome who himself looked embarrassed. Hihi, I am a heavy sleeper, Ji-chan. Does this little one have parents? He asked while looking at the little baby in his arms. No, but I have adopted her. She is like a sister to me, Shivuki confidently said. He was answering everything truly in the hope he would be able to come out of this alive. Dobby, stay here and set up an outpost for our droids. Damn it, I forgot Dobby is missing, he muttered. He had grown too dependent on his elf sidekick. I have an offer. I will grant your village protection, as long as you stay out of trouble yourself. Besides, even if you had successfully made the little girl a Jinchuriki, it would have only forced you to the big leagues as the other big countries would start seeing you as a threat instead of an insignificant country. Do you want that to happen? He brought them to the realization. Alexander knew they wouldn't agree to his proposal so easily because they didn't know if they could rely on him, so he had to exert a lot more of his power. Everyone suddenly fell to their knees except Kome, Hats, Barry, and Douglas. I can bring this village under my protection if you want, he offered. What will we have to do? Shivuki fearfully asked. Nothing, just be good and follow the instructions. I promise your lives will change for the better. Now, I've got to go somewhere. A wolf-faced man will come here soon and set everything up, he informed. Blue Fang had nothing to do as of now, so Alexander called him. Brian could have been better for this job, but he was still a bit depressed after getting rejected by the Togruta woman he liked in Star Wars World. He thought she liked him, but then he found out she just had another baby with her husband. None of the villagers questioned him. Alexander gave the little baby to the village leader. Take care of her. After that, he went out of the cave. Kome followed him behind. Kome-chan, make yourself smaller and sit on my shoulder. It won't be good if people see you roaming around. We will be going and freeing all your siblings. Assume that the tailed beasts have the ability to shrink themselves. Whoa, lucky. But do you know where everyone is? Kome asked. Yes, we are going to Iwagaku now. There are Son Goku, 4 tails, and Kokuo, 5 tails, in that country, Alexander told him. Suddenly Barry flew close and sat on Alexander's other shoulder, trying to look good in front of Kome. Barry threw blue flames out of his mouth. Whoa, so cool, Kome exclaimed. Barry puffed his chest out. Haha, you can call me Big Brother Barry. But I am 1,000 years old, Kome argued. I am thousands of years old, Barry replied. Kome looked at Barry like he was a senior. Yes, Big Brother, Barry. Alexander ignored their theatrics and continued moving to Iwagaku. Konoha. The council met again with Hokage. This time it was an emergency. Hokage had just received the scroll from Sakumo. This is unsettling. Someone is targeting all the Jinchuriki and has made his intentions clear. Sakumo Heitake also wrote that this man is very powerful and was able to handle a full-powered fireball to his face without any injury. He made it clear that this man is extremely dangerous and powerful. His name, too, is unusual, Hokage briefed. I can send my root ninjas, they are good at intel gathering, Danzo suggested. No, we can't take the risk. Not yet. Sakumo said that this man is unlikely to come to Konoha anytime soon. His last position was AIM and he was seen heading towards Kusa. He will most likely go to IWA to get their Jinchuriki. Hiruzen denied him. Then you should give Konoha's Jinchuriki to me. I can keep her protected in my root base. I can assure you no one can infiltrate it. Danzo added. It was his long-time dream to be able to do tests on Jinchuriki and understand the power of a tailed beast. Hiruzen thought for a bit. He could allow Kushina to be sent to Root, but he doubted Jiraiya and Minato would be happy about it. Except for him, no one seemed to appreciate Danzo's hard work for the village. And Minato was one of the strongest ninjas in the country right now and also his next favorite choice for the Hokage position. He couldn't afford to anger him and in the worst case let him become a missing nin if Danzo did something to her. No, Konoha is already very safe. I will just not send her on any missions now, Hiruzen decided, much to the frustration of Danzo. This is interesting. Koharu Yudiden mumbled. What is it, Koharu? Homura Midokado asked. The reports said that this man called the Nine Tails, Karema. Nobody in the world knows the names of tailed beasts. Not even the Jinchuriki. So how does this man know? Could he be the real sage of beasts? She wondered. Danzo scoffed. Since when did children's bedtime stories about a man befriending the beasts and playing with them become real? They are just beasts. Uncontrollable and powerful beasts. They don't make friends. I heard the stories of this sage from my mother when I was small and she heard it from her mother. Are you saying a man has been alive for hundreds of years? When it was put like that, nobody believed that Sage of Beasts was real. Then it is most likely someone who found some hidden knowledge about the past and found out about the name. But we can't even make sure that this is the Nine-Tails' real name. He is very hostile to his Jinchuriki. The best case, for now, is to just keep an eye on this man. Homura Mitokado pointed out. Hiruzen agreed. Yes, for this we will need someone with extensive spy network and skills. I will send words to Jiraiya. He should be somewhere around AIM. All of them agreed to this plan. Sakumo Hatake reached Takigakuer to find the seven-tailed Jinchuriki. He had been there for 2 days now, in disguise, and finding information. Their mission was very important for the future survival of Konoha. But then he started hearing rumors about an old man coming and taking away the seven tails with him. His team also reported the same. This was enough for him to understand that the old man was the same man he met in AIM. They couldn't have gone too far. If we can catch them in time, we can still capture the seven tails. A man from his team came to him with a scroll. Captain, this is from Konoha. Sakumo opened it and saw the details. That he was to capture the seven tails Jinchuriki while Jiraiya went for the old strange man. He decided to go after the old man too. If he worked with Jiraiya, then he may be able to handle him and get the seven-tailed beast. It had been a few years since the Second Shinobi War ended. The big nations were still very weak. AIM had closed itself and had decided to stay neutral from now on. On the other hand, Kusa was planning to nab some land from the Fire Country. Through using Kusa, Earth Country's Iwagakuer was also eyeing an opportunity to start a war with Konohagakuer of Fire Country. There were skirmishes going on between Iwagakuer and Kumagakuer as well. Tsunagakuer, Hidden Sand Village, was also having some disputes here and there. It all showed everyone that a war was imminent and each village was preparing for it. Alexander and his party had come to Iwagakuer, Hidden Rock Village. They entered with the same trick they used in AIM. Though this time Hats was prepared and instead of barking, he made the elephant's trumpet. Iwagakuer had a cage as its leader known as the Tsuchikage, of which there have been 3 in its history. The rocky mountain ranges that surround the village provide a natural stronghold that it was very proud of. The village's infrastructure was built from much of the surrounding rock and stone, shaped into tower-like structures that were interconnected by a network of bridges. The Tsuchikage's residence seems to be the tallest structure with a cone-shaped roof. Iwa's close proximity to Suna has led to numerous conflicts over the years, enough that the enmity between its shinobis had become deep-seated. Whoa, look, that stone tower is so big. Kome gawked at the structures for some reason. Kome, can you feel your brothers here? Alexander asked. Kome stayed silent for a second, and then shouted, yes, I can sense them, they are under that building. There are 2 of them, Kokuo and Sungaku. Haha, don't get too excited and run away, Kome, we will go there and get them out soon. For now, I need to learn why this planet has technology such as electricity and stuff and is yet so backward. By the way, why did you all disperse around the world? I told you all to stay together. Alexander asked. Huh, it's all that Foxy's fault. He started acting like he was the boss around us and ordered us to do stuff. Nobody liked his cocky manners and we left one after another. Kome told him. It seems I will have to give Kurama-chan a fist of love. He mumbled, making Kome giggle. Alexander heard some rumors that Iwagakuer was in a proxy war with Konohagakuer. So he decided to check those rumors. Alexander infiltrated the Tsuchikage office and lazily went through all the documents there. It showed a few things. 1. Tsuchikage was a crazy stubborn man. Konoha had sent him many trade deals offers but he didn't agree to it. Iwagakuer was also in a proxy war with Tsunagakuer, and they were indeed sending their shinobis to skirmishes with Konoha. And from the casualty reports, it seemed the Konoha was losing. Konoha was like a cake that everyone wanted to have a piece of. He came to this conclusion because in the plans of possible allies if full-out war breaks, Iwagakuer had named Kumagakuer and Kirigakuer both. Ji-chan, look what I found. Kome came flying to him with a big box. He opened it and found a lot of gold bars in it. Haha, this must be the emergency money of Iwagakuer. He decided to do something to it. He wasn't going to steal it but he wouldn't let Iwagakuer have it either. The money was there for war. He put charms on it that made the box indestructible and not openable. Gold wasn't a currency. IWA would have to sell the gold if they wanted to use it, and what good would it be if they can't show it? It would only open if the open had the intention of using the money for a good purpose. Good job, Kome. Now, let's go and free your brothers. He praised him. Kome happily came and sat on his shoulder. Outside, he had told Douglas and Barry to keep an eye on people entering the Tsuchikage's building, and the building where the Jinchuriki were kept. Meanwhile, Hats was sent to infiltrate the underground layer and find out what was happening there. Pop. Hats appeared in front of him. Boss, they are trying to convince one of the Jinchuriki to fight in the war. The other one is ready to fight. Tell me about the people present there, he asked. Hats responded, well, there was this tiny man floating in the air, but he just left. Except that, there are a few more guards. Okay, let's go, he announced. They made themselves invisible and went into the underground chamber. They walked to where the action was taking place. A red-headed man was tied to a chair. Rashi, this is the last time you are being asked to do this for the village. After this, you can do whatever you want. Rashi scoffed. Ha, you mean to say you will kill me and make a new Jinchuriki? There were 2 Jinchuriki present. One was Rashi and the other was a man wearing a red bamboo hat. Maybe because being a Jinchuriki heightened their sense, they sensed Kome's enormous natural chakra. Han quickly sent an attack towards Kome. But Alexander lifted his invisibility and appeared in front of the red bamboo hat guy and grabbed his face with his palm. He quickly checked his sins. Han, Category 3, all missions. Murder, 50. Kidnappings, 2. Sin percentage, 51%. Alexander decided to give him a chance. Most of the shinobi in the world probably had a similar amount of kills. He couldn't condemn all of them to death. Also, 51% of sin borderlines with Category 2. Not to mention, the world purity was just at 50%. He'd end up killing a lot of people if he started a purification spree. I am taking Kokuo away from you. He has suffered enough, Alexander announced. Then suddenly Alexander's hand over Han's face started to shine. It was surely painful for Han as he was screaming a bit. But Alexander made sure he didn't die. Alexander opened whatever seals they had used to keep Kokuo in. Then in a smooth action, Kokuo jumped out of Han's belly button. But Kokuo didn't stop there. He made himself smaller and jumped into Alexander's arms. Kokuo primarily resembled a white horse, but with a dolphin's head. He was a reserved individual since childhood and did not speak much. But Alexander was an exception to all the tailed beasts. They all loved him wholeheartedly. Alexander ruffled his head. Sorry, Kokuo-chan, I didn't come sooner. Kokuo shook his head. It's okay, Ji-chan. I knew you would come back someday. Kome was a cheerful one and came to greet his brother. Hey, how are you, little brother? They all were supposed to be older or younger according to their number of tails, though many of them didn't approve of this. Kome was 7 tails and Kokuo was 5 tails. Oh, Ji-chan got you out too? He's going to gather everyone, isn't he? He will probably start a big war if he does this. Kokuo commented. Hee, Ji-chan is super strong. Do puny wars of humans matter to him? Kome confidently said. Yes, you are right. My father is the supreme being. Barry flew in. He did the same thing he did with Kome and established that he was the big brother Barry. Han had passed out now, but he won't die, that was for sure. The guards there tried to run away but Alexander made them fall unconscious. Now only Rashi was up but he was still tied to the chair. Are you going to kill me? Rashi asked with no fear on his face. No, but I will be taking Son Goku from you, Alexander replied. Hey, it's been a long time since I called him by that name. Who are you? That you know not just Son Goku's name but Kokuo's too. And I presume that Kome is the 7 tails. Rashi asked with interest. My real name is Alexander but this world knows me by Sage of Beasts. All the tailed beasts are sentient beings. Enslaving them as tools of war is cruel slavery and I hate that. Besides, look at them, if you give them respect and treat them kindly, they do not need to harm you, he explained. Rashi looked at Barry, Kokuo, and Kome talking happily. Sigh. At least I won't have to fight in the war now, Rashi said and surrendered to his fate. Alexander did the same as he did with Han and a monkey came out of his belly button. Son Goku also made himself small and jumped to Alexander and gave him a hug around the neck. Ha ha ha, you are back, Ji-chan. I thought I would be rotting forever in that seal. Alexander patted his head. Haha, we will free all your siblings and we'll have fun like we used to. Son Goku was always a very prideful one. He hated most humans but respected those who were kind to tailed beasts. Son Goku looked back and noticed Kokuo and Kome. He quickly jumped to them. Ha ha ha, you two are here too. Good, 3 in, 6 more to go. I'd rather like it if Karema was left to rot, Kokuo said, but it was out of character for him to say something like this. He is your brother, Kokuo. Don't say that. I will teach him how to be good so don't worry. Now, let's go to our next destination. The 3-tailed beasts made themselves small and jumped on his shoulders. Alexander also cast a notice me not charm on them so even if they talk and have fun, no one would disturb them. Yai, let's continue our Baijuyu adventures. Kome cheered. Jiraiya reached Iwagakure in disguise. Surprisingly, he rendezvoused with Sakumo and his team there. Why are you here? Jiraiya confusedly asked. IWA was enemy territory, not many ninjas are sent to missions here because of it. We couldn't complete our mission in Takigakure. The man you are after was faster than us and somehow took away the tailed beast. We are after him, Jiraiya-sama. Sakumo told him. Jiraiya was surprised by the news. If the man could control a tailed beast then he was surely a huge danger to not just Konoha but the whole world. Okay, let's work together. If he has a tailed beast with him then fighting him may not be very easy. I can maybe capture the tailed beast for a while but I will be open for attacks at that time. Jiraiya told him. But we have no idea where he is, Sakumo said. Where can a man with a tailed beast hide? Jiraiya thought. Tung tung tung. Loud enemy attack bells started sounding throughout the village. Shinobis started running around and people ran into their homes. What happened now? I haven't even peeked in the bath yet, Jiraiya annoyingly complained. Inside the Tsuchikage's office. Lord Tsuchikage, the Jinchuriki. They were found unconscious in the underground arena. The shinobi commander of Iwagakure informed. Someone dared to attack. How were they able to defeat 2 Jinchuriki? Are Han and Rashi okay? Can they still fight? The old stubborn Oniki asked. The shinobi commander hesitated to tell further. Lord Tsuchikage, Han, and Rashi are in good health but the tailed beasts. They are missing from their bodies. Boom. Oniki instinctively grabbed the commander's collar. What? Are you joking with me? No, Lord Tsuchikage, the medical ninja confirmed it. Han and Rashi had passed out because of the depletion of chakra. Suchikage didn't wait a bit and flew out of his building straight to the medical building. He checked Han and Rashi himself and confirmed what was told to him. How is this possible? No one can live after getting a tailed beast pulled out of them. Oniki loudly frowned. The medical ninja quickly told him what he understood. Lord Suchikage, it seems all the seals on them were expertly undone before releasing the tailed beasts. Han and Rashi should have died but someone gave them chakra which sustained them. You mean someone deliberately let them live? Oniki asked. Yes, other than that. I can't think of any reason why they are still alive. Oniki returned to his office and called for a meeting with all the Jonin and the elders of the village. Any idea who did this? And where have our men reached? The attacker shouldn't have gone too far away. Oniki angrily roared. Then the head of the Kamaizuru clan spoke. They were a clan of bee users and they used those bees to spy. Lord Suchikage, some suspicious men had entered the village a few hours ago. I suspect one of them is the legendary Sennin Jiraiya and the other is Sakumo Heitake. There was also an old man, but we don't think he had anything to do with it. He looked weak and was just selling some unique cats and birds. He reported. Bam. Oniki punched the table, destroying it with it. Now you tell me that? If Jiraiya was here then we should have tackled him as soon as he came in. Now not only were they able to attack but also took away 2 tailed beasts. Lord Suchikage, we still have time. They are still in Iwagakur. We can surround them and catch them. The shinobi commander revealed. Oniki's eye lit up. Let's go. We were going to wait to start this war but it seems we will be doing it sooner. Recall all shinobi to get ready for the attack on Konoha, and where the hell is my granddaughter? Alexander had no idea what had happened because of him. At the moment he was very close to the Wind Country so he decided to deal with it next. There was supposed to be another tailed beast enslaved there. But there was no confirmation as nobody had seen the Jinchuriki. Sun-chan, Kokuo-chan, do you know who is captured in Sunagakur? He asked the 2 tailed beasts sitting on his shoulders. Behind them, Hats was hovering in the air and sleeping while somehow following them. Barry was teaching Kome some flying techniques. Douglas was cursing at someone in an online game on his phone, though he didn't know with whom he was playing as most of the people in Fahame were adults. Kokuo cutely nodded. Yes, the first one of us to get caught was Shikaku. He was caught by Sunagakur's Kaze cage even before the first Hokage caught us all and sold us to other villages. Alexander caressed Kokuo hearing him getting sadder when he mentioned getting sold. Why do humans hate us, Ji-chan? We never tried to harm them, it was they who always attacked us. Kokuo asked. Son Goku was silently listening to the exchange from the other shoulder. Kokuo-chan, tell me if I wasn't nice to you when I first met you and you saw me destroying human villages as easily as lifting a finger, how would you feel? He asked. Scared, maybe Kokuo replied. Alexander nodded. Correct, just like that. Humans don't see you just as you, but they see the things you are capable of doing, which makes them scared. But believe me, there are good people in this world too. Kokuo rubbed his head on his beard. Yes, like Ji-chan, right. Ha ha ha, yes. In fact, there are 2 more old men that would shower you with love and care. One of them is a dragon as big as the whole earth and the other is a magical elf who likes nature. He told them. HOH, I would like to spar with this dragon someday. Son Goku chimed in. Ha ha ha, sure, Sun-chan. But don't expect a victory. Alexander laughed. They walked into the huge desert country and headed to Sunagakur. But on their way, they came across Daimyo's castle and the small town around it. Alexander, Barry, Hats, and Douglas looked at each other. Suo, are we gonna go in? Barry asked. Isn't this like the biggest guy in Wind Country? We should bust him. Hats gave his opinion. Yeah, let's mind control him and use him as our puppet for world domination, Douglas added. Everyone looked at Douglas's face to see if he was serious. But he did look serious. Realizing their gaze on him, he spoke. What? Isn't this what we've been doing in every world we go to? Taking over the world and stuff. Yeah, but you sounded like I was the bad guy, Alexander said in a hurtful tone. So, are we going to do it? Hats asked with stars in his eyes. Alexander doubtfully looked at him. I can't trust you with this. You are probably brewing something chaotic in that furry head of yours. We will go in together. Hats' shoulders fell in disappointment. He looked pretty cute at the moment and Alexander's heart was soft. All right, you can go in. But you can't hurt anyone. Hats happily jumped and disappeared. I hope I don't regret this. Hats popped inside Daimyo's castle. It was filled with his personal guards and Sunagakur's shinobi. This is my new invention, the beach gas. Hats in his ninja dress jumped around and threw all the beach gas bombs around the castle. In a matter of seconds, it looked like the castle was on fire from afar. Hats then proceeded to go to the daimyo. He came across a room on whose other side, various female giggle noises were coming. Okay, this is my moment. Chaos is power. He broke into the room and was ready to throw the beach bombs. But he then saw a white-haired man, sitting on a big chair. Around him, many women were cutting fruits and feeding him, some were giving him shoulder massages. What the hell are you doing here? Hats loudly asked. The man only lifted one eye to see Hats. It's you? So you were the one creating the ruckus. Where is the daimyo? Hats asked. I am the daimyo. The man replied. Alexander saw the smoke rising from the castle. Did he set it on fire? Well, he was talking about a bomb yesterday, Barry said with concern. Maybe you should have told that to me before sending him. Damn it, let's go in. Alexander entered the palace and saw the scene left behind by Hat's mayhem. There were bodies everywhere. Some were even on the rooftops. But they weren't dead. Just naked. Which was even more disturbing to the eyes. What has he done? He is shameless. Alexander muttered. They followed the trail of naked bodies left behind and came to the room upstairs. From inside they could hear women's giggles, a man's laugh, and a cat's purring. Alexander quickly entered and saw Ragnarok sitting on a big chair, getting massaged. Hat sitting on a woman's lap and getting a body massage. Cough. Forgive me for spoiling the mood, but I thought you were on a mission, Hats. And what are you doing here, Rag? I was looking for you. We even put missing posters of you. Alexander scolded them. Boss, just one more minute. Hats lifted his paw and showed one finger, then melted back into the woman's lap. Hey, not fair. I want a massage too, Barry said and flew to another woman's lap. Soon even the tailed beasts joined and received a massage. Now only Douglas was left. Douglas looked at Alexander, waiting for what the reaction was going to be so he could plan his next step accordingly. Sigh. Go ahead, you get a massage too. Alexander allowed him. After that, they chilled for an hour or so before Alexander started asking questions. So, how did you become the daimyo? He asked. That's a crazy story. When I came to this world, I fell from the sky on a guy. He looked just like me, but he died from the impact. Then a guard came and called me Daimyo-sama because I looked like the guy who died. I knew I was in for an adventure. So, I just burned his body and took his place. And, before you complain, he was not a good man. He was actually out in the middle of nowhere because he was buying a few girls for himself. Very young girls. I regretted that moment because I didn't have the ability to reverse time so I could torture him. When did all this happen? Alexander asked. Oh, just a few weeks ago. I looked for you and tried to contact you, but it's a big world and the phone was not working. I was also having too much fun, Ragnarok answered. Okay, you will continue being the daimyo. There is going to be a war soon, so you will be helpful in stopping it. He instructed him. Haha, so you are telling me to enjoy my time here? That sounds more like a vacation than a job. Ragnarok laid back on his chair. Komei, Son Goku, Kokuo, are you going to come with me or stay here? He asked the three of them. They surprisingly instantly jumped at him. It seems they were more attached to him than even Barry and Hats, who were already asleep. Alexander got ready to leave. I will be back in a few hours. I got something to do in Sunagakuer. Need to rescue Shikaku. Ah yes, I heard they have him underground somewhere. Locked behind bars. Ragnarok informed him. This piqued Alexander's interest. You mean they have even locked the Jinchura key? Ragnarok nodded. Yes, though I don't know much. You might as well go and gather information firsthand. Okay, see you later, he said and jumped out of the balcony and flew to Sunagakuer. Sunagakuer was established in a strategic position. Being surrounded by desert offers the village a natural deterrent against invasion, as few foreign powers would be willing to endure the sandstorms and water scarcity common to Suna. Sunagakuer itself lies in a fortified valley behind cliffs of rock, with the passage in and out of the village restricted to a single cleft between two cliff faces, making the area very hard to attack from the ground. The buildings inside seem to be made of clay or stucco, which would help to keep the buildings cool. According to the history he read in the library in AIM, years ago when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senjo, tried to sell a tailed beast to Sunagakuer, their first Kazekage declined. Because they already had a tailed beast, Shikaku, the one tail. The first Kazekage instead tried to negotiate for a percentage of the sale price to the other villages and a portion of the Land of Fire's territory instead. This again led to a small war. The current leader of Sunagakuer was the third Kazekage. No one knew his real name. They just called him the third Kazekage. Alexander appeared in the Sunagakuer and as always he concentrated and looked for a big amount of chakra. He felt it underground as Ragnarok had said. So he went straight to it. There were two guards at the front but he knocked them out easily. He saw a huge prison there. The gates were big enough to hold a tailed beast. He crossed in and went deeper. After a while, he came across a monk-like old man, sitting on the ground with closed eyes. He looked like he was already at the end of his days. Did they keep this old man imprisoned here? He thought. He then heard a passing of words going on between Shiko and the old man mentally. Well, remember that I die the moment I am separated from you since I am a Jinchuriki. Besides, there is no need to distinguish between a man and a beast. Because a friend of the heart provides peace of mind, no matter what their species. The old man said. I gotta say, you are one strange bastard. I bet there is never going to be another human like you again. Shikaku responded. Although his tone was mocking, he still sounded like he cared for the man. In Shikaku's life, this was the only man who treated him with respect and kindness. The monk slightly shook his head. No, I think you are wrong there. Human souls are like reflecting water. People often speak or act the opposite of their true feelings, but I believe that fundamentally, people's hearts wish to connect with and accept each other, even with beasts. Shikaku stared at him for a while before speaking. You know, you kind of remind me of the old man sage of six paths and the sage of beasts, my Ji-chan. The old man's eyes teared up the second he heard that. He controlled himself from not crying loudly and replied in his weak hoarse voice, thank you very much. I believe that those are the most heartwarming words that I've ever received from you. Huh, seriously though, I can't see other people like you being out there. Shikaku talked back. Oh, I'm sure there are. I know that one day someone will emerge who will protect, redeem, and shepherd you. And the moment you come to accept his true heart, you too will likely comprehend the meaning of these words that my mentor etched onto my palms when I was small, the old man said while looking at his palms. On one hand, the word acceptance was tattooed and on the other was the word heart. Ha, we'll see. Shikaka scoffed. Alexander heard everything. He understood everything about the man now. It was like the Force/Chakra showed him everything. Bunpiko was a former priest and was once feared by the villagers because he was the Jinchuriki and was locked up and put in jail until the guards had forgotten his name. He had been hated, ignored, mocked, and locked in this prison cell by the village his whole life. Yet, he was calm and kind. In Alexander's mind, he didn't consider himself a saint. But the old man in front of him was a true saint, who does not run after material gains. Alexander felt for him. He walked to the priest and softly put his palm on his head. Bunpiko had grown very old so he could not hear him walking, but he felt the touch. He opened his eyes and looked at the kind face that a father would have while proudly looking at his son. When the world was against you, you kept on showing love. When they showed their back to you, you still warmly smiled. When they needed you, they used you as the Jinchuriki, and yet, you gladly accepted the responsibility. You are a great man. But, your youth was stolen away from you for no reason. So, I am giving it back to you. I will show you the world. So come with me, Bunpiko. As his words went by, the old man Bunpiko's body regressed in age. The wrinkles on his face went away, leaving behind smooth skin. His long white beard shortened a bit and was replaced with a healthy black beard. Bunpiko's eyes were watering down continuously. He just slid forward a little and hugged Alexander's legs. What Alexander did for him and said to him was the nicest someone had been to him his entire life. Be it either a man or a beast, everyone craved some love and praise. Thank you, Sage of Beasts, Bunpiko softly muttered. He had read about the Sage of Beasts from old scrolls. A man, so calm and kind that he became like a grandfather to all the tailed beasts. That was his inspiration all his life. Which is why he always treated Shikaka nicely. He also saw the three-tailed beasts on his shoulders and that was enough to join the dots. While Alexander was de-aging Bunpiko, he had also taken out Shikaka. Ji-chan. Shikaka suddenly grew smaller and jumped into his arms and hugged him around his neck and continuously rubbed his head on Alexander's face. He may be a tailed beast, he was still based on a raccoon and had a matching personality. Shikaka was a childish and short-tempered individual from the start, so such childish behavior was expected from him. Alexander patted his back and ruffled his head. Ha ha ha, let's get out of this place, Shikaka. Yes, let's go. It's been years since I saw a jungle or a river. Oh, are you bringing the old man too? Shikaka asked. Yes, I am. Now, go and greet your brothers. He pushed Shikako to his siblings and walked to Bunpiko to help the man get up. The propagation of information was very slow in this world. By the time the news reached its destination, the matter had either already been resolved or worsened. Currently, the Hokage was experiencing this situation. He had received 3 different scrolls in a short interval. One was from Sakumo Heitake, one was from Jiraiya and one was from Tsuchikage. He opened the first one from Sakumo and read it. His eyes widened in shock after reading that they were late in reaching to Kigakur and the strange old man had already taken away the 7 tails. He reported that they are going to follow the man and try to take the 7 tails from him. But now he had already sent his umbu to call all the clan heads, the shinobi commander, and the Konoha council. Then he opened the next scroll. It was from Jiraiya. It said that he met with Sakumo but they were late. The old man had already somehow taken away the 4 tails and 5 tails from Uegakur. But the problem came when the Uegakur found out about them and thought that they had taken their tailed beasts. Jiraiya and Sakumo were able to run away from Iwa and are currently returning. All this brought him to the 3rd scroll. It was an official declaration of war on Konoha by Uegakur, signed by Tsuchikage and the daimyo of Earth Country. It was like his hair turned whiter reading this. The war he was trying to avoid had now come to him with full force. After a while, the big meeting was convened. Hokage addressed all the clan heads. I am saddened to tell you all that Uegakur has announced war on us. They say we stole their tailed beasts, which is not true. But no matter what we do, they will not back down. So, we must prepare for it. Fortify the borders. Tell all the Jonins to be prepared for deployment. Sakumo and Jiraiya are returning to the village. Shikakunara, you are the commander of Konoha shinobi forces, you will devise the battle plans. Let's not forget, now they don't have any tailed beasts, so we only have to worry about their shinobi and the Tsuchikage. Hokage announced. Shikaka scratched his head. Do we know anything about who is this person stealing the tailed beasts? Everyone looked at Hokage in the hope of an answer. But the Hokage shook his head. No, we don't know anything about him except his name. Sigh. Maybe we should contact him first. Learn why he is doing all this. Because if he is strong enough to control 3-tailed beasts, then why didn't he attack Uegakur? 3-tailed beasts should be enough to level it to the ground. Why did he just leave and why did he let Sakumo go when he attacked him? We need these answers before we make up our minds about him. Shikaka said. 3 seats to his left, Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan nodded. Yes, we must know our enemy before we try taking him down. It was very rare to see the Uchiha clan agreeing to anything. But this time was different because Fugaku was thinking that maybe some unknown ex-member of the Uchiha clan must have gained the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan and was able to control the tailed beasts. Only 2 people were known to have been able to do this: Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. The Senju clan only had 1 member left alive, which leaves only Uchiha. He hoped to meet this man and maybe find out about the secrets of how to get a Mangekyo. Hokage nodded. Yes, this is why I need someone to go and make contact with him. We cannot spare any big names and experienced shinobi. So, we will discuss this later. For now, let's just prepare for the coming war. Bunpiko, do you want to accompany me in my journey in fixing this broken world? He asked. Bunpiko had grown physically younger but his eyes still had the same old look in them. He got up and smiled while nodding. Yes, I would like that. Haha, good, let's be on our way then. Shikaku, grab a seat on Douglas. Alexander instructed. He then took out the anywhere door and returned to Ragnarok in the daimyo's palace. When they reached, people had also gotten up from their naked slumber. The bells of war had started to ring in Tsunagakuer after Alexander took their Jinchuriki away. Bunpiko was a test subject of the 3rd Kaze Cage for learning how the One-Tail controlled sand. He was even able to understand it and combine it into his powers. So, the disappearance of Bunpiko was a big deal. They had already heard about the kidnapping of Iwa's tailed beasts by Konoha. So they came to the conclusion that Konoha wanted to take back all the tailed beasts and make them Konoha's property. This led to them preparing for war. Bunpiko bowed in front of Ragnarok. I pay my respects to the daimyo. Ragnarok scratched his beard. Well, thanks I guess. Here, grab a beer. I just brewed it. Bunpiko grabbed the crystal-like bottle in confusion. That is an alcoholic drink, Bunpiko, Alexander explained. But I am a monk, I cannot drink this, he argued politely. Haha, it's all right. I won't force you. But if you want to experience everything in the world then you better not limit yourself. You've been a monk all your life. Maybe it's time to be something else. Alexander advised and downed a beer. Bunpiko looked at the bottle for a second and then drank it too. Alex, the war has started. Iwagakuer officially declared war on Konoha for stealing 2-tailed beasts from them. Ragnarok informed him. Son Goku and Kokuo turned their heads and looked at Alexander. Haha, don't worry, you two. I will deal with this war. Well, Fire Country is probably going to be our last destination so let's find the rest of your siblings. Kurama is in Konohagakure and he's not going anywhere. He comforted them. Who are we going to find this time, Ji-chan? Kome asked. Let's find Isabu and Saiken. They are most likely in Kirigakure. He muttered. Yes, Saiken and Isabu were always nice to everyone. Let's go and save them. Team Baijuyu assemble. Kome cheered and posed like he was a superhero. It was something Alexander made them do when they were small. Before leaving he gave Ragnarok his instructions. Ragnarok, keep an eye on the war and notify me if anything out of the ordinary happens. Okay, Hats, Douglas, Barry, vacation is over. Let's go. Konoha tried to tell IWA that it was not them who took their tailed beasts. But no reply from IWA came. In fact, Tsuchikage already knew that Konoha had nothing to do with it. But he now had a justifiable reason to wage the war because Jiraiya and Sakumo Hatake were found in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now, Tsunagakuer had also declared war. But they didn't only declare it on Konoha but IWA too. So, 3 sides had already formed. Now it was to be seen which side Kumagakuer and Kirigakure take. Konohagakure. The war had been going on for a while now. Konoha was being targeted heavily and they didn't have enough people to fight. Hence, even children who were just shinin were sent to fight as well. Even the 4-year-old, Uchiha prodigy had gone to fight too. But it traumatized him more than it helped him. Fugaku Uchiha saw the distress in his son, it attacked his eyes. So, he decided to send his son on a different mission, away from all the fighting but still very dangerous. The mission was to find the unknown man who was taking away the tailed beasts and learn from him. He sent Shisui Uchiha with his son as they both knew each other well and Shisui was a very powerful ninja in his own right. Konoha was on the back foot. Iwagakuer was proving to be tough to defeat. So, a plan was devised to disrupt Iwa's supply line of IWA by destroying the Konobi Bridge. Minato Namikaze's Team 7 was sent for it. But during that mission, something regrettable happened and Obito Uchiha died in it. However, Minato was still able to destroy the bridge and also defeat 1,000 enemy ninjas. For this feat, he received the name Konoha's Yellow Flash. Kirigakure, Water Country. Befitting its name, the village was surrounded by a thick mist, with several mountains in the background, making it difficult to be found by foreigners. Kirigakure's architecture was composed of several cylindrical buildings, with the Mizukage's office being the widest and largest. Most of the buildings had vegetation growing on their roofs. Due to the village's high number of missing nin, Kiri had a subdivision of Umbu known as Hunter Nin that are specifically tasked with eliminating these defectors. Kirigakure's society was split into a form of caste system since the founding of the village. The highest-ranking civilians were those whose family lineage originally stemmed from within Kirigakure. The second caste was for members of families who were allied with Kirigakure on the battlefields in the past, while the last and lowest caste consisted of members of the families who were defeated on said battlefields and annexed into the village. From the early days on, the members of the third caste were handled with caution and had to complete the most perilous and dangerous missions for the village, thus keeping them occupied and preventing them from revolting. The village became infamously known as the Village of the Bloody Mist for a cruel reason. In the Kirigakure Academy, students wishing to graduate had to fight to the death, and only those who survived could advance to the ranks of the ninja. Alexander knew what he was getting himself into. This time his task wouldn't be just taking the tailed beasts away. Alexander appeared directly inside the office of the third Mizukage. It was empty at that moment. As standard procedure, he looked through the document. Calling the practices of the village bad was an understatement. It was barbaric. Children being forced to kill each other. Casteism, outright inhumanity. Barry, Kome, go and find Saiken and Isabu. He ordered them. Wait. He suddenly stopped the two from leaving. He came across a document. It was a plan for destroying Konoha with the help of Isabu. They had sealed a tailed beast in a girl named Rin Nohara from Konoha. They expect her to go out of control and destroy the village. Damn it. Plans have changed. Find Saiken, and get ready to leave. We can't let your reputation be more smothered by the greedy warmongers. He ordered them. They all started to look for Saiken by trying to sense him. He told all the tailed beasts with him to try to talk with him telepathically. Soon they sensed him somewhere in the village's shinobi barracks. The man who was the Jinchuriki was called Udakada. Alexander appeared near him. The man preferred solitude and was not particularly talkative, so he was all alone at that time. He went ahead and extracted the 6 tails. Soon a slimy Saiken jumped at him as well. Alexander had to use his magic to not get the sticky matter from Saiken's body on him. Saiken was an enormous white, bipedal slug, with a light bluish tint and stubby arms, feet, and 6 long tails. It had 2 prominent optical tentacles and hole-like openings as a mouth. Its entire body was covered in a thick, slimy substance. Ji-chan. Ha ha ha, how are you, Saiken? Have you been a good boy? Alexander asked as he patted his head. Saiken nodded. I never made trouble. Good, now let's go. We need to save Isabu. He's in trouble and has no control over himself, he stated, and they started flying away. Saiken, you were close to Isabu, you should be able to talk or sense him, right? He asked. Oh, yes. We used to talk a lot. But then something happened and he disappeared. He's somewhere in the far west. He pointed his little hands in a direction. They all flew to it and crossed over the fire country. Saiken was still telling them to keep going. After a while, they came upon an open field and saw a white-haired boy and a girl in the middle of encirclement by Kirigakure's Jounin and Umbu. The boy had some lightning-like thing going on his hand and the girl just jumped in front of him with tears in her eyes. Alexander knew that if the Jinchuriki died, then it would take a lot of time for the tailed beast to appear again. Because the tailed beasts were pure chakra, they cannot actually be killed. If they or their Jinchuriki dies, their chakra would just recoalesce in time. Stop. He jumped down in the middle of them and grabbed the lightning with his bare hands. It shocked the white-haired boy. Behind them, Douglas, Hats, Barry, and all the tailed beats were beating the crap out of all the Kiri shinobi. Alexander looked at the girl that nearly bumped into him at the same time. He put his index finger on her forehead. The seals opened, the curses were removed, and quickly, Isabu came out. But he seemed to be angry and enraged at the moment. The moment he came out, he instantly started killing the Kiri ninjas and destroying the surrounding area. Isabu primarily resembled a large turtle, but with a crab-like shell, was usually timid and reserved, but something must have happened to him that got him so worked up. In an instant, to control Isabu, Kome, Sungaku, Kokuo, Shikaku, and Saiken returned back to their original size. Each held one arm and leg of Isabu. Isabu, calm down. It is me. I came back for you, Alexander shouted. But Isabu didn't even look at him. So, he jumped in front of his eyes. He felt like he was being manipulated, or you can say, he was hypnotized. He quickly entered his mind and undone all the mind control. Then finally, Isabu stopped. Alexander this time enlarged himself and caressed his head. It is all right, Isabu-chan, look, Ji-chan is back. Isabu looked at him for a second and then jumped into his arms with crying noises. Ji-chan, I was so scared. He patted his head. It's okay now, child. I am here for you. No one will harm you anymore. It took a while to bring him back to his usual state. If anyone were to see this state of a tailed beast, no one could say they didn't have feelings or emotions. Soon after, all the tailed beasts shrunk themselves and again took their positions on Alexander and Douglas. He looked down at the 2 children. Who are you two? We. Before the white-haired boy could say anything, a kunao with a white handle came towards Alexander at a high speed. Alexander easily caught it and looked. There was something written on it. Then the next second, a blonde man appeared in front of him out of nowhere and threw a blue energy ball at his face. The blonde man was sure that his speed and movement were unpredictable, but while he was throwing the blue spinning ball at the old man, he noticed the old man's pupil moving and following him even at such high speed. But he went ahead with the attack. Boom! The blue spinning ball directly touched Alexander's face and an explosion occurred. It covered everyone in a cloud of smoke and dust. Alexander also instinctively punched the man in the guts. The blonde man's body curved a little due to the impact and some blood coughed out of his mouth before he jumped back to cover up the 2 children. Cough! Alexander and the blonde man coughed at the same time. What the hell is wrong with this world? Everyone is attacking each other. I just saved that little child's life. Alexander came out of the smoke while complaining. Minato Namikaze was shocked and shaken. A direct hit of Resigning couldn't even scratch the man, and yet he was injured with just a punch. Of course, he was intimated about what was happening around the world. He had received reports of a man going around and capturing tailed beasts. Sakumo was the only one who had seen him, so he had also given the facial description of him to the village, and Minato had seen the sketch. You are the man going around the world and capturing all the tailed beasts, what is there to say? Minato spoke as if it was a fact. Sigh. Look at them, do they look like captured, enslaved? If nothing, they look happy and free. It was you who had enslaved them as tools of war. Alexander grumbled and pointed at the tailed beasts behind him. Minato looked at the tailed beasts and indeed they didn't look harmed or restrained. Instead, they were hugging Isabu and laughing. Son Goku was patting Isabu's back to cheer him up. They all looked like real siblings. Minato suddenly realized something. It was said that all the tailed beasts were siblings. But not many people believed and just considered them freaks of nature. But, looking at them now, maybe they weren't the freaks they took them for. But, 23 years of brainwashing in Konoha wasn't that easy to undone. Even if the tailed beasts were fine, this still meant the man would come to Konoha someday. And the Konoha's Jinchuriki was his beloved Kushina. This makes everything personal. But he needed to retreat now. Resigning couldn't do anything to him and he wasn't sure of defeating him now, even less so when he had no idea how deep his injury was. He quickly grabbed Kakashi and Rin and teleported far away. Sigh. I will have to do something fast, their mentality is their own enemy. Alexander sighed. A distance away from where all this was happening, a boy who was thought to be dead stood with happiness on his face. His mind had nearly given up when he saw Kakashi try to kill Rin. But then he saw the strange old man appearing and taking out the three tails from inside Rin. He didn't know everything but understood that Rin was a Jinchuriki and something else must have happened. He decided to make his presence known and jump towards them. But then suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him and injected something into his body and he lost consciousness. Ah, Madara will be angry, the black shadow said and sank back into the ground with the boy's body. Mount Myaboku. Gamamaru, more commonly known as the Great Toad Sage, was the oldest and most respected toad of all the inhabitants of Mount Myaboku. He was famed for his highly accurate prophecies. But most of the time he stayed asleep and rarely woke up as he was very old. But today was a day he would wake up and make a prophecy. Fukazaku was summoned to hear the prophecy. Gamamaru's eyes opened slightly and he started to speak. A dazzling old man, grandpa of the tailed beast will come here and bestow upon us great knowledge about chakra. With him will come a beast, likes of which seen never before, who can destroy the world with a mere slap. A cat who can break the world into chaos. A bird who cries out fortune and a man of God who is lazy. Welcome them well. All previous prophecies are invalid now. Now I sleep. Asterisk zzzzzzzzzzz. Asterisk. Just as he woke up, he went back to sleep. Maybe his giant body couldn't sustain itself to stay awake for long. Fukazaku on the other hand was confused and a bit worried. He was interested in the people Gamamaru talked about but at the same time wanted the prophecy to be wrong because if it was true then the people will be strong beyond imagination. I don't even know what is happening in the world outside. Maybe I should send Gamakaki out, or maybe just summon Jiraiya-chan and ask him. He thought and left the giant toad sleeping. Alexander had made a camp on the same spot he saved the two kids. Normal people would be afraid of doing something like this but he wasn't. Even if he wasn't here and someone attacked, all the tailed beasts would be enough to defeat anyone. Everyone around him was asleep. The tailed beasts didn't need to sleep but they had developed a habit of doing it after getting bored in isolation for so long. Currently, all of them were huddled together around Alexander. Each of them was snoring and making a different noise. Hats and Barry were sleeping too. Barry had his claw kicking Hats and Hat's tail was brushing Barry's face. Both of them were making annoying noises every once in a while. It was only Alexander, Bunpiko, and Douglas sitting by the campfire. The crickets were chirping around them, adding a different charm to the night. The world was also clean in terms of pollution so breathing felt very nice. Douglas looked at him and asked, "Why do you think people are making so many wars? Not just here, the same mess is going on in heaven." Bunpiko twitched a little, hearing stuff about heaven, but he stayed quiet. He had been told about Alexander and Douglas' status and had accepted it. Alexander was heating a marshmallow. He replied, "I don't know, maybe it is the drive to get stronger, better. Or maybe it is just human nature. All the worlds we've been to until now, all of them had wars. But, just like there is the day after night, there is peace after war. It is a never-ending cycle. In each world, I just try to make sure that I can prolong that cycle for as long as I can before I leave because war is inevitable. Maybe in 100 years, 1,000 or maybe 1,000,000. But we must also remember that nobody likes war, because most people have more to lose from it than gain. Life, money, or something else. Just look at this current war. If Oniki had accepted Konoha's proposal for trade then there wouldn't have been a war. But, because of his own agenda, he has brought the whole world into a fiery pit. In all this, normal people live every day in fear, scared of what might happen tomorrow. They hope every day for someone to come and stop the war and help them out of their misery. And that is who we are, Douglas. We are hope. We are hope not just for this place but for heaven too. They hope that we will get stronger and beat that twisted man someday." Bunpiko and Douglas nodded their heads at his words. "Yeah, I guess you are right. Someone needs to stand up and give the people that hope. We can't expect everyone in the world to be like Bunpiko here now, can we? We must punish those that do wrong and help those who can be helped." Douglas agreed with his words. "Bunpiko, why don't you go to sleep too? You have just started your training, you don't have monstrous bodies like us." Alexander advised the Saint Man. "Why don't you sleep too, Sage? I don't think I've ever seen you sleeping in my few days of travel with you," Bunpiko asked. Ha ha ha, I have not slept in thousands of years, Bunpiko. My body doesn't need to sleep. Alexander told him. Alexander didn't notice but Douglas had his eyes on him when he said that. Why is he lying about such a small thing? Douglas asked himself. As an angel, maybe not as powerful as other big angels, he still had his divine status and that gave him the ability to feel things on a higher level and he just felt Alexander lying right now. Something he had never seen before. But he didn't ask, everyone deserved their privacy. Soon, he also went to sleep as it had been a long time since he did that. Now, only Alexander was left alone, looking at the starry sky silently and thinking who knows what. Alexander had the whole night to himself. So he started studying the knowledge he gained from the fifth-dimensional beings. It was not easy to understand because it was in a very weird format. There were no words or writings, just images. Even with his a million times comprehension, it was taking him time to make progress. It made him think about how old that fifth-dimensional species was. How many millions of years did it take them to reach that level? The multiverse was really exciting when he thought this. Anyway, he continued his study. Each image he had received from the higher beings was not just an image but all the knowledge in the one single image. Just one of them was equal to zettabytes of data. And there were more than 1 million of those images. This was the first time he needed to use his brain so much since his mortal days. But, he liked it. He rarely faces challenges nowadays after all. Many hours went by, it was nearly dawn now, but he had a small breakthrough just now. He finally understood what this knowledge meant. It was a way to uplift your consciousness to a level where you are aware of the past and the future while living in the present. The easiest part was looking into the past but the hardest was the future because it was constantly changing into many variations. Even your looking into the future can cause limitless variations. He tried to use this power but was only able to see a few faces in the past. One of them was a weird tree monster, a woman with white hair, 3 eyes, and a huge toad. But because of his feeble control, he had no idea how old these images were. Well, even though these are baby steps, at least I am moving forward. Okay, it's time to wake up these little beasties, he thought. He got up and stretched his body, but suddenly he releases the Conqueror's haki at full strength. He turned around and saw a black humanoid thing trying to creep towards the sleeping Shikaku. Alexander's outburst had shaken Black Zetsu to the core. It had no idea that the old man was this strong. He had not even felt this kind of oppression even when with his mother Kagaya. This is bad, he will kill me, he thought, and quickly tried to disappear into the ground. But Alexander had already thrown his staff-turned sword at him. Black Zetsu felt if he got struck with it he would die, so he quickly threw the nearby sleeping bluebird as a shield. Unexpectedly the sword stopped but not for long. It bypassed the bird and headed towards him. In the end, he was able to enter the ground but without a hand. The sword was fast enough to sever his arm. No, who is this man? This changed everything. Madara is nothing in front of him. I need to change my plans, Black Zetsu cursed as he kept on going away. Outside, Alexander tried to sense the thing underground but he realized he lost the thing. He couldn't sense if it was even alive. So he ripped out the ground in a radius of 3 kilometers and 100 meters in depth. But he didn't find the thing. Black Zetsu had used Mayfly to take itself as far away as possible. Soon he felt the loud rumble in the ground and came up to peek. He was again shocked upon seeing his strength. He felt like he cheated death this time. He then looked at his impaled hand. It was not regrowing anymore. This was not normal as his body was not cuttable. This brought more fear to him as this meant he could die if his head was cut by that sword. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? Wait, no. Why is he back here? Didn't he disappear 600 years ago? Black Zetsu was confused about why the Sage of Beasts was back. He had thought the man had died. He remembers the sage perfectly because that was the time he stayed hidden like a rat in sewers because of fear. But he couldn't recognize him quickly because of his long beard and different clothes. I was weak at that time, but now I have the world at my disposal. Maybe if I can take over his body, I can bring my mother back much earlier than planned, he excitedly thought and returned to Madara's lairs. They still had to do their brainwashing on Obito. The boy had lost all his will to work for them after seeing his friends. Alexander looked at the severed hand left behind. He picked it up and instantly felt sins. Too many sins to count. Seeing it was an impure thing to even exist. He destroyed it. He then filled the new hole in the ground with water, making a new lake. He now knew that things weren't as simple as he thought. This world had many secrets that nobody knew. And the oldest people he knew were the beasts, so he went to ask them. He showed them the photo of Black Zetsu that he drew from his memory. Kids, have you ever seen this thing? He tried to attack Shikaku in his sleep. Alexander asked them. All of them had confused faces and didn't know the things. Then Alexander decided to ask them something else. He drew an image of the tree-like beast and the three-eyed woman and showed them. Do you know these two? He asked. Suddenly, all the tailed beasts looked tense. Saiken, being the calmest and level-headed, decided to answer. Ji-chan, that tree thing is the 10 tails and that lady is Princess Kagaya at Satsuki, the mother of Hagi Oromo at Satsuki. Old man Sage of Six Paths had told us this story. There was a tree called the God Tree once. A type of gigantic tree that grows by absorbing blood soaked into the ground from countless battles over millennia. The God Tree seed landed on Earth from a meteorite several millennia ago. It was believed that the God Tree nourished the land and helped it thrive, while in truth, the God Tree was slowly killing the land and its people, by draining natural energy from them. It was believed that anyone who approached the tree was consumed by a demon spirit and died like a withered branch. Every 1,000 years, the god tree produces a chakra fruit, which human legend holds are never to be touched. The members of the Otsutsuki clan travel through dimensions in search of god trees so that they can harvest these fruits and gain their powerful chakra for themselves, producing medicine that grants them their godlike power along with extended youth and longevity. Then came Kaguya Otsutsuki. After obtaining the ability to manipulate powerful chakra from the god tree's fruit, Kaguya had grown despotic and developed both a god complex and messiah complex, believing that chakra rightfully belonged to her alone and that only she could protect and unite the world. Kaguya then used a technique called the infinite Tsukuyomi on humans to transform them into an army of emotionless soldiers over the course of many years in order to protect her chakra from being stolen by other clan members. Later, her sons found out about her and went against her. She hated her sons for using their inherited chakra against her. So to reclaim that chakra she made the 10 tails by combining herself with the god tree. But she wasn't able to control it and the beast went out of control, destroying anything in its path. To end the beast's rampage, the Sage of Six Paths became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and later split its chakra into 9 of us to prevent it from causing further harm after he died. They had sealed Kaguya inside the center of the moon in the form of the remaining part of the god tree. This is all we heard from Sage of Six Paths. Karama probably knows more because he was the closest to the old man sage. Alexander continuously nodded the whole time. This was a very deep history. He also understood now why he couldn't find an alien similar looking to Hago Romo when he went on his trip to space in the past. Because those beings travel dimensions, not just planets. Then, in order to revive Kaguya, one would need to have all the tailed beasts and the god tree's body inside the core of the moon. I guess I will keep these little beasties safe forever then. Though I can't decide who's worse, the tree or this Kaguya. Beep beep. Alexander checked what was making the sound and noticed it was a card he gave to the sculptor boy, Umar. He met in aim. Card sounding meant he was in trouble. Everyone, emergency, someone needs help. Let's go. Hope, it was something everyone desired. But at the moment, the trio leaders of Akatsuki needed it the most. All their trouble started when they killed a few Umbu from Konoha who attacked them. Later Danzo brought the corpses to Hanzo, saying that they were AIM shinobi who were killed by Akatsuki. In truth, they were root members. Seeing Akatsuki's ideals becoming a threat to his regime over a megakur, Hanzo conspired with Danzo Shimura to eliminate the Akatsuki's 3 leading ninjas. Hanzo approached Akatsuki offering to help them broker peace between Konohagakur, Iwagakur, and Tsunagakur. When Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan arrived to meet with him, however, they were ambushed by Hanzo's men. Hanzo kidnapped Konan. Then Yahiko and Nagato were forced to face off against Hanzo and Danzo's forces combined. In the end, Hanzo demanded that Nagato should kill the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, else he shall kill Konan. They were in a deadlock. Beaten and weak. Surrounded by both, Hanzo and Danzo's men. They didn't know why this was happening to them. They just wanted to make the world a better place, with no wars. They didn't want any child to go through what they had to. But it seems fate had forsaken them. Nagato was scared and didn't want to kill his friend. But Konan was also in danger. The memories of his childhood days with them were flashing in his mind while he held a kunao in his hand. Please help, someone, anyone. I don't want to kill my best friend, he weakly muttered. There was still a small hope in his heart that someone might magically come and save them. Though his subconscious mind was telling him to stop dreaming. Megakur, the village hidden in rain. It was not really hidden though, not with its tall skyscrapers. Outside the village, 3 15-year-old kids were currently facing a life and death situation. You red-haired one. I want you to kill your leader, or this woman dies. Hanzo threatened and threw a kunao near Nagato's feet. Use that to kill Yahiko, he added. Nagato shiveringly picked the kunao in his hand but refused to kill Yahiko even after Yahiko told him to do it and save Konan. No, forget about me you two, run away, Konan shouted at them from over the cliff. Her hands were tied and she was kneeling. Danzo had his kunao ready to kill her. Kill me, Yahiko urged Nagato, looking at his best friend. Nagato blankly stared at Yahiko and Konan alternatively. Then suddenly a light fell from the sky that blinded everyone for a second. When their visions returned to normal they looked at the source. Now there stood an old man in his white robes, a bamboo hat on his head, and a staff in his hand. On and around him were various animals too. Alexander tapped his staff on the ground and Konan flew to him from Hanzo's clutches. She quickly reunited with her friends and hugged them. The three confusedly looked at the back of the old man. They didn't know who he was and why he saved them. Who are you and why are you meddling in our internal affairs? Hanzo asked loudly. Alexander replied with a smile, I am Alexander Maxim Universe, people know me by Sage of Beasts. And, everything that happens in this world is my business, Hanzo of the Salamander. If you want to hurt these children then you will have to go through me first. And us too. Suddenly all 6-tailed beasts enlarged themselves back to their normal size. They stood close behind Alexander. Hats and Barry were hovering in the air close by. The scene shocked everyone, from the AIM and Konoha ninjas to the Akatsuki trio. The three were shocked to see so many tailed beasts together and they were protecting them. Due to the presence of the tailed beasts, the natural energy intensity around the area increased. Everyone started feeling the pressure and they knew they couldn't deal with this situation. Alexander then read the sins of Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander, Category 4. Murder, 56,521. Indirect murder, 158,121. Forced hunger, 515,258. Forced people to commit suicide, 23,458. Corruption, 12,256. Torture, 56,852. Sin percentage, 76%. Sigh. Hanzo, your sins far outweigh all the good deeds you did for a Megakure. For this, an eternity in hell is the only option. But, before I kill you, I need you to tell me why you attacked these 3 kids. I know for a reason you had allied with Akatsuki not long ago. Why did you change? He asked. But Hanzo didn't answer. So Alexander teleported in front of him and punched his stomach. Speak, I will not kill you unless you answer. He threatened him. Hanzo took a beating a few more times before he started speaking. It was Danzo. He told me that Akatsuki might initiate a coup on a Megakure. I needed to deal with them, so he helped me and set this trap for them. Hanzo, Danzo, are you sure you two are not brothers? Well, even if you are not, I am sure you two will have the same fate. Now, you die. Hanzo was a very security-conscious individual, trusting no one. He was guarded 24 hours a day and did not allow anyone in his presence, even children, without being thoroughly searched. He cared greatly about his position as a village leader and dealt with threats harshly. So, as a punishment, his time torture had all his guards betray him one by one and he would die again and again. He would ally with other villages but would get betrayed. He would marry and have children but would get betrayed. Betrayal was his greatest fear and also his greatest punishment. Then when the torture ended, Hanzo found himself dissolving in the rain. He cried and shouted as he melted and died painfully. Time torture wasn't always necessary, but Alexander gave it anyway because giving people an easy and quick death was a blessing. Alexander then looked at the Omegakure ninjas. I am the new leader of Omegakure and the country itself. Follow me or face punishment. None of them said no. No one had the guts to do that. Then he looked at Konoha Shinobi. Go back to Konoha, tell Danzo that I'll be coming soon. Tell your Hokage too about everything that happened here and that it was Danzo who has invited me to Konoha. If you don't tell them all this honestly, then I will come after each of you. His warning scared them and they quickly dispersed and ran back to Konoha at full speed. Poof. All the tailed beasts again became smaller and took their treasured seats on Alexander and Douglas. What are your names, kids? He asked while looking at the trio. The orange-haired one quickly came forward with a big smile. He patted his chest and proudly said, I am Yahiko, I will end all wars someday. Behind him, his 2 friends cringed hard at his announcement. Haha, good ambitions you got there, kid. Most people at your age only think about making money and living luxuriously. He praised the kid and patted his shoulder. I am Nagato, thank you for helping us. Nagato came forward. Alexander looked at the frail red-haired boy. Red hair? Are you an Uzumaki? Yes, I am. But I am the only one left. He replied sadly. No, there are still a few. I know one is in Konoha, she is the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. I just found out about this. There should be more Uzumakis spread around the world too. Don't worry, I will find them and help them settle down, he comforted him. Then the girl came and told her name. I am Konan, the only one with a brain among us. Yahiko and Nagato snickered at her words. Sir, are you really the sage of beasts? Nagato asked. Well, look at all these little potatoes. It would be better if they answered your question. Tell them, kids, am I your Ji-chan? He asked. Each of them jumped cheerfully and shouted, yeah. See, I am the sage of beasts. You 3 can call me grandpa or old man, I'm sure everyone in the world is eligible to call me that. He blurted. Kome came to him and asked in amusement, even the great toad sage. Who is this toad sage? He asked back. He is an old toad. He was there even before us, so he should be very old. Kome explained. I should go and meet him. Well, I am very very old, Kome, even older than your sage of 6 paths. He revealed. For some reason, Kome felt proud and boasted. Ji-chan is the oldest. Ji-chan is everyone's Ji-chan. My mother used to tell me stories about you when I was young. I always thought you'd be a made-up person. Nagato commented. Well, every story and rumor has some truth in it. Now, let's go and organize the mess known as a Megakure. You 3 will be helping me, he said while ruffling all their heads and walked forward. The 3 teenagers looked at his back silently. They had not faced this level of care and kindness in a long time. Even their master Jiraiya had abandoned them and now the seemingly unknown person had shown them more kindness than anyone. They quickly came out of their stupor and followed him. How did you know about us being in trouble, old man? Yahiko asked. Oh, it was Umar. He notified me about all this. You mean that warden of the orphanage? Who would have thought he knew you? He even asked me to be a model for his sculpture once, but I thought he was a pervert. Konan said. Haha, well, his chakra reserves are low, so he uses his ability to make special sculptures. He's a good lad. Okay, now you 3 tell me all the problems in AIM. He got serious about the work. Well, there is an ongoing hunger crisis. Due to all the wars, not many people were able to farm their lands. Whatever we did farm got stolen. We can't buy food from neighboring countries because they are in a war and we also lack the money. In short, AIM is a failed state. It is chaos everywhere. Konan explained to him the details. Pop. Did someone call me, the Lord of Chaos? Hats appeared out of nowhere. No hats, we didn't. Not after your stunt at Daimyo's palace. Alexander lectured him. Come on. It was funny. Besides, it was a harmless prank. Hats defended himself. What a fat cat. I don't recall there being a tailed beast like this, Yahiko remarked. Hats had to show his distaste for being called fat and threw a beach bomb at Yahiko. But this was an improved version. This stripped the clothes and didn't make people fall unconscious. Yahiko suddenly found himself naked. He tried to cover his manhood with his hands. Where did my clothes go? He shouted. But he only received laughs from all the tailed beasts. He felt he had really fallen to an all-time low now. Even the tailed beasts were laughing at him. Well, this is why you don't mess with him. He is a walking box of uncertainty. Alexander remarked and gave him his clothes. So cute, Conan exclaimed, looking at Hats. Thank you for your admiring words, beautiful lady. Hats turned into his gentleman self. And he is generally good with females, Alexander added. Soon Hats jumped into Conan's arms and she held him like a teddy bear. It had been a week since Itake and Shisui headed out to find the old man collecting tailed beasts. It was really hard to find this old man. They first went to where his last known location was. It was the battlefield where Kakashi and Rin fought Kurigaku or Shinobi. But they didn't find any clue there either, except remains of what seemed like a campfire. After long days of going from village to village, they finally came to a megakure. They looked like kids so no one questioned them about why they were there. Plus, their disguise of poor homeless kids was on point. Iwagakure was filled with homeless kids and they knew it. While they were walking through the street, they saw an old man in shining white robes in the distance. There were a few animals following him while singing songs too. We found him, Itake, Shisui exclaimed. Itake looked in the distance with no expression. His face had grown plain after seeing all the fighting and being forced to kill people at just the age of 4. He had lost his innocence too early. Shisui knew about this and always tried to cheer him up. He truly saw him as his little brother and was ready to do anything for him. What are we going to do? How do we approach him? Itake asked. Shisui's eyes twitched. I never planned for that. How should we approach a man who is able to control 1, 2, 6-tailed beasts? He's obviously way stronger than us. Why not just go to him and talk? I don't think he is a bad man. I read all the reports from my father. In all his attacks on villages for the tailed beasts, he did not kill anyone. And look, there are some young people following him. Itake pointed at Yahiko and the rest. Well, maybe you are right. But before we talk to him, let's follow him for a day and see what kind of person he is. Shisui agreed and they started secretly following Alexander. The next day, Alexander was assessing the condition of a megakure with Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato so they can make plans on where to start improving. Well, one thing is clear. The rapid development of a megakure was unsupervised and unplanned. The buildings don't have good plans and are just somehow staying up. I'm afraid if Shikako sneezed in his full size all the buildings here will fall. We need to strengthen these. Also, the food will be brought by me for now, but we need to start tending to the fields. This city needs to become self-sufficient. Behind him, Conan was walking with a notepad in her hand and writing everything. She was an intelligent girl and understood what Alexander was saying. Unlike Yahiko who was just following for the sake of it. In the previous 2 days, he had met the whole Akatsuki organization. The 3 created Akatsuki as a way to bring peace to their home country, which too often got caught in the crossfire of the 5 great shinobi countries' many conflicts. Akatsuki's desire for an end to war attracted many fellow AIM ninjas to their cause and, in time, word of their exploits began to travel beyond a megakure's borders. Akatsuki was still present but not as a terrorist organization anymore. He had made them official police of a megakure. They were working under him right now. None of them had any problem with Alexander after they heard who he was. Not just that, he gave all of them a makeover in the dress. Instead of black robes with red clouds, they wear the same white robes as him with golden clouds on them. This was a much liked look than the old gloomy look, it gave a hopeful and happy feel. They then headed to the shopping district. In their way, all the citizens were bowing to him as a show of respect. From the moment of his arrival, problems like shortage of food had been solved quickly which made them accept him as their leader quickly. Just when he was moving towards a shop, 2 kids came in front of him. Both of them looked homeless from their clothes and dirt on their hair and faces. Grandpa, give us something to eat, the little one cutely requested. Oh, where are your parents, little kids? Alexander asked. We are orphans. The older one answered, who looked to be 8 to 9 years old. Alexander laughed and ruffled their hair. Haha, then you are just like me. I was born an orphan too. Let's go and eat something. Follow me. He brought the 2 kids to a tea house. Here, the guy who runs this place is known as Marvin the Magician. He claims that he makes the best tea and dumplings in the world. And honestly, I am still unable to refute his claim. Here, eat. Itake and Shisui carefully ate the food and drank some tea. Behind Alexander, Conan was looking at the 2 kids suspiciously. She was a girl who had a soft spot for orphans so she knew of every orphan in a megakure. She had never seen these 2 before, but she didn't say anything as it was possible that they might have come from outside. Just at that moment, Shikako who was accompanying Alexander spoke telepathically to him. Ji-chan, why did you not call them out for lying? They are obviously not orphans. Instead, I'd say they are very strong ninjas. Especially the older one. I feel weird looking into his eyes. Currently, all the other tailed beasts were having fun in the Akatsuki headquarters under Barry and Hat's supervision. Alexander knew someone was trying to gather these little ones, so he had put hidden port keys on them. In any danger, they would be sent to Fahame. I know, Shikaku, but I also felt these two were mentally stressed. The little one looks like he has never seen a happy day in all his life. I don't think they came here with bad intentions. They must have a reason for hiding things from me. Alexander replied back. He saw them finish eating. So, how was it? This was truly the best tea and dumplings I have ever eaten, the elder one said. Just then a voice came. Of course my tea and dumplings are the best. It's all my grandfather's recipe. I am going to open my shops all around the world someday, so be sure to visit it then. The man was Marvin, the owner of the tea stall. He was a tall and burly man. Haha, Marvin, I told you when I stop this war I will help you open this franchise. Now stop telling this to every customer. What if they steal your idea? Alexander advised him. Muahahaha, no one can steal my recipe because it is all in my head. Well, anyway, I got to work. See you later. Just ignore him. He's been too excited since I told him about something called franchising. Now, will you two tell me the truth or not? I know you two are not orphans. I can also sense you two are not normal kids either. You are trained ninjas, he suddenly asked them. It caught both kids off guard as they found out their cover was blown already. I am Shisui, and this is Itaki. We are from Konohagakure. We came to meet you, sir. Shisui took a leap of faith and honestly answered, hoping that the old man was really a good man, as Itaka said. From Konohagakure, you say? Well, care to tell me the reason? Alexander asked. We want to learn how to use Sherinon from you. Shisui instantly answered. Alexander raised an eyebrow. And why do you think I can do that? Because you are able to control the tailed beasts and there are no Senju left. This means you are an unknown Uchiha and have the legendary Mangekyo Sherinon that can do this, Itaki answered this time. Alexander looked back at all the tailed beasts in their small form as they looked at him. Then he looked back at the two kids. They all suddenly start laughing. Ha ha ha, kids, I think you just had the biggest misunderstanding of the century. Neither am I an Uchiha nor am I controlling these little potatoes. They are following me on their own because they want to, Alexander explained to them. Both of them looked shocked. Itaka quickly argued, how is that possible? They are ferocious, uncontrollable beasts who only destroy. They are known to be violent. Sigh. Alexander picked little Shikaku and brought him to Itaka's face. Look at this small boy, does he look violent to you? He is the one tail. He introduced the raccoon beast. Shikaku and Itaka first had a small staring contest with each other. Bam. Then suddenly Shikaku slapped Itaka's face with his soft sandy palms. It didn't hurt him at all. Yo, kid, I am Shikaku, the mighty one-tailed beast. Also the weakest of us, Kome interjected. Shikaku angrily looked back. Oh really? Your number of tails equals to power theory is false. Come, I'll hoop all your asses and prove you wrong. Okay, no fighting in the streets. Be good. Alexander quickly defused the situation before it escalated. Itaka then looked at the fat cat with a huge creepy grin in the blue-haired woman's arms. What beast is that? I'm no beast. I am the god of chaos, Hats retorted. He's just a messed up cat. Ignore him. Alexander stopped Hats from doing something stupid now. Tell me who told you to find me. I want you to be honest. He confronted them straightforwardly. Itaki answered him truthfully, my father did. He is the Uchiha clan head. And let me guess, he wanted you to do this so you can get stronger and one day become the clan head. Alexander asked. Itaki just nodded his head. He then received head pats from him. How old are you, kid? 4 years old, Itaki replied. That's pretty small. Okay, you two are not going to go back. Welcome to the party, get in line, and follow. He told them and started walking away. Are we hostages? Shisui asked seriously. No, unlike all those so-called great villages, I don't hurt children or send them to fight men's war. We will be going to Konoha soon. Before that, we will be going to Kumagakure. Alexander replied. But why should we follow you? Shisui asked. I may not have Sherinon but I can still do many cool things. Don't you want to learn that? He asked and started flying in the air. Snap. A snap of his finger made a dog cosplay appear on Hats. Hats jumped in shock and tried to take it off. Shisui and Itaka looked at everything like they were seeing a genjutsu. Shisui even used his Sherinon and made sure it was no genjutsu, or maybe the genjutsu was even stronger than his Mangekyo Sherinon. He had not told anyone about his Mangekyo yet. He knew what kind of trouble it would make for him. It would also have put more pressure on Itaka to perform better and also get a Mangekyo. They simply followed Alexander after that. Flying in the air was a tempting ability no matter what age. Iwagakure had stopped sending its forces to attack after the Konobi bridge was destroyed. Their supply chain was broken now and they had no time to build the bridge again. So, they were out of the war, even though they started it. But this did not mean all problems were solved for them. They still had to deal with Tsunagakure and Kumagakure who were still active at their borders. At the same time, the information about Alexander taking over Omegakure spread throughout all the villages like wildfire. But all of them refrained from provoking him as it was now confirmed that he had 6-tailed beasts. In fact, Konoha had extra intel because Minato personally confronted him. Not just that, most clan heads now didn't want to see Alexander as an enemy after finding out how he saved Rin and Kakashi and also Konoha from destruction by the hands of Three Tails. Minato also told them that the tailed beasts were not under any mind control and seemed to follow him on their free will. He told them that the man was called Sage of Beasts, but they still weren't ready to accept that. The war is as good as over right now. Iwagakure is going to send a heavy attack on Kumagakure. We should also do that. Iwa is no threat to us anymore. Tsunagakure doesn't have any tailed beasts left and would not try to find trouble with us. However, Kumo still has 2 tailed beasts left. They will surely bring them to fight this time. Our focus will be to capture or kill these tailed beasts no matter what. I have also removed Danzo from the council for his violation of the chain of command and acting on his own in Omegakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi instructed his men. He didn't want to do this to Danzo, but he had no choice as everyone was angry at him for giving so much freedom to Danzo. Who do you want to send to the battle this time? Hokage-sama. Minato asked. Hokage smoked his pipe and said, everyone. We will send every powerhouse of Konoha. Jiraiya, Sakumo, Shikaku, heads of various clans too. What about this Sage of Beasts? We must make contact with him sooner rather than later. We can't wait for him to come to us. Minato voiced. He was concerned for Kushina. Wait, why didn't you say my name? Minato just realized this. Hiruzen got up and walked up to Minato. Son, you cannot go. You need to be sworn in as the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Minato was taken aback. Did the clan heads agree to this? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, they did after hearing what you did at Konoha Bridge. Nobody doubts your strength anymore, and I also believe that you will be the best Hokage Konoha can have. I am too old now. We need a youngster running things so we can adapt to changing times. I will not disappoint you, Hokage-sama. Minato respectfully bowed to him. Jiraiya came to Minato and patted on his back strongly. Ha ha ha, kid, keep your wallet open. I'll be coming back for a big party. It had been a week since he had taken over Omegakure. Things had started to change for the better. When a man like Alexander takes control of anything, delays had no chance of happening. He had abundant resources that he put into strengthening the city and making living conditions better. The whole Omegakure had rain most of the time and it made everything very gloomy. To change this, he decided to paint the building in various colors and create lots of street lights, parks, neon signs, and advertisement billboards. Now, it looks like a beautiful cyberpunk city in the rain. A lot more beautiful and cheerful. Itake-chan, that's not how you make it. You fold it this way. Konan showed Itake some origami. Itake also sat close to her with a blush. Shisui was walking around Alexander trying to find a chance to talk about learning to fly. I wonder where Dabi is. Douglas loudly mumbled. Yeah, we found Ragnarok, but Dabi is yet to be found. But based on the amount of publicity I have created, I am sure he is aware of me. He's probably lazing around somewhere. Alexander remarked. Wait, I think I have heard this name, Dabi, but I can't remember where. Shisui suddenly interjected. Alexander looked at him quickly. Shisui then started laughing. Hehe, I was kidding. I don't know Dabi, but now that I have your attention, teach me how to fly. Ha, cheeky kid. Let's go. I'll teach you how to fly, but don't complain to me later, he said in a mischievous tone. It made Shisui shiver. Alexander spent a lot of his time teaching all the kids around him, not just how to fight but how to think right and smart too. The sculptor, Umar, now had enough chakra reserves to make himself some helpers to manage the orphanage. Alexander also gave a lot of attention to little Itake because he felt the child was broken inside. He took Itake to many flying lessons and they talked in those times. Shisui had already learned how to fly by using the same technique they used to walk on walls, but this time it was in reverse. But it took a lot of chakra release to thrust oneself into the sky, so he was only able to do it for a minute. Shisui was truly intrigued by how strong Alexander was for being able to fly like it was nothing. Eventually, Shisui also told Alexander about his Mangekyo. Alexander did some tests and told him to not use it as it was blinding him with each use. Okay, Itake, concentrate now. Yes, you are reaching that point. Focus, focus. Soon Itake's small body started to hover a few feet in the air, but he could only maintain it for 3 seconds. Practice makes a man perfect. You are also very small right now and don't have enough chakra reserves, he said and handed him a glass of water. They were currently in the jungle. There was a calming sound of rumbling leaves in the smooth wind. A distance from them, the tailed beasts had gathered and were having a meeting about who knows what. Alexander could only hear their giggles. Itake had gotten much better while being with him all this time. At least he had started to smile again. I need to get stronger fast. I don't want to disappoint father, Itake slowly muttered. Alexander caressed his hair. Child, you are not disappointing. You are a very talented and good child. I've seen children who live their whole life pampered and loved and still grow up to be traitors. You, on the other hand, are very well mannered. I am sure you will grow to be a very good man that people can look up to. Remember, Itake, never let others dictate your life. If your father thinks you are big enough to kill, then you are also big enough to make decisions for yourself. Besides, even if someday you feel like leaving everything and running away, just come to me because I always have room for more family. Here, take this. If you ever find yourself in a trouble you can't solve, break this card. I will come to you in the blink of an eye. You can always count on me. He gave him a reassuring smile. Itake also cutely smiled. So many complex things went on in his little mind, but he felt at ease after talking to Alexander. He felt that he was not just sage of beasts but a sage of everything. Thank you, sensei. I will never forget these lessons, Itaka gratefully said. Bam. Alexander softly knocked Knuckles on his head. I told you to call me grandpa or old man. I don't take students under me, I only take grandkids. You all are my grandkids. Itaka looked at him and gave a radiating wide smile. Finally, he looked like a child. Jichaeon. Suddenly all the tailed beasts came running towards him. What are you goofballs up to now? He smilingly asked. Hehe, we came up with a small song for our Baijuyu team. Will you hear us? Kome asked. He was the most hyperactive of the lot. Haha, sure, go ahead. He permitted them. Then, Son Goku took out a guitar from somewhere and started playing it. As expected, Kome was the lead singer. Okay, it goes like this. We are the great-tailed beasts. We have fun every day and get many treats. They call us mindless beasts who have committed grave sins. But they are the real beasts hiding under human skins. So we catch the bad beasts and beat them up. Because we are the Baijuyuvengers and we have teamed up. It is fun every day, we play and eat and sleep. We help out Ji-chan because our love is very deep. Ji-chan is our grandpa and he is the best. He loves us because we are unlike the rest. So we give him kisses and hugs and squishes because. Repeat after me, my brothers, Kome shouted, and they all started singing together. Kurama is a stupid foxy yai. Kurama is a very stupid foxy yai. And we are the beast. Aye. They all dramatically stopped with a superhero team pose. Alexander couldn't help but click a few pictures. Their cuteness was off the charts. He couldn't imagine how people could enslave these goofballs. He went ahead and made himself bigger and grabbed them all in a big group hug. Haha, yes, you all are the best. Okay, let's go back now. We need to go to Kumo and free Matatabi, 2 tails, and Jayaki, 8 tails. Itaki, are you coming with us too? He asked. Itaki nodded at that. So they all first went back to a Megakure and gathered everyone around. Okay, my trio lieutenants, you will be administering the village behind my back. I have taught you many things, but still, if trouble arises, you can always call me. Okay. He instructed Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Yes, old man. They replied together. Nagato, keep on doing that exercise. Just like the tailed beasts told you. Your eyes are very special and powerful. So powerful that they eat up most of your body's chakra. Which is why you are physically weak. Don't worry, I will find a cure soon enough. He instructed the red-haired boy. A while ago the tailed beasts had told him that Nagato's eyes were like the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. It was shocking as to how he could have these eyes. Yes, Grandpa. Thank you for everything. Nagato gratefully thanked. Alexander grabbed him in a hug. Haha, what are you doing? I'm not leaving you three forever. I'll be back soon. Okay, see you later. So, Alexander, Barry, Hats, Douglas, Shisui, Itaki, and all the tailed beasts continued on their journey. While they were on their way, he heard Itaki asking something interesting to Shisui. Big brother, now that you have Mangekyo Sharinon, you should be able to read the Uchiha clan stone tablet. It supposedly holds many secrets of the world. Itaka said while recalling what his father told him about the stone tablet. Haha, I thought about it, but it was guarded most of the time, so I couldn't go in and see it. I also didn't want anyone to know about my eyes, so I left it. But I do want to see what it is. Shisui muttered. Well, once I come to Konoha, I will look into all the Uchiha clan techniques and teach you the best ones. Also, remember not to use your Mangekyo Sharinon too much. It will make you blind. I already sensed it deteriorating the last time you used it in practice. He warned him. I know, I will wait for you to come to Konoha. At the borders, Konoha and Iwa's 10,000 shinobi had surrounded the Kumigakure's forces. A bloody battle was going on with the third Raikage, while his sons fought to defend his rear. Killer Bee was using his tailed beast's powers till now, but with Jiraiya and Sakumo's combined strength, even a tailed beast couldn't do much damage. Kumo's other tailed beast Matatabi wasn't there at the moment because its Jinchuriki was yet to have complete control over the transformation. The bloody battle went on for a while before Kumo decided to retreat. But they were getting chased by the 10,000 shinobi. So, the third Raikage decided to stay behind and let others escape. Jiraiya and Sakumo didn't participate in this assault. Killing a cornered man was not something they could agree with. They tried to call back their forces, but it seemed there was someone in the ranks instigating them from stopping. So, a deadly and mighty clash between the third Raikage and 10,000 shinobi started. Alexander and his party arrived at the scene where the battle was going on. Saying it was bloody was an understatement. Alexander saw a single man fighting thousands of ninjas. But the exhaustion was clear on his face now. He looked like he would fall down any minute. That is the third Raikage. What is going on here? Shisui recognized the man. Oh, let's ask him then. Alexander jumped beside the third Raikage, who was surrounded by his enemies from all sides. Everyone stopped for a second due to his sudden appearance. Well, hello everyone. I need you all to stop fighting. He ordered them. Who are you to order us? We only take orders from Hokage/Suchikage, a few shinobi voiced. Good. But I was not asking. Alexander waved his hand and huge cages made of metal fell from the sky over the 10,000 shinobi. Stay silent while you're in it. The more you speak, the more cramped it will become. He warned them. Obviously, they were on an adrenaline rush and didn't think from the head and continued shouting. But after a while, the cages got so cramped that none of them had space to even turn. They finally understood the trouble they were in and finally stopped speaking. Good, now you tell me why you were here fighting alone. He asked, looking at Raikage. His name is just the letter A. It might get confusing if I use it, so I'm going to stick with Raikage. Raikage was very exhausted, but he still had his proud act going. Who are you? Oh, yeah, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. You see there, those guys are with me. Raikage looked where he pointed and saw a man, 2 kids, and a few animals waving at him. Those are actually the tailed beasts. I go by the name Sage of Beasts too. Whichever you want to use. He added. So you're the guy that's making so much noise these days? What do you want from me? Raikage asked. Well, I saved your life, so you're welcome first of all. Second, aren't you the Raikage of Kumigakur? Then you have the authority to release the tailed beasts. I need you to do that. He politely told him. And why would I do that? We bought them from Hashirama fair and square. They are Kumigakur's property. Raikage blurted. His words earned him the anger of all the tailed beasts behind Alexander. He had to stop them from throwing a Baijuodama at him. You own them, you say? You bought them from Hashirama, you said. Why? Because you have them chained? Well, if that's the case, what's stopping me from chaining you down and selling you to someone because I own you? Alexander said scornfully. Raikage felt thick chains appearing out of nowhere and tying around his body. No matter what he did, he couldn't break it. He felt he'd rather die than be made a slave and started doing all he could. He used his lightning and other techniques, but nothing helped. It only exhausted him again. Slap. Alexander walked up to him and slapped him on his face. Calm down, human. That's right. You don't have a name from now on. You are just a powerful human, my slave. Because I caught you, now I own you. Just like this beetle. He picked up a beetle from the ground. You two are the same for me. Anybody want to buy this human from me? Alexander loudly asked. All the shinobi in cages were still silent. They were already shocked by how easily he restrained the third Raikage. Hats were the one who jumped to buy him. I'm going to use him as my light bulb. Third Raikage had enough and shouted, you can't do this with me. How can you compare me to an insect? Oh, what makes you so different? As far as I can see, I caught you so I own you. Alexander refuted. Raikage was getting agitated. I am intelligent. I can speak and do things that insects can't, unlike this beetle. Oh, now you're talking about intelligence. Then I can say that too. Tailed beasts are intelligent, can speak, and do things that others can't. They are even better than humans in many aspects. Shikako, how much is 1234 times 876? He questioned. Shikako cutely jumped and answered, it is 1,080,984, Ji-chan. Good, see that Raikage. Do they seem like something that can be kept as a property? They have feelings and thoughts too. You call them mindless beasts because you are the reason they act like mindless beasts. Tell me, how would you feel like after being constantly hunted for your powers and then being locked inside another human for hundreds of years, being passed from one body to another? Of course, you will be angry and try to kill your captors when you find any chance. If you can enslave them, then what is stopping me from enslaving you? If you think you should be free, then the tailed beasts deserve to be free too. He lectured. Yeah, Kome is a free beast, Kome shouted at him. Following him, the other tailed beasts did the same. We are free beasts, they shouted. Raikage had no words to refute. It was true that the tailed beasts were intelligent beasts just like humans, and he knew it. The deaths caused by human wars were a lot more than any tailed beast attack. So, who is the real beast here? Alexander added, making everything go silent. What will you do once you have all the tailed beasts? Raikage asked in defeat. Give them a home and protection. They won't become a tool of war ever again. No one will ever own them. Alexander replied. Raikage sighed and nodded. Okay, I agree to give you the 2 tails and 8 tails. But you must vow that their Jinchuriki will not die. I can promise that. So, care to tell me why you are here alone? He asked again. I wasn't initially. I had my army with me, but then Uegakur and Konoha's shinobi jointly attacked. They didn't even let us retreat and tried to kill everyone, so I stayed behind to stop them. It had been 3 days and I was near death due to exhaustion. Raikage briefed him. Ah, such brave shinobi and great villages that won't even stop from attacking a retreating army. You all know no ethics, it seems. Well, I declare this war over. If anybody wants to fight, then find me. But do that at your own risk. He warned them and at the same time sent out a huge amount of natural energy. To Alexander, chakra is force, but force is natural energy. So what Alexander has been using from the start was natural energy. The area within a few hundred kilometers was swept with his natural energy. It was suppressing people's bodies' chakra and showing who the dominant one was. The tailed beasts were unharmed with it as they were the embodiment of natural energy. To them, Alexander's natural energy release was like a nice hot bath after a long day of work. But for those who don't know about natural energy and didn't know how to use it, it felt like their bodies became heavy suddenly. Except for Jiraiya. He felt the surge in natural energy around him. He was on his way back to Konoha with Sakumo and Shikako because they weren't able to stop their army from attacking the Raikage and didn't know who was pulling the strings. They wanted to tell Hokage about this. Killing the Raikage would just sow the seeds of hatred in Kumigakur for Konoha and lead to more conflicts in the future. What is this? I feel like I am deep underwater, Sakumo exclaimed. It's senjutsu, natural energy. Something happened at the battle site. Only I can sense natural energy among us. You two go back to Konoha and report everything. I will go and see what is going on. Jiraiya advised them. Sigh, what a drag. Good luck, Lord Jiraiya, Shikako wished him. They decided on this plan and Jiraiya was quickly on his way back to the battlefield at full speed. Jiraiya reached the battlefield and was greeted by the sight of hundreds of big cages inside which many ninjas were cramped in. Then there was Raikage, chained and kneeling in front of an old man. He decided to observe first and not go in yet. He found a nice thick tree and hid in their leaves. Cough. Jiraiya suddenly heard a cough from behind. Weeping Palm Kome called him out. Bam. The next moment, Jiraiya only saw a furry paw slapping his face so hard he lost consciousness. It is a peeping Tom, Kome. Hats corrected him. They then brought Jiraiya to Alexander. Ji-chan, we found him being sneaky. I think he's a pervert. Kome commented. Haha, don't be judgmental now, Kome-chan. So, who is this guy? He questioned. That is the legendary Sennin, Lord Jiraiya. Itake jumped close to him and answered. Haha, I remember now, they lost a 3vs1 battle with Hanzo and got this name. It is probably irritating to them being called legendary Sennin. Alexander sympathized. Hehe, big melons. Jiraiya suddenly started making a very inappropriate face and made gestures like he was squeezing something with his hands. Yeah, he's a pervert. Kome, never let me doubt your character judgment. He disgustedly said. Yeah, he's famous for peeking into women's bathhouses in Konoha, Shisui added. Alexander looked back at the man and lightly slapped his face. Slap. Wake up, Ero Sennin. Yes, once more. I like this. Jiraiya muttered in sleep. Is he taking pleasure in my beating? Alexander asked himself and this time gave a hard slap. Bam. Jiraiya woke up in shock. What? Where am I, my melons? You were peeping from that tree and got caught. Alexander simply answered. Jiraiya scratched his head. I nearly forgot you had tailed beasts with you. They must have sensed me. Jiraiya loudly thought. Ha, even I sensed you from 100 miles away when you were with 2 more ninjas, one of whom was most likely Sakumo Heitake. Alexander blurted. Jiraiya's mouth fell wide open. How did you sense me so far away? And who are you that can use so much natural energy? I am Alexander Maxim Universe, also known as Sage of Beasts. He introduced himself. So you really are the ancient sage. Well, I had my doubts. I was attracted by your explosion of natural energy. I had not felt such potent natural energy even in Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya excitedly exclaimed. Well, now you know what it was about. You can leave if you want. He shrugged and focused back on Raikage. So, Raikage, let's go to Kumo then. But remember, if you try to act smart. He warned him again with an explosion of natural energy in the air. I felt it again. This is so good, if I can train myself in this environment I'm sure I can master Senjutsu. Jiraiya interjected. Alexander ignored him and waited for Raikage's answer. I don't break promises. You can have the tailed beasts as long as you can promise to never give them to another village. Raikage requested. Sure, I will soon be taking the 9 tails from Konoha too. So don't worry, no one will be using them as weapons anymore. Let's go now. He gestured to him to start walking. Wait. Jiraiya called him. Alexander looked back and asked in annoyance what? What are you going to do with these men? Jiraiya pointed to hundreds of cages. Oh, they are free to go back home. But I hope they don't start fighting again, or I'll be angry. All the ninjas in cages had lost their will to fight by now. They had even thrown away their kunao to show they had surrendered. He waved his hand and all the cages disappeared. Soon all 10,000 ninjas also ran away. There, you can go back and report to Konoha. I will be making a visit there soon. He shooed Jiraiya away. But the guy still followed him. What do you want now? He asked. I would like to learn Senjutsu from you. Everyone went silent at that moment and looked at each other's faces. Wait, don't you consider me an enemy? Alexander confusedly asked. Haha, why would I do that? You just stopped the war single-handedly. You also stopped Hanzo from killing Yahiko and the kids. You are taking away the tailed beasts from villages that have been topics of war for many years. I think you are a good man, just a bit misunderstood. Jiraiya spoke about his views. Well, sorry to break your hopes and dreams, I don't know how to use Senjutsu. He replied. What? But you just used it. Jiraiya argued. That is an inherent part of my body. I naturally used the natural energy. So, I don't even have to think about using it. I guess it is different for you. He clarified. But, it took me so much time and hard work to learn on Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya sounded like he didn't believe it. After thinking, Alexander put forward a condition. I can maybe give a few tips if you can take me to Mount Myaboku. I need to talk with the old toad sage. Jiraiya instantly jumped at the opportunity. Sure, it's very easy. I just need to reverse summon myself to that place. Are we going to go now? No, first we go and get Matatabi and Jayaki. After that, his entourage went to Kumagakur. Their arrival gained the attention of the whole village which was already on high alert. The forces had just returned to the village. Most considered that the third Raikage was already dead and the elders were considering making third son of Raikage the fourth Raikage. But then the third Raikage returned. But, that wasn't all. He ordered Killer B and Yujito Nii to come to his office as the first order. My pops is back from dead. B entered the Raikage's office. Raikage-sama, what can I do for you? Yujito Nii asked with a bow. Raikage took his seat and smoked his pipe. Yujito, I am proud of you too. You two were able to control your powers to such an extent. But, you don't have to do that anymore. I am sending the tailed beasts to where they came from in the first place. My pops has gone senile yo, say something to him, my brother. B rapped, looking at his elder brother. All Raikage till fourth were named looked at his father. Father, do you mean to say you are going to return the tailed beasts to Konoha? Before Raikage could refute, received angry growls from the right side of the room where he hadn't looked at yet. He saw many small animals sitting there with teacups in their small hands and growling at him. No, my son. The tailed beasts do not belong to any village or person. They belong to nature, as free beings. Just as we are. If you have any problem with this, you can go and talk with Sage of Beasts. I'm sure he can teach you a few lessons. Raikage smirked. Soon, A was seen beaten with a swollen face. My bro got his ass whooped by an elderly Y. Before B could finish he received an angry glare from his injured brother. Now, thank you for keeping Matatabi and Jayaki safe till now. I will be taking them with me to their new homes now, he announced and walked towards B and Yujito. He quickly took out the tailed beast from B and Yujito's bodies while also supplying chakra to their body so they don't die. Within a few seconds, the two new little beasts were seen hugging Alexander. Ji-chan, I won't lie, I really felt like you had returned and would be coming to get me soon. Jayaki, 8 tails, said. He was mostly a smart and serious tailed beast but he was just like the others when with Alexander. Oh really, what about you, Matatabi-chan, he asked. Unlike most other tailed beasts, Matatabi had a feminine personality and was considered a female. She was respectful and polite towards others and talked in a formal tone, with Alexander as an exception. Dear Ji-chan, I missed you very much. Jayaki said he sensed a strong presence of you but I was skeptical. I am happy that you've returned. Matatabi respectfully said and hugged him and also lightly purred as Alexander scratched her head. She had a lot of features based on a cat. Haha, thank you for being a good girl all this time. Let's go now. I have gathered all your siblings. Only Kurama-chan is left. Alexander said. Jayaki quickly scoffed, that egoistical and narcissistic fox. But I can't ignore him either, he's my brother after all. A family is a family, and it is strongest when together. I haven't forgotten your words Ji-chan. Haha, good. Now, Jiraiya, take us to Mount Myaboku. He instructed the Arrow Sennin. Yes, finally. Let's go. In front of the shocked eyes of everyone in the room, they all left. Alexander had gotten very good at extracting the tailed beast now so B and Yujito were still fine and not unconscious. Who was that man, Pops? How did he do that? B asked. Sigh. I told you before, he is the sage of the beasts. The world will be changing soon. I'm too old for this. I will train you every day from now on. Get ready, Raikage sternly announced. Alexander and his big group popped onto Mount Myaboku. Alexander looked around and felt the air was a lot better than normal land. Then he saw a giant toad hopping towards them. Jiraiya, good, you brought the prophackized man. I am Gamabunta, the chief toad of Mount Myaboku. It is a pleasure to meet you, the sage of beasts. Gamabunta talked in his hoarse voice. What prophecy are you talking about? Alexander confusedly asked. Jiraiya was also as much interested in knowing this. Great Toad Sage made a prophecy about you a while ago. He's never wrong. He said you'd be coming here soon. Gamabunta explained to them. Then it feels more like a fact than a prophecy if they are so correct, Douglas interjected. Gamabunta nodded his head. Yes, you can say that too. His prophecy has never been wrong. Now, if you will follow me. Gamabunta brought them to a building. In front of it, two small toads were standing, though the two looked old. Once Alexander was near them they lightly bowed. Welcome to Mount Myaboku, Sage of Beasts. I am Fukazaka, the head toad of this place. Come, my wife has set up a nice feast for us. Oya. Alexander noticed Jiraiya making ugly faces like he was going to vomit any moment. He didn't understand the reason behind him and followed him inside his house. They were soon brought in front of a long table with various baskets placed on it. In each basket, different kinds of insects could be seen, from caterpillars, beetles to earthworms. Now I understand he just remembered Fukazaka was a toad so his diet would also be like a toad. Fukazaka quickly took his seat. Come, eat with us. All the tailed beasts sat on their seats and started eating. To them, eating insects was not a big deal as they had eaten them before. But for Alexander, Hatz, Barry, and Douglas, it was not a happy sight. Haha, yeah, what a feast. But we are strict vegetarians. I will make food for myself. He took out many tacos from his always-ready kitchen in the pocket dimension. Komei, who was chomping on some insects, looked at him. But Ji-chan? You just ate. Before he could complete the sentence, Douglas grabbed his mouth and stopped him from speaking further. Haha, Komei, it is bad to talk while eating, Douglas said wryly and said something in Komei's ear. No one doubted them and they were able to dodge the bullet and eat the meal. During the meeting, the wife of Fukazaka tried many times to make them eat the insects, saying it was her specialty. So, can we go and meet this great toad sage? He asked. Yes, we can. But I don't know if he will be waking up. He is too old now, Fukazaka told him. Just take me to him. I'll see what I can do. He insisted. Fukazaka nodded and asked him to follow. Jiraiya and Douglas followed him from behind. Okay, little ones. You stay here and have fun. I'll be back in a while. Fukazaku brought him to an old palace-like building. They went straight inside and found the old sage sitting on a chair fitting his size. He's sleeping. Meeting with him is all about luck. Jiraiya commented. Well, look at him. Sleeping so happily. Let's wake him up. Alexander sent a small jolt of lighting at the big toad. Toad's eyes instantly opened in shock. Oh, he speaks French. Douglas joked. Alexander knew that the old man was very sick and would not be speaking up without help. So he gave the toad some natural energy healing. The wrinkled face of Gamamaru became much better in an instant. Gamamara's tired-looking eyes opened fully and his face turned cheerful. What a wonderful feeling. I haven't felt like this in so many years. Ah, you are the man I propagized about. Wait, how long was I asleep? Gamamaru was filled with questions. Fukazaku quickly answered him. You slept for 2 months this time, the great sage. Ah, that was a small nap then. Well, I knew you'd be coming, sage of beasts, but I do not know why. Gamamaru spoke. You can call me Alex, and I came to get some information out of you, Alexander said and took out the sketch of the black humanoid thing he saw the last time. Do you know what this thing is? He asked. Gamamara's eyes widened as soon as he saw it. Where did you see him? He was trying to kidnap Shikaka, the one-tail. I caught him and was able to cut his arm. He answered. Troubling this is. This thing is called the Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was created by Kaguya Atsutsuki shortly before she was sealed as the Ten Tails by her twin sons, Hago Romo and Hamura. It is responsible for many troubles throughout history. When Hago Romo later named his younger son, Azura, as the new leader of Ninshu, Black Zetsu tempted Hagoromo's elder son, Indra, to go to war with his younger brother. Over the centuries, it manipulated the two brothers' reincarnations in an attempt to get one to awaken the Rinnegan, and also recorded many events for Kaguya, including Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju's last fight at the Valley of the End. Its main aim is to revive Kaguya. I learned all this throughout my various travels and prophecies. Tell me, this reincarnation thing, is it still going on? Alexander asked. Yes, the last known incarnations of Indra and Azura were Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, but no new incarnation has been born yet, though that time is not far away. But nothing matters now as you are here, right? Gamamaru replied. Yes, you're right. But tell me, why can't I sense this Black Zetsu even when it is so close to me? He asked. That may be because just like the tailed beasts, you as a whole, if not a part, are natural energy. This means that using natural energy is like breathing to you. Black Zetsu is the will of Kaguya, made from the same type of energy. Gamamaru explained. So I will have to lure him out and kill him in one strike. I will have to come up with a plan it seems. Alexander muttered. Wait, who is this Kaguya? What is this whole reincarnation thing? Jiraiya asked. Gamamaru looked at Jiraiya like he just noticed him. You. I remember your prophecy, but it will be only half valid now. Jiraiya was concentrating on his words now. Which part? That I will become a pervert never seen in the world before. No, you will still be the greatest pervert in the world. I was talking about you teaching the child of prophecy who will unite the world. You will still be teaching him but not as a child of prophecy anymore. Just as a grandpa figure. Gamamaru told him. Why? The world doesn't need to be united now. Jiraiya asked. No, it will be united much earlier now. Because of the Seijo. Alex. Gamamaru replied. Cough. Alexander interrupted their talk. So, Gamamaru, did you see the fight between Kaguya and her sons personally? Yes, I did. It was terrifying. I thought the world would be destroyed that day but somehow we are still alive. I hope that Kaguya rots inside the moon forever. Alexander chuckled. Well, now that I know most of the history, tell me how do I learn this senjutsu? It is very simple, you just channel the natural energy through your body, Gamamaru said. But I am already doing that. Alexander retorted. Then you have already mastered the natural energy, congratulations. Sigh. Alexander looked at Jiraiya. Well, what do you want to learn? I don't break promises. What can you teach me? Jiraiya asked excitedly. Kid, do you ever wish you could fly? Alexander again used his ability to fly as leverage and got off easy. Seriously, flying was an ability that gets people excited by just having the prospect of someday learning and using it. Alexander stayed at Mount Myaboku for a while and taught Jiraiya how to use the magic to fly. It was hard for Jiraiya but easy for all the toads in Mount Myaboku. They learned it pretty easily and quickly. Jiraiya, focus more, Alexander instructed him while he sat on the side and sipped on some tea. This is so hard, even more so than the sage mode, Jiraiya complained. Alexander had helped Gamamaru get younger a bit and stronger so he could also walk and talk normally now. He also showed them a few more techniques of Jedi. The toads were very interested in all that. When Alexander was busy teaching, the tailed beasts, Hats, and Barry were busy playing somewhere. Douglas had decided to cut the overgrown grass of Mount Myaboki for some reason. Alexander doubted that because of his harsh punishments long ago, Douglas now had a fetish for cutting grass with small scissors. Itaki and Shisui were sent to Konoha by Jiraiya as they had been missing for a while now and Itake's father may just declare Itake dead if they didn't contact him soon. Ah, Gamamaru, how were these special places like Mount Mayaboka filled with natural energy formed? Alexander asked. These are natural. It may have something to do with geography. It is always random. Gamamaru replied from his giant recliner chair. Glanpa. Alexander looked from where the noise came from. Ah, my beautiful family. Come here, Amy, give Grandpa a hug. He walked up to them. Amy sweetly hugged him and whispered to him she is angry at you. Alexander shivered a little. Ah, I'll go and check. You come here and meet these little ones. They are called tailed beasts but they are sentient, they can talk, and are very friendly. Hey there, my little potatoes, come and greet my granddaughter. Her name is Amy and she is very kind. He introduced them to each other. All the tailed beasts came to her running and introduced themselves. Whoa, you are so pretty, Amy. Kome, as always greeted with praise. He was really good at buttering others. Then Alexander went to Olivia with a careful expression. Cough, hey, Oli, nice of you to come out. Yeah, someone had to come out and check up on you because you have clearly stopped caring about us. Do you even remember the last time you came to Fihame? She asked. Alexander tried to calculate when was the last time he went there but couldn't remember. Ah, forgive me, Oli. I was just too busy, I will come with you today. He tried to appease her. Too late, you will sleep on the couch. She huffed and went to meet the tailed beasts. Ah, who is that pretty lady? Jiraiya came to Alexander and asked while looking at Olivia with a perverted face. That is my wife, you pervert. And don't do anything to enrage her. She will crush your bones into a paste. Alexander warned him and walked to Olivia to make up. Konohagakur. Danzo had been hiding inside his root lair and experimenting on different stuff. Since he was removed from the Konoha Council, he decided to protect the village in his own way. His sense of justice was very weird. To him, it was not the people that made the village but the physical village itself, though this theory was also not permanent in his head and it changed from time to time. So, he was okay if he had to destroy a few clans to keep things going. So, you have finally decided to take my offer. A hissing voice came from behind Danzo. Danzo turned around and saw Orochimaru. Yes, do you have it? Yes, Hashirama's cells as promised. Where are my Sharinon samples? Orochimaru asked. Danzo took out a sealed container with 2 eyes inside. Here, remember, if anybody finds out about this, I will pull every string possible to start a hunt for you. Don't forget, you are still a missing nin. Of course, a pleasure doing business, Lord Danzo. Tell me if you ever need me again, maybe we can cooperate more in the future. Orochimaru hissed and left. Danzo looked at the box in his hand with a greedy smile. Finally, with the legacy of both Senju and Uchiha clans, I will protect the village as the strongest ninja. Nobody can stop me now, but I need the Mangekyo Sharinon now. That kid hid it well but nothing stays a secret from me. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sakumo and Shikaku just returned and gave the details. Minato quickly called the council and they found out that Hiruzen had given the order to kill the third Raikage at all cost. These actions of Hiruzen lost him his grace with Minato. Minato was the Hokage now and all these things were up to him to decide but the ex-Hokage certainly didn't acknowledge this simple fact. Minato made a note in his mind to thoroughly check all the Umbu and mark out all those still loyal to Hiruzen. Blue Fang had completed his work in Takigakur. Now he was assigned to go to Kirigakur, Hidden Mist Village, to solve the problems there and completely take over the country to stop their barbaric practices and give a good life to all the people. He had decided to take Brian with him too. Come on Brian, how long will you weep for that Togruta? She had a husband, you never had a chance. Blue Fang consoled the depressed businessman. But, she was so nice to me. Brian cried. Sigh, let's just go. Maybe after working a bit, your mind will be diverted. He comforted him and dragged him along. Warning, light lemon scene, not Gramps. Somewhere across the multiverse. So, we were able to bring purity to 65%. Though the plan was mine and I think I deserve a long and thick trophy. Leonidas looked at Natasha's lust-filled eyes. They had done it thousands of times but they both seemed to just can't get enough of each other. Oh, really? I thought you wanted to do the next mission first, Nat. Leonidas teased her while stroking her hair slowly. It was arousing her even more. Leonidas had planned to tease her as she did to him many times. He got closer to her face, he took his shirt off and grabbed her waist. Are you sure you want the trophy? He asked as he slowly brought his lips close to hers, but still stayed an inch apart. They looked into each other's eyes closely. Yes, give me my trophy. She was going wild. What if you were the runner-up, and didn't win the trophy today? He teased as he caressed her nape with one hand and the other arm was wrapped around his waist and he tickled her side waist. MMH, by the right of being your wife. I claim it my own. She authoritatively whispered and launched herself at him wildly. She kissed his lips while being on top of him as he undressed her clothes and unhooked her bra. I think the trophy is ready for you, my cat in heat. He joked. Being called a cat, she acted like one and gave him a bite on his neck. She slowly made her way down. Then she finally unhooked his belt and started taking his jeans off. She was being too wild right now, something that had not happened since the previous world they had been to. She grabbed his jeans from both sides of his waist and pulled them off aggressively. But in doing so, a button was mistakenly pressed on a certain device. However, the two didn't notice it and continued their wild and fun not so family-friendly activity. Beep beep. What the hell? What mess has Leo gotten himself into that even he needs my help? Alexander asked himself. Olivia, I gotta go. Leo's beacon just lit up. He's probably in some trouble, he informed her. Give him a good knock on his head. I haven't seen him in so long. Has he forgotten his mother since he found himself a wife? Olivia worryingly told him. Alexander walked up to her and caressed her cheeks. My beautiful wife. You look so cute when you are angry. She swatted his hand. Don't expect to get a place on my bed, Alex. You will still be sleeping on the floor. It has been years since you came and spent time with me. Have you forgotten all the vows you took when we married? Alexander looked down while being scolded. He had to agree. He had really ignored Fahim and his family these days. I don't feel the need to sleep, so I didn't remember coming to sleep, but I will make it up to you, Oli. I promise. Okay, I should go now. Love you. Keep an eye on all these potatoes, will you? He requested her. They are better than you. At least they genuinely want my love and affection. She huffed and left to spoil the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts had quickly become Olivia's favorite after they started calling her grandma and sang a few songs for her. Sigh. It seems nobody loves me anymore. He sighed. Just then he felt something pulling his robes near his feet. He looked down and saw a little cute Yalo. My small Yalo. Only you love me, right? Okay, let's go on a grandpa-grandson bonding trip. He spoiled him. Soon a white light fell on him and took him away with it.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.